Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're starting Saturnastra Loki by Teresita Blanco, and this is chapter 1, part 1, The Blue Knight Loki. The night was crisp and cold, which was unusual for the fifth month of summer. And sitting by the lake was a slender figure clad in a black steel armor, and his helmet was removed, revealing his pale turquoise face. His almond-shaped eyes were like twin azurite, and his long braided black hair was like corduroy. And sighing, the knight looked at the star resting by his side with disappointment. And wiggling his humanoid ears up and down, he tried to listen to the strange sounds coming from the mountains. At first it sounded like a hornet's nest, like buzzy beat. But then the sound cleared and became more solid. It was the sound of a long, pronounced, sustained note of a trumpet, and lower, pronounced sounds mingled with it. But all seemed to originate from the same ominous instrument, and it resembled somewhat the antics of a wind harmonica. Be that as it may, the sound was originated from living creatures, and looking behind him, he saw the fires burning over nearby encampments. And there was an earnest whispering and staring by his fellow legionnaires, and one of the other members started laughing hysterically, and he ran in all directions to and from the encampment, and his silver hair in a frenzy. And this bizarre euphoria soon spread to the other men and women in the encampment, and the knight in the blue armor looked up at the night sky and saw a quaint little scene. And demons and gods alike were celebrating and dancing together, and bizarre creatures that had yet to be named were emerging from every hole and crevice in the forest. And they too sung and danced, possessed by the same feeling of euphoria. And a creature emerged from the lake. It had the visage of a drowned woman with bloated skin, white eyes, and the fragrance of a corpse lily. And the moss seemed to be part of her skin, and her dress was like the scales of an alligator garden, she said. Sir Knight, why so gloomy? And I thought that you of all people would be jumping from the moon and back again some more. Pray do tell me, what is the cause of such jubilation? Asked the knight. It is finally over. Moksha has been brought down, and with it all of the other so-called perfect creatures, explained the crone. Ah, I see, said the knight, pouting his lips and scratching his forehead. He was quiet for some time, with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, and slowly a faint smile was painted on his lips, and when he opened his eyes, he had the gleeful smile of a toddler, and hugging and kissing the cheek of the crone, he started yelling, "It's over! It's finally over!" He ran back to the camp and joined the celebration, and most of the legionnaires still did not understand what all the fuss was about. They still had to march on Veragheron on the morrow, so this jubilation in the face of a major impending battle was quite quixotic. And the following day, the knight donned his helmet and marched beside the legion, and from time to time he could not help but laugh and giggle. And this same behavior he was quite disconcerting, and pushing through his officers, he forced himself ahead of the army, and almost as if he were the leader of the Moon Legion. Frowning, the general said, "Whatever is the matter with you, Loki? Are you that eager to die?" "Nothing, I just really feel happy right now," said Loki, smiling, and he then removed the black band at the tip of his braided hair, which acquired the essence like blue flames, and holding the staff that was just for show, Loki ran a hand towards Veragheron with the legion trailing behind him. And from that perspective, it seemed like Loki was the leader of the army, when instead he was caught up in his own jubilant frenzy. And the legion had marched late into the battle, and the first walls had already been breached, and there was chaos in the residential streets. Time, bro?
11 minutes.
Instead of marching towards the castle, the human allies from the Western Kingdom and some of the freemen were wasting their time in their attempt to loot and pillage the capital, and since this was a violation of the terms of the campaign, Loki started killing them, and to save face, he took on the form of a creature with a humanoid shape and black robes, with a hood like the skin of a leopard, and horns of a stag, and the face of a goat, and the tail for good measure was that of a snake, with the hands and legs distorted like branches, with a blue armor over it, and the blue armor was what had become of his robes, and they served as a complement to his whimsical transformation, and he fell upon the traitors in a fury, when yelling, and instead of his staff, he butchered and using replicas of whatever weapon he found on the ground. Following the old saying, "He who kills by the sword shall die by it," and as he progressed, he was soon joined by other strangers who were performing a similar task. And the same sequence of events repeated itself throughout the entire week, and by the end of it, some figureheads of Veragherons were placed on pikes in the walls of the main city, and under this note the fighting was technically done. Only the outer portion of Verageddon had seen much damage, and with the fighting concluded, Loki set about earning a well-deserved break. Time, bro?
9 minutes, 30 seconds.
He gave his general a letter of resignation, and he set about to wander as ever he pleased throughout the city, and the first place he visited was the mana pools of Verageddon. They were technically public hot baths, but none of the visitors knew their secondary purpose. The runes lining the walls of the pools drained and stored whatever magic residue was embedded in the fleshy or the oily bathers, and the baths with their new statues and marble columns were reminiscent of the architecture of the Greeks of old. And folding his arms, he studied the architecture with its eclectic mix of Doric, Ionic, and Hellenistic design, and the domes and the vaults, in addition to the colorful frescoes featuring twin goddesses, were just the icing on the cake. It was certainly pretty, but the core elements were centuries or AUs away from one another. Since he was there, Loki removed his armor and he went to take a dip in the pools, and for some odd reason they were glowing red, like blood. However, after tasting the water, he discovered that it was fresh and bubbly, like sparkly water, and the rosy color was an odd visual gimmick by the designer. While dozing off in the bath for a bit, the creature from the river manifested itself in the water, and the female bathers and a good portion of the men too ran screaming out of the Olympic-sized pool. And when the soldiers were brought, they seemed bored and unperturbed by the strange apparition. They returned to their posts, ignoring the presence of the strange, smelly bather. In the old days, they would have been all over the intruder, but after checking the guest book, the swamp crone had gone through the trouble of signing in and even paid the entry toll. And in every respect, the crone was a paying customer, so they had to tolerate her presence. Time.
8 minutes.
Resting her head on her hands, she said, "So what are you going to do now that the war is over?" "Just run the clock till it's time to return home," said Loki, staring at the noon sky. The arcades of the dawn above showed a cloudy sky, and from time to time the sun would appear, only to quickly be swallowed up by the dark clouds again. Smiling, Loki said, "Fair maiden, care to accompany on my explorations of the city?" "I do not wish to impose," said the crone, creating bubbles with her mouth. "Nonsense. If anything, it would be an honor, my most esteemed and loyal companion," said Loki, standing up in the water and offering his hand. The crone started laughing, and then she took his hand, and putting the armor which Loki brought out from within his hair, and answered a gentleman's outfit. And the crone commented, "Now that is an interesting little gimmick, and perhaps how is it that you manage to store clothing within your hair strands?" "It is nothing but a trifle in comparison to the wonders that my dear brother he can pull out of his hair," said Loki, smiling. Yes, we all know about the little fisherman. Pity I had yet to replicate such interesting storage methods with my ability," said the crone sadly. The tete-a-tete on magics, which was for chat. And storage units continued as Loki walked through the flowery white public roads of the inner city of Verageddon. And there was a symmetry to everything, and even the roads and signs with names and numbers, and even had roads and signs and names and numbers to help you find your way. And as to every 10 blocks, diagonally and horizontally, there was a walled dragon tower, and at its base there was a map, and if this did not help you find your way, there was the occasional helpful little dragon that offered direction. And the only downside was that, depending on the humor, the dragon would guide you using landmarks instead of strict signs. And for example, the crone wanted to visit a good bar that produced decent craft beer with forest spices. And when asked about it, the little dragon was thoughtful for a moment, and then he said, "The bar you see is called the Poison Ivy, and you need a token from Jan-Jak to enter." "Who or what is a Jan-Jak?" asked Loki. Jan-Jak is one of the few remaining priests of vice and virtue. A priest of Neo, it is his job to moderate vices and preserve whatever virtue remains in this city. Without a token from him, you will not be able to enter the Poison Ivy. And those sailors had taken their little code way too seriously, but considering that they're one of the few businesses still left in town, I suppose they got some banking from the respects of their practices of meals, said the dragon. And after a long-winded explanation, the dragon finally gave Loki the address to both locations, and the odd pair started walking towards the famous landmark, and based on the time of the day. There was a little ebony girl in a golden dress playing with a hula hoop. As she bobbed the hula hoop around her hips, she was counting. 497, 498, 499. And from the girl, Loki and the crone turned right, and continued the path till they saw a weird pink-haired creature, and their face was elongated and similar to that of a possum, and it was 4 feet 7 inches, with large expressive green eyes and long eyelashes, and the creature was bipedal, with opposable tongues and a small hand and feet, with long thin fingers, and its body was covered in thick curly fur. Its head was braided and went down its waist, and the creature was dressed like a rainbow-colored harlequin, and the crone staring at it while the creature stared at her. So they were like, "What are you?" And then the creature's looking at the crone and be like, "What are you?" Sorry, bro.
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
While continuing to the next signpost, Loki had a green painted look on his face, and from time to time he would stare at the crone and laugh, and on the crone asked, "What? Is there something on my face?" "Oh, it's nothing serious." "There is just a certain bit of irony if you think about it," said Loki, giving the crone a sly smile. The crone was quiet for some minutes, and then she said, "Oh." "My thoughts exactly," said Loki. The following landmark was a former prison, and the knights were in the middle of cleaning it out, removing the bars, and aerating out the blood-infested dungeons, and the scent of this putrid place alone made the crone bring out a scented handkerchief to cover her nose, and she asked, "What happened to the prisoners?" "Well, my dear brother does not believe in the prison system, so the residents are being executed, released, or exiled," explained Loki. "But what happens if someone breaks the law now?" asked the hag. "Nothing too serious, just a fine, free labor, exile, or execution," said Loki. "Huh. So what are they going to do with the prison building?" asked the hag. "I heard it's going to be turned into a public school," said Loki, laughing. The hag too joined in the merriment, and beyond the prison past the barracks they found the Temple of Neo. And the so-called temple was a modest house with only 1 floor, and it had an elegant greenhouse with colored geometrical shapes. And at the center there was a fountain, and the prince managing the temple opened his eyes and took in a deep breath when he saw the crone. And while he was cowering and holding his scissors defensively, the flowers perked up and blossomed as the crone entered within. And to put the priest at ease, Loki gave a warm, inviting smile and said, raising his hand to salute the man, "Hello, kind priest. My companion and I are in dire need of your most humble service." "What do you need, sir knight?" said the priest somewhat relaxing. He was still tense when looking at the creepy crone. "We seek one of your tokens. My friend is inking for some fine ale, and I hear tell that the best can only be found in the poison ivy," explained Loki. "Oh, and are you only there to drink and nothing else?" asked the priest. "Pray do tell me, what else is there to do in the poison ivy?" asked Loki, feigned bewilderment. "Sir, the poison ivy is a brothel, and I fear someone is playing a trick on you," said the priest. Time, bro?
2 minutes.
"Be that as it may, I still desire to visit and get my friend the promised drink," insisted Loki. "Before I give you a token, there are just a few questions I must ask, and depending on your answer is whether you will get the desired item," said the priest, putting his scissors away in his working apron. "As away," said Loki.
Wait, what were the scissors for?
That the guy was like in his garden cutting plants, and then the stranger people showed up and he was like, "Wow, creepy crone!" And then he was just brandishing his scissors as a weapon because creepy crone, creepy crone.
Oh yeah.
"As away," said Loki, gesturing with his hand. "Are either of you married or have a lover?" asked the priest. "I do not have anyone in particular, though as a knight I am constantly pressured to find someone to swear eternal love to," said Loki. The crone simply said, "That is none of your business. Just give us a stupid token before I curse your entire garden." "Fine," said the priest reluctantly. He added, "I was only asking because the brothel is only for singles and widowers, and for the sake of marriages, the owner does not allow married couples to enter within its walls. All customers must have my blessing before entering within." And the token received from the priest had a comical knight on horseback with a spear bent downwards. On top of it, it read...
Okay, that's brilliant.
On top of it, it read, once a night enough. And the back had the name of the brothel and small prints regarding the pricing and other amenities like drinks, music shows, and a warm bath to boost. And the priest of Mio gave a sigh of relief once Loki and his companion left, and he said to himself, "As handsome as the latter is ugly." So like, Loki's as pretty as the hag is ugly.
Why is he being mean to them?
Yeah, that was just a stranger's observation, both on their looks. Time, bro?
Less than a minute. Less than a second. What
Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 1, part 2. After following the bizarre set of instructions given by the dragon, the pair finally arrived at the poison ivy. And like its name said, the outside portion gardens were decorated with poison ivy plants. Mixed with the plants were Virginia creepers, young box elder trees, maple tree seedlings, and fragrant sumacs. Originally, the owner wanted to fill the entire garden with poison ivy. However, she failed to acquire enough of them to cover the garden, so she supplemented the rest with plants that resemble poison ivy. And whenever patrons were escaping through the gardens or wandering while drunk, it was common for them to come in contact with the plants, and the blister was a visual sign to show how many people have visited the poison ivy instead of other products back when that meant something.
What? That is brutal. Wow.
If you get like a poison ivy rash, everyone knows that you went to the brothel.
Oh wow, that is brutal.
That's a sick way of marketing.
Wow.
That's a creepy way of marketing, don't you think? Yeah. I don't know, that made me laugh when I came out with it.
Okay,
and I still find it hilarious.
That is brutal. Okay,
At the entrance, Loki was greeted by the usual grunts one finds in such places, and he showed them the token and they reluctantly allowed him within. At the physical age of 17, he was 6 feet. He was 6'7", with a handsome, if somewhat infantile features, and the most skin he wore was not scheduled to grow anytime soon till he turned 30. And when that time came, he would double in size, and once more when he reached 60. And since all establishments have been designed to accommodate Bersamate, Loki's head did not strike the framing of the door, and he was now officially considered a giant, albeit a small giant in comparison to his larger peers. Though frankly, the size and other proportions in comparison were starting to be a bother, and Loki gazed at the proportions after his eyes turned glassy for a moment, and then he shrunk to a comparable 6 feet in height, and the excess height was absorbed by his braid, which grew longer and thicker. And it was now hanging by the length of his feet, and he coiled it up into a bun to keep his hair from dragging on the floor. And the guests and some other maidens regarded him with interest and curiosity, and they had seen the changing height and had found it amusing. And the look changed to a look of disgust when they became aware of the crone that entered right behind him. And the better trained maidens still maintained their merry disposition, and the hostess greeted Loki and the crone with a warm smile as she said,
I feel bad for the crone.
Welcome to the Poison Ivy. Are you new to this club? We were sent here by a dragon, said Loki. We of the many, as you may have guessed, we use dragons to promote a little establishment, said the hostess. The little orange one by the crimson bat, said Loki. The hostess embarrassed a little notebook and pencil from her cleavage, and she jotted down the name, and she placed both items away, and she continued her introduction. So what are you two in the mood for? Me, nothing in particular. I'm just killing time. As for my companion, she would like some of your famous craft beer, said Loki. Forgive me for prying, but it is a bit of an odd choice just to come for a drink and nothing else. We do have plenty of bars in Veragero, said the hostess, pouting. There's no need to be a pushy salesman. Let's start with a drink, and then we see how the rest of the night plays out, said Loki non-comedically. Signed, the hostess directed Loki and the crone to the bar, and the guests were naturally apprehensive of the new arrivals, and most of them were not locals of Verogelos, since the locals preferred to visit on the weekend, and they were composed of the usual bunch, travelers, merchants, highwaymen, and wandering knights, and they rudely deserted the benches of the bar as soon as the crone sat down, and the more experienced maidens of the brothel held their ground, knowing that showing disgust was a good way to lose a wealthy patron. The barkeep was a dwarf, and patting her leaf, the crone said, a dwarf as a barkeep. Why am I not surprised by this cliché? Aren't you supposed to be hunting lakes or drowning children, swamp monster? They responded the dwarf, visibly annoyed. It is my day off, and pray do be careful next time you pass by a body of water, lest I mistake you for for my next meal, said the crone angrily, and she reached into her pocket and she brought out a handkerchief with fine embroidery. And the dwarf studied its elaborate pattern, and in the center figure featured a maiden dressed in white with golden crown, and caught around her feet and reaching up her face was a creature with the body of a cobra with spikes on its back, but the face was like that of a handsome prince wearing a large spiky crown.
With the face of a cobra?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lindworm.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Prince Lindworm.
Okay.
I said something on Excalibur is worth 2 drinks. Like she gave her a fancy handkerchief as payment. Not with coin. She paid with like bartering. She paid with a fancy looking handkerchief. I said something on Excalibur is worth 2 drinks. The dwarf trying to steal for her client. You know, I have cursed people for less. Now give me 20 or I will turn you into a giant frog, threatened the crone, shaking her fist.
Wait, is she gonna drink 20 drinks? Well, I guess she's gonna be there all night drinking.
Yeah. And she has a companion, so you know, 10 for me, 20 for me, 90 for me, 1 for you. Something like that.
Alright.
There are better ways of dealing with jerks, fair. One said Loki intervening, and he placed his hand on her shoulder and looked sternly at her bloated eyes. And the dwarf gave the crone a closer looking grimace. And then he left the bar and showed the handkerchief to the owner of the brothel. And minutes later the dwarf returned and started serving drinks to the crone. And the crone started trying all the beers available, and at the moment there were only 7 craft beers in the brewery. And eventually she settled in the lager that had a slight peppermint taste with a smooth texture like orange juice with a dry aftertaste. As for Loki, he drank milk and other samples of sweet pastry, and he paid with a single palladium gold ring, which was also examined and approved by the hostess. And lately the city of Verogero has seen a revitalization of mercantilism. The future was uncertain, and as was the value of the currency circulating the kingdom. So now they bother with items because like it's uncertain times, like the currency.
It's fun because peppermint and orange juice don't mix and have an extremely bitter aftertaste. So it's like extra bitter.
Yeah, extra bitter lager.
Like there are YouTube videos of people trying peppermint and orange juice together. Just
in like beer.
Yeah, no, just mixing it together and then just going.
But yeah, that's what she drank.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, time bro.
Okay, you still got 8 minutes. You're good.
Thus came and Loki lingered on the brothel with his companion, and during this time the predators had gotten used to them, since they were not bothering anyone. And since the crone was feeling a bit merry, her skin peeled and contracted and contorted from rosy, fleshy coloring and emerged a head of crimson hair. And she transformed into a beautiful shepherd girl, and she wore that face whenever she was in a condescending mood, even though that wasn't her true form. And like Loki, she did not have a true form per se. Rather, she shifted faces and sported different forms depending on her mood. And her hair was loose with a single braid to the left, falling over her exposed shoulder. And the dress only had sleeves that ended below her elbows, and a plain skirt left her feet exposed a few inches above her kneecaps. It was her darling round face, with the dwarf at the bottom far most endearing, with her adorable green eyes, with a skin flap over them, and her flat nasal bridge, and upturned nose, and thin upper lips. And the dwarf continued serving her as before, though now, but he was more polite in his speech. And the newcomers who did not know the true nature of the red-headed maiden started to accost her and jeer her, treating her as if she was a dimwit. And Loki stood up, and as he did, his hair got shorter as it got bigger, and the guest trembled and eventually apologized for their rude behavior. Smiling, the crone said that was unnecessary. The city is still riddled with undesirables, he said. It will be some time before such behavior become a thing of the past, at least in this little patch of this world. Humans can be truly cruel, commented the dwarf. This is no one's talking to you, said the crone. And the barking knob of his axe, and he cursed under his breath. And to rid herself of his evil eye, she said to Loki, "Pray for me for a moment, why don't you?" "We could just break a glass of water," suggested Loki. And reaching into his hair, and he brought out a glass of water, and the barkeep studied with interest, and the pair was at least not boring, unlike the rest of the patrons. And the crone threw the glass on the floor, which smashed into many pieces, and she then said, "Let it be absorbed into this."
That's like a Cuban thing, by the way. That's
that if somebody gives you like the evil eye, you have to break a glass of water.
Hopefully on the person who gave you the evil eye, but if it's not around, just throw it on the floor.
Yeah, and then the evilness will be absorbed into the glass of water. One of the maids then came annoyed, and she cleaned the floor and she mopped up the water. And angrily she complained, "Why do you do that for?" "I did it because a jerk gave me the evil eye," said the crone, gesturing to the barkeep. "Well, I did no such things. I wouldn't even know how to give someone the evil eye, even if I wanted to," said the barkeep, offended. "It is fine. You did not do it on purpose. People give each other the evil eye with a meaning to all the time," explained Loki. "The fact that you glared at her with dark, malicious thoughts and manifested in the form of a minor curse that was passed on through your eyes, which acts as the window of your dark and evil soul. Whenever a glass breaks by accident, it is the evil eye being absorbed and thus sparing you from the effects of the curse." "This all sounds like silly superstition to me," said the barkeep, serving the crone her 17th drink. So now you know. Now you know how many she's drank all night.
Yeah, she's drunk.
The bitter peppermint and orange one. Tyrell, the one, Tyrell.
You still got 4 minutes.
"Perhaps, but superstition doesn't just come out of nowhere. Enough people in the past must have observed the words of the evil eye for a superstition to come into being," argued Loki. "So what you're implying is that there is some truth to those old wise tales," asked the maid thoughtfully. "More or less," said Loki, shrugging his shoulder. "Then I came in with a new life into the brothel, and it was always the most active past sunset, and some of the musicians were brought in, and there was dancing in addition to other sort of business occurring in the guest room. And Loki danced with the crone, but not to the tune of the music being played in the background. The crone always found it amusing to see Loki dance and to try to follow his frame of thought." And the crone asked, "What dance is this, if I may ask? It certainly has nothing to do with the screeching violin playing behind us." "It is a little bit of everything and a whole lot of nothing. And I was never too keen on structured forms of dancing," said Loki. "But without some structure, I fear that we may look quite foolish indeed," said the crone, laughing. "Do you care?" asked Loki. The crone rested her head on his shoulder, and then she said, "Not really, you know. I feel like I should tell you my name. I can't go by Fair Maiden forever, and crone sounds too distasteful for my taste, and I do as you wish, Fair Maiden. Even if you offer me your true name, I shall give you mine. And with this introduction, we can formalize our mutual candid amity," said Loki. "I am introducing myself because I got a new tome, and I am going to be very busy for a decade or two. So if you need anything, my name will summon me to your side," said the crone. Loki stopped the dancing, and he stood in front of her, and he bowed, and then he said, "Well, let's be done with the formalities. I am Loki, pronounced Loki. The more referred to me as Loki of the Blue Flame, while the humans simply know me as the Blue Knight. As for me, in my former life, I was known as Trish. Now I go by the name of Hirst, which means quake," said Hirst. And she added, "Before I isolate myself again, I wish to give you a boon, Sir Loki. But here, let us return to my bog, shall we?" Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Elfie Sister, and today I'm reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 2, part 2. What about birds and bees? You know what happens between a man and a woman when they are alone in a room, asked Loki. Like how we are now, asked Ingrid coolly. Whatever, dude, repeated Ingrid, feeling offended. I was under the impression that you were a polite knight. I was, but lately I've been feeling like channeling a rude mage, and I got the look under my hair, but all I was missing is a bit of magic, explained Loki. How droll, commented Ingrid. Without magic, you're just pretending to be something you are not. I can be whatever I want to be, and besides, magic is just a means to an end, and if I want to burn someone to a crisp, I do have the power to do so, said Loki ominously. Good for you. Now tell me about these virgin birds. I'm curious about it, said Ingrid, pretending not to be concerned. It is called parthenogenesis. Females can give birth without needing a male, and the childborn is usually a copy of the mother. However, it is possible to give birth to a male version of herself, and this is common in mayflies and nymphs and other reptiles too, like dragon, explained Loki. Ah, very interesting, said Ingrid, pretending to understand. Pooh, you're no fun, said Loki, frowning. It just sounds like another one of my mother's droning lectures, explained Ingrid. Good to know, said Loki, getting up. Where are you going? Asked Ingrid. Loki did not bother to answer, and he left the maiden alone and bored with her thoughts. And midnight came, and Ingrid still was not falling asleep. and Loki had not returned to the bedroom, and she waited and waited, but Loki did not return till morning. And he had spent the night roaming in the vicinity of the inn, and while wandering about, he saw a maiden looking about and calling someone's name. He asked solicitously, "Lost something, ma'am?" "Oh, by the gods, what are you?" asked the scurrilous maiden. "Nothing, just an overfed Wendigo," explained Loki. The maiden did not linger too long, and the night air and the strange aspect of Loki, with his decimated demeanor, bliss, and tattered and bloody, with antlers growing out of the forehead, and the elongated nails and rows made from wood fur. She stopped to look back to see if Loki was following her, and he stood there like a bored statue, and then he yelled, "Do you want my help or not? If not, it's not as if anyone else is interested in lending you a hand." He was in the form of a Wendigo roaring around in the dark. And then he ran into a dancer and he offered help while looking like a Wendigo. "How do I know you won't eat me?" asked the maiden. "I was right behind you and did not strike you down, so," gestured Loki. "Why do you want to help me?" asked the maiden. "Because I have nothing better to do. I am standing yonder inn over there, and I depart on the morrow," explained Loki, pointing towards the inn. The maiden was confused for a moment, and then she remembered the strange blue giant with the elaborate-looking mace staff, and she had caught a furtive glimpse of him while shining the cutlery for the new esteemed patrons, and coming close enough to not require yelling, she asked, "Why do you look like that? Are you cursed or something?" "No." "So that look is your personal choice?" asked the maiden. It seems like the thing to wear considering our surroundings," said Loki, staring at the inn surrounded by willow trees, and he stared at the branches, and they in turn stared back at him. The maiden shivered after staring in that same direction as well, and when she turned to look back at Loki, he had grown uncomfortably close to her without her noticing. Smiling, he said, "I am sorry, but you amuse me ever so, and either tell me your desire or I will continue in this manner till sunrise." You continue being creepy. "Well, my sister Tani, she has gone into the wood and has not returned. She usually returns before midnight, but her sentence was cut short when her dear sister Tani came out of the woods with her clothing in a mess. Like her sister, Tani was startled by Loki's strange appearance, but being in the inn business, she eventually got over it faster than the average fellow. Loki gave the new arrival a peripheral look from head to toe, and she had heart palpitations even though he had sent her walking till she was within sight of the inn, and she had a strong sensation of heat even though the night was chilly, along with a headache and a dry mouth. Tani eventually calmed down enough to tell Loki a long elaborate story about being assaulted by the son of the owner of the inn. And while she told the story, Loki kept interrupting and asking mean questions, and after poking about, Tani finally told the truth and said, "Frankly, he said he was going to marry me, but now he won't because I gave myself in a silver platter." "That lying rat, Mr. Wendigo, can you force Frankly to marry her?" asked Lainey. "And time, bro?"
10 minutes exactly.
"I could, but I'd rather not. One should not marry against their will just to save face or to avoid what they say. It is not as if he forced himself upon you. He only sugared you to bring out the devil in you, and as far as I'm concerned, if the hair is stupid enough to take the bait, he deserves to be skinned alive," explained Loki. "But it's not fair," Tani repeated the words, again sighing and turning red, and her nostrils flaring, and her chest started rising and heaving in a fury. "Life isn't fair for weaklings like you. If it's cause you forget about him and find yourself someone else who will marry you in spite of that terrible rancor of yours," said Loki. "Spare me your relationship advice, monster," said Tani. She then went inside the inn and continued with her first initial impulse, and after placing the house upside down with her lies and accusations, but the scarlet remains were thrown out of the inn. Loki watched this turn of events with wild amusement, and with sunrise only 3 hours away, he decided to wander about the forest, picking up whatever little trinkets drew his attention. And while there, he saw Franklin, and smiling Loki said, "If I were you, I would wait a few hours before returning." "How bothersome," said Franklin, sighing while Loki studied him. Only his boots were dirty, and there was not even the slightest silver or grass or dirt on his hair, hands, or even his knees. Apparently used to seeing strange things in the forest, Franklin was undisturbed when he caught a glimpse of Loki in his Wendigo form. In the end, Franklin decided to follow Loki's advice, and sitting down on the ground, he asked, "So what became of the scullery maids? They were despised by the looks of things, said Loki. How bothersome, repeated Rob frankly, and he then said, it is a little silly and a bit sad, and those foolish girls get all sorts of weird ideas thinking that they can strong-arm you into marriage using the old trick of getting knocked up, and she will probably return in a couple of months with a belly to boost and claiming to be the mother of my bastard. You could just kill her. It would be an easier solution to this little problem, suggested Loki thoughtfully. Nah, life will probably take care of the problem for me. Everyone gets what's coming to them at some point or another, said frankly. Now who is the fool with a weird idea, said Loki laughing, and his eyes glowed like two diamonds in the darkness. And the next day Loki was out in the road again with Ingrid, and she asked him what he had done the previous night, and Loki gave her the short version. And like Hears, Loki was fond of transformations, and while Hears was married to the Swan Master persona, Loki would try out different forms and gauge people's reactions to them. Well, right, and Ingrid asked, so where are we going? I thought we should visit your birthplace and start investigation from there, and we know that you were left in the forest, but we know not of the fate of your sister, said Loki. Yeah, there's a chance that my dad would have cared for her and left me for some odd reason. Maybe she's there with him, said Ingrid, smiling. I want to get my hopes up. So Sean was struck hard by the war, said Loki. Like most places, but there might be people from the old days living there that might know something, said Ingrid. Are we now grasping at straw, said Loki. So aside from the name, what do you know of the city, asked Ingrid. Nothing too important, just that it was a large port town at the mouth of the river Rubicautus, and its economy depended on slave trade, and while their main forces were trying to loot the capital, their town got a surprise visit from pirates. And with every rainy season comes the cholera and other waterborne illnesses, explained Loki. By and by, are we in danger of illness by any chance, asked Ingrid. It's winter, so no. The worst you might get is the common cold, explained Loki. Then we must make haste towards the nearest boutique, said Ingrid. The pair hurried their mounts till they reached the city of society, and the city controlled by courtesans whose dress still extended throughout the continent. And the day was spent in a city boutique while Ingrid tried different jackets and other winter attires. It was only then that Loki figured out that his common cold line had not been understood. And while she was trying out different outfits, Loki asked, have you ever been ill? I tried to avoid being sick as much as possible. That is why I'm here buying a jacket, said Ingrid. Sean rarely gets snow, and are you certain you want to wear such a thick overcape, asked Loki. I foresee no reasons not to, and what starts as a common cold can quickly turn into an ice storm. Such is the unpredictable nature of the winter, said Ingrid. Whatever, dude, said Loki, leaving the shop. He then made his way towards the stable while feeding his tiny horse, and then one of the stable hands commented, that's a nice pony you got there. It's got to be a fine horse when it grows up. It's not a pony, and this type of horse will never get bigger, at least in this lifetime, said Loki, giving his horse an apple. Time, bro?
5 minutes.
So then why bother with it? For the size, you might as well call it quits and get yourself a mule. It will be at least bigger and more fit for the life of burden, said the stable hand. I prefer my horse, said Loki. He was left to his own devices after this brief conversation. Half an hour later, the stable hand returned and asked, You certain you don't want a donkey? If you are strapped for cash, there's no need to sell your ass over it. Because a donkey is also an ass. Loki laughed after he said this joke, and reaching into his hair, he drew out a small bag filled with coins, and throwing it at the stable boy, he said, Here, take it. I cannot sell this charity, said the stable boy. Then just pretend you found the coin purse on the ground, said Loki, throwing the bag on the floor. After taking the money, the stable boy went home, and hours later the drunk owner of the inn came searching for Loki with a boy. And he asked Loki, and he indeed confirmed that he had given the stable boy a bag of coins, and the innkeeper threw the money in Loki's face, and disgusted he said, We do not need charity from you freaks. Standing up with his head touching the roof, Loki said, But no, sir, you do not realize that you will indeed need this charity, for you see there's a new king in Veragero, and this will be the only currency he will accept. That's not the new currency. This is the new currency, said the innkeeper, showing a new shiny minted coin, and he added, And you can keep that one too. The gods know you will need it. Loki placed the coin within his hair and then left to see if Ingrid had completed her shopping. and she was nowhere near them, but to avoid problems he decided to start settling the accounts, and the shopkeeper gave the bill and he said, I am going to need you to pay using the local banknotes, and you can make the exchange in the notary office right across the shop. And Loki entered the office and he tried to make the exchange, and after meditating a bit, Loki bit the bullet and made the uneven trade for 2 coins, and he did not care, seeing as though even those coins would soon become worthless. It wasn't often that a civilization closed itself off to the world, but if the dragon riders and the trolls and the newly discovered elves from the Oriente had managed to be self-sufficient for millenniums, it would be easy task for Beraganon to follow suit. And the night was spent in a luxurious the Painted Rose Inn, and Ingrid had never seen so many beautiful ladies, and she felt plain surrounded by the doll-up courtesans. And Loki had apparently told everyone in the inn that she was a princess. And after mindless chit-chat, and the interrogation began, and spearheading the interrogation was the courtesan Nellie Wynn. So what does a pretty little troll princess do exactly? Inquired Nellie. I assist my mother in public events, such as when she makes a decree or performs religious ceremonies. Not only is she our queen, but she's also the figurehead of our... To put it in terms you all can understand, our illustrious queen is our prophet and our high priestess, and she guides our souls in the moral fabric of our entire civilization. And I assist her in this daunting endeavor, and I'm also in charge of the education curriculum for the new maids, and I also plan the sets and the choreography of our very own ballet troops, explained Ingrid. Time, bro?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Nellie looked at Loki, who grinned and shook his head, and forming a finger pyramid with her fingers, Nellie said with faint surprise, Oh my, you certainly go above and beyond the average, princess, and plan to tell me how well do you sing and dance, if I may ask? Verily, answered Ingrid proudly, and Loki whispered, I wouldn't if I were you. In response, Ingrid stepped on his boots and beneath the table with the heels of her shoes, and Nellie then stood up and the entire room fell silent, and whenever she stood, placing her index finger on the table, those around her knew that they had to pay attention to her. She then said, My dear Veronica, step aside. Our little troll princess would like to grace us with her music. And please give us an example of what passes as singing among the troll community. Time, bro?
Hey, less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave this adventure here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is Chapter 2, Part 3. It is not for a princess to entertain, but to be entertained, my dear lady. But for you, I will make the exception, said Ingrid, standing up, and she walked towards the center of the room, taking in long breaths, and the look in her face reminded Loki of a frightened doe, or deer. And Ingrid opened her mouth to sing, but no words came out, and her mind was drawing a blank, and she could not remember a single lyric, and not even the nursery rhymes that her mother had sung to her hundreds of times back when she was little. And the people around her started chuckling and nudging at each other, and Nellie had a triumphant look on her face, and to help Ingrid along, Loki said to her using telepathy, Just follow along this song of mine. And taking a deep breath, Ingrid finally started as thus, Don't understand is hard pain. And by the time she concluded, Nellie was on her feet clapping energetically, and the others followed suit, and Ingrid kept her head up high, and she returned to her seat with the remainder of her dignity. And the mocking laugh and Loki's patronizing name reminded Ingrid of home, and this helped her relax, and after the first embarrassing incident, the night concluded uneventfully. Loki and Ingrid arrived at Sean one foggy morning, and after traveling on the ferry for 2 days, and Ingrid had never been on a boat, nor had she seen a river, and the newness of it all had wore off after 30 minutes, and all of the fishing hamlets and the little boats and the fishermen looked the same, and even the surrounding forest seemed bleak and unappealing, and Loki, on the other hand, found his surroundings fascinating. And fond of the water, he would bathe in the river at night and swim back to the boat by morning, and his favorite form in his river ventures was that of a salmon in spawning season, with bright red colors and a green face and tail. And from time to time he would amuse himself by getting fish and guilting the fisherman into releasing him in exchange for granting them wishes. So like he would get fish out of his head, and then he would say, I'm a magical fish. If you free me, I will grant you wishes. He did grant whatever wish was within his power, and the easiest wish to grant was one for good health or for eternal youth. And if he was in a particular good mood, he would pretend to grant a wish only to follow the fisherman home and see his look of disappointment. And at other times he would provide cosmetic changes like changing eye color and the like. And he had been playing this little game for the last 10 years, so he was well known, sought after, and even despised within the fishing community. It was through one of those such fishermen that Loki got some vital information about Ingrid's parents. The locals who had caught him was a 7-year-old boy, and after granting him a wish, Loki commented, "There's an awful lot of children in the docks today." And the boy looked left and right, and then he said, "Seems the same as always, I guess, though I don't recognize seeing two pretty Tommy lasses." "Do you know if anyone from the Harwood family still resides in the city?" asked Loki. "Not one, sir, yes, sir, but I can ask about if it pleases you," said the boy, getting up. And the boy told the other children about the magic granting fish that wanted information of the Harwood family. In less than 10 minutes, Loki was barraged with gossip about the fallen Knight family. And just as the Troll Queen had explained, the Harwood family had made the terrible mistake of siding with the elders from Veragerum. And after a recent failed campaign and the loss of subsidies from the capital, they were forced to taste the bitter bread of charity. And the 5 core members that still remained had left the town, and the only person that remained was an elderly woman who was seen as a liability. And she was found abandoned by her family in the forest, and the fishermen had brought her back into the city, and now she lived in the home of one of her former servants of her estate. And after getting this information, he made his way to the ferry, which had by then concluded docking maneuvers. And once in the port, Loki said to Ingrid, "I got wind of one of your relatives that still lives in the city. She's not your blood relative per se, rather she's the step-grandmother of your father, and your father's family left her in the forest for dead, and now she lives in the city with one of her former servants." "Well done, Sir Knight," said Ingrid, smiling benevolent. "Let us make post haste." Talking to the old woman proved to be a difficult task. The old woman was roomed in one of the apartment complexes in the market, and the first floor was usually a store, and the other 2 floors were the residential area. And Loki started by knocking on the door politely with his fist, and a boy yelled from behind the door, "The rent is not due till tomorrow." "We're not here for rent. We wish to speak with Lady Harwood," said Loki. "There is no one here by that name," said the boy. "Whatever she calls herself now, we must speak with her. I know she is there. I see her sewing with her ugly brown frock coat and dingy skirt and old clog shoes," insisted Loki. "That looks fits a bunch of old hags in this city, and why don't you go bother someone else?" said the boy. Jiggling a bag of marbles, Loki said, Here's a bag of marbles. You can have them all if you let me inside." "I'm not falling for that trick again," said the boy, putting the bar on the door. "I'm not falling for that trick again."
Maybe that happened once.
He fell for it. "I'm not falling for that trick again." That's a good joke. Time, bro.
Awesome. 9 minutes.
So Loki
quick
said,
question.
"Alright, that is good." So Loki said, "What a bother. Just break the door down," insisted Ingrid. "I knew the diplomatic sort," said Loki. "Look, I'm not going to break down the door of some poor decrepit orphan. I may be in stilts, but I'm far from being decrepit or poor," said the child. Ingrid closed her eyes, and she placed her head against the door. And indeed she heard the stilts of the boy. "Sighing, she said, I suppose we can come back later, or maybe look for someone else from the household to get entry into our quarry." And with this purpose in mind, Loki and Ingrid made their way towards the fish market, and Ingrid was only able to linger there for 2 minutes before running in the direction of the flower market. And at last, looking through all of the stalls, Loki found a woman who had the same scent as the child, and the wench was selling her husband's goods along with the other fisherman's wives. And in her stand, he saw a healthy display of fresh shrimp, and Loki loved raw shrimp, and it was an acquired taste from his salmon form. He brought from the woman her entire stand and he placed the shrimp inside his hair for safe storage, and the shopkeeper asked, "Is that magic, sir?" "The short answer is yes," responded Loki. "The long?" asked the shopkeeper. "I'm not much in the mood of idle chatter. Rather, I'm in need of some assistance," said Loki. "Anything for my best customer," said the shopkeeper. And indeed, Loki's purchase had allowed the woman to pay had given the woman enough money for rent and then some. "My friend wishes to speak with the old woman who lives in your apartment. I tried earlier, but your brat did not let us inside," explained Loki. "What business do you have with her, sir?" asked the woman. "Nothing sordid, I promise. She was a midwife for a friend's dead mother, and she is trying to locate her sister, Anything that the lady might have to say will be useful, said Loki. The woman looked behind Loki and saw the elegantly dressed Ingrid in the flower stall, and Ingrid was just at the edge of the fish market with a bouquet of pink plumerias, white gardenias, and blue jasmine. She doesn't get out much, does she? Commented the woman. Yep, said Loki, smiling sadly. And Ingrid had failed to notice that her pockets had been picked, and even several decorated ornaments of her dress had been cut out without her noticing. Like she got robbed, but didn't notice. And they even tore off her dress, all the pretty ornaments. Feeling sorry for Ingrid, the woman gave the key to the house to Loki for him to visit Lady Hawkwood. And without wasting any more time, Loki went with Ingrid to the apartment. And they saw the humble utilitarian decorations, the cardboard chairs, desks, and other household items had the same look and feel, crafted by the same hand. The only part of the apartment which looked different was the bedroom of Lady Hawkwood, and aside from the bed, it had some dusty, elaborate sofa, a bookshelf, a cotton spinning wheel, and a small table loom. And Lady Hawkwood was dressed in pure white, simple dress. White was the color of mourning for the followers of the goddess Lara. And she was in the middle of making an elaborate tapestry featuring maidens in elegant dresses walking through a stylized forest. And the boy from before was sitting down watching the old woman loom, and he reached for his stilts and he started making motions to stand up when he saw Loki. And Loki kneeled down and he made himself small and said, giving the key, "Your mother gave us the key, and we have her permission to speak with Lady Hawkwood." "Lady Hawkwood," exclaimed the old woman, "I haven't been called that in years." Gesturing towards Ingrid, Loki said, "This is Princess Ingrid, daughter of the Troll Queen. She is the daughter of the dead Lady Vera, and she wishes to know what happened to her twin." Turning back to her word, Lady Hawkwood said, "Talking about the past is not my favorite subject, but seeing as though you are intending making yourself a nuisance till this inquiry is resolved, I had no other option but to play my part in this farce." "As we must all," said Ingrid, lifting the curtain to gaze out the window. "The information will cost you, for you see I had no reason to facilitate the information," said Lady Hawkwood. "Here are some rubies," said Loki, throwing a bag at her feet. Before Lady Hawkwood could pick it up, Ingrid had taken the bag, and frowning, Ingrid said, "You are lucky with your insubordination that I wouldn't have you flogged, and we're not asking for your help, we are demanding it." "I can speak for myself, thank you very much," said Loki, taking the bag from Ingrid. "Forgive her, she is a princess as all," said Loki, returning the money to the old woman. "I was one myself a long time ago," said Lady Hawkwood. "Yes, I used to walk too," said the boy. "Get on with the story, Grandma." And Lady Hawkwood was silent for some time. Time, bro?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Turning back to her sewing, she waited and waited until Ingrid left the window and sat down, and from time to time Ingrid would change her position impatiently, and a strange grin was painted in the face of the old woman. She then started as thus: "Yes, I was a midwife to your mother, and the events leading up to your birth were filled with complication, and her skin had acquired an odd bluish coloration, and her belly moved in an unnatural fashion. It is true that from time to time babies are known to kick from the inside of the belly, and those motions can be seen from beneath the skin. However, the motions made by your sister were quite odd indeed. You already know that your sister is not human, or at least does not resemble a human." "I expected as much," said Ingrid. She then said, "Even if she does look odd, she is still my sister. You shouldn't always take in earnest such trivial matters, and they say that blood is thicker than water, but even blood will not guarantee you the loyalty of those you interact with. And suppose that you track down the woman, she will be nothing but a stranger you will be imposing upon with your familiarity," commented Lady Hawkwood. "If she is hideous as you are alluding to, I am certain she will be happy to receive a bit of kindness after living such a hard life," said Ingrid. "Not all freaks and weirdos are cursed to live a lonely life," said Loki, feeling offended. "I wasn't alluding to you, Loki, and I apologize if you feel offended," commented Ingrid. "Though I do agree with Lady Hawkwood," said Loki. "No one asked for your opinion, Sir Knight," said Ingrid. She then faced Lady Hawkwood and said, "Tell me everything. You will not be judged by what you did, and I want to know about my sister." "I'm a bit curious as to how you found out about her existence," asked Loki. "Through idle gossip of the help," said Ingrid, brushing it aside. "In retrospect, I would have found out more had I not asked my mother about it, and as soon as I had heard of my sister, it took me years before she finally admitted her existence." "What a fool!" exclaimed the boy, laughing. Yes, said Ingrid. "Now continue with your story." Lady Hawkwood rolled her eyes, and she sighed before continuing the story. It was close to midnight when your father gave birth to your sister. At first, I saw a normal human head, and then the rest of the body slithered out. And not desiring to handle such a creature, I instructed my assistant to take it and bury it in the backyard. And that is the last I heard of your sister, and you were born 2 hours later, and then your mother died. Death in childbirth is common, and your mother was no spring chicken. It was foolish for her to insist on having children at her age, and with her death your father dumped you somewhere, and that is the end of your story. Do you know the name of your servant? Asked Ingrid. Do you know the name of any of your servants? Asked Lady Harwood. No, said Ingrid, lowering her head. Time, bro?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Both Lockett and Ingrid left the apartment and they entered the toy shop below, and the shop did not make dolls to sell in town. Rather, the owner received paintings and sketches of dolls commissioned by wealthy patrons. And it was a rather unique service performed by a crone dark elf who was an ancient in town, and hundreds of leaders and wars had come and gone, and the town had even been desolated for a decade, and still the old crone remained, and by now people were used to the dark elves, whom the city was named after. And Ingrid had gone directly into the apartment, not paying attention to her surroundings, but now that she had reached a dead end, she had started to pay attention to the dolls adorning all of the stands. And she picked one up, and when the crone snapped, "Don't touch it, the face is still drying." "My apologies," said Ingrid sadly, and she then came to stand by the shoulder of the crone alongside of Loki. And both were amused by the process behind manufacturing a doll. And all of the individual pieces were made from clay, which were then hardened into glazed porcelain with color and all. And the current doll had articulations, and even the fingers and individual toes moved, and it required fine, delicate precision work, like when she was putting the natural colors on the toes. And Loki turned around when he heard a thump sound of wood scraping across the floor, and behind him was the boy living with Lady Harwood, and smiling he said, "You like her dolls too? I wanted one, but father gave me such a beating when I begged him for one." "No, he didn't, for you were never brave enough to ask," corrected Sean. "Yeah, but I don't want him to needlessly worry about me," said the boy. "My name is Rick, by the way," said Rick, introducing himself, "and I am Princess Ingrid, and this is my knight in shining armor, Loki," said Ingrid, pointing at Loki. Time, bro?
Less than 5 seconds.
Alright, bye-bye, guys. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the elder sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is Chapter 3, Part 1. "His armor doesn't look too shiny to me," commented Rick. "That is because I do not want to get mugged," said Loki. "Good point. Even I wear my own clothing when heading out, and it's a good way to get arms too. The mother doesn't want me begging on the street, so I have to be careful that she doesn't see me," said Rick. He then added, "Which reminds me, I think I saw your sister about a month ago. Grandma said she was a snake lady, right?" "I suppose she said something along those lines," commented Loki dourly. "Are you sure it was her?" asked Ingrid, looking sternly at Rick. "Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you don't forget someone as out of place as a snake lady," said Rick. "I do remember seeing a snake person before, but it was a decade ago," commented Sean, not turning around for her work. "Well, what I have to say is more important since it's newer, so I go first." "You can go second," said Rick. "I was in the docks, begging as usual, and this time I was trying to add a little blindness in the mix, and there were plenty of newcomers circulating in the city. And you see, the circus was in town, and with the circus, all sorts of weirdos traveling along with their caravan, and I wanted to make plenty of coin to buy something special at the fair, and like anyone, a fancy shiny coin drops in my cup, and I touched it to pretend to inspect it, and when I felt it was rather slimy and droll to the touch. And looking up, I saw a snake lady with an elaborate costume filled with coins of all sorts, and bells, and feathers, and jewelry, and a crown and a necklace, and her eyes were really large, larger than what normal people have, and her nose was small, almost like that of a baby. And she had an itty-bitty mouth, and I remember her mouth the most because I thought she was oddly cute till she stuck out her tongue out at me. She was like this, and then she brought out her snake tongue. She's shocked, and then she picked out her coin with her tongue, and she placed it back inside her purse, and laughing she said, "I was under the impression you were blind, you little cheater," because he was pretending to be blind to beg for her, and then she did her snake thing to see if he was like, she found out he was pretending to be blind to get money. And that was the last time I saw her. So if you want to find the snake lady, your best bet is with the traveling circus. Makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. All sorts of freaks travel with the circus, so it made sense that she would have ended up there, said Ingrid thoughtfully. Well, we did not know she was a snake lady till recently. And why would you assume she was a freak to begin with, said Loki, folding his arm. Just a hunch, said Ingrid. Whatever, you and your hunches, said Loki, not taking her seriously. Ingrid left the store and she made her way back to the inn, and she was so deep in thought that she failed to notice that Loki was not following behind her, and used to having her servants trailing after her, she did not even bother to check for his presence. I want to hear your story, Lady Charm, said Loki, who had stayed behind. As with everyone who visits me, the snake lady, which at time was a snake, which at time was a snake little girl of only 11, she wanted a doll for me, said Sean as she painted the hands of the doll. She wanted the doll to resemble herself as if she were a human, and though she paid for the doll, she never took it home when it was done, and it is still dusty in my stands even as I speak. And Loki looked to the stand, and he asked, which of the dolls is it? It is the one at the end. No, not that one, the other one, the one in the blue dress, said Sean, not bothering to turn around for her work. So like the snake lady, little girl, she wanted a doll that would resemble her, but she had like a human body, but then she never took it. Taking the doll and bringing it to Sean, Loki asked, is this the one? Yes, that's the one, said Sean, lovingly stroking the hair of the doll. Your little snake girl is called Alida, which means small or winged. The hair and eye color, nose and mouth of the doll are the same as the original Alida, said Sean. I already know of her. I was just curious about the doll, so he added. Can I buy it from you? My little brother still enjoys playing with toys, and he would love very much a doll as pretty as that one. I would prefer not to. The doll belongs to Alida, and it will remain hers till her death since she paid for it, and I cannot in good faith give it to another person after she commissioned it, said Sean. Well, here's his address, and please write to him whenever you get a chance, said Loki. As you wish, said Sean, taking the Loki's note, and Loki left the shop with a gallant step, and turning behind him were two hooded men, and noticing them, Loki went towards a dark alley, and he asked, what do you want? We would ask you the same thing, snapped one of the men. Coming closer, Loki saw that one of them was a troll. Male trolls tended to travel more than their female counterparts, and sighing, Loki said, look, I am doing as much as I care to do, and the little Ingrid is your problem after all, and a problem that your queen refuses to tackle directly. We had tackled the problem as much as our wits and our patience allows, but our queen always says, if I wanted a puppet, I would build one, and we are forbidden from coercing or preventing Ingrid's process, but we are not obliged to help her in the very least. But you, said the trollman, pointing with his finger, sheesh, relax, I know plenty about wild goose chases, though I thought it would help you if you told me which circus clan Alida belongs to, so that I know to avoid it, suggested Loki. Time, bro?
9 minutes.
Like he was asked to help Ingrid, but his real mission is to lead her on a wild goose chase so she never interacts with her sister, as per instructed by the troll queen, whose conflict avoided. She travels with the Heron family at the moment, and they are in Meta, and you can get there ahead of her if you leave today, said the trollman. I see, said Loki, folding his arm, and following the troll's instruction, Loki left with Ingrid to Meta, and they took the ferry down the river and arrived days before Alida. In those days, Ingrid spent it like a frightened bird, going from window to the market to the mirror of the parlor, and then to the flower garden again. And during one of her little mindless round trips, Loki said, will you relax already? You're putting me on edge. I'm sorry, I just don't know. I do not know what I'm gonna say if I see her, said Ingrid, worried. Just tell her, sis, I am bored, and this is why I finally felt like tracking you down, said Loki. But what if she doesn't wish to see me? Asked Ingrid. Why would she? She neither knows nor cares about you, and after the first impression, and then she might decide to keep you outside her life. Till then, do not make any assertions, said Loki. Good point, said Ingrid. She stood by the window for some time, and then she nodded and said, I cannot come and see her empty-handed. I should give her a present like a welcome gift. What do snakes eat? Rodents, birds, said Loki, laughing. We should get her a nice canary. No, maybe she's embarrassed about her eating habits. No, maybe a pretty dress. But she has no arms or legs, and she's a snake after all. Jewelry. Do snakes have ears? Asked Ingrid, starting to pace about again. Loki rolled his eyes and took the form of a large python, and he tripped Ingrid, who was not paying attention, and when she was staring at him, he said to her, "Find my ears, why don't you?" She asked, "Do snakes have ears?" And then he turned into a snake and asked, "Find my ears?" Getting up, Ingrid sat down in the bed and then started shifting her sitting position, and Loki came to slither beside her, and he said, "I have an idea. Why don't you get her something, and I will get her something." And said, "We're two different people, and then we say that both gifts are from us, and this doubles our chances of getting her on her good side, and even if she hates what you get her, she would at least soften with my present." "And why do you think she's gonna like your present and not mine?" And said, "Call it a hunch." And with this idea in mind, both Loki and Ingrid left the inn and started looking through all of the shops in Meta. And Ingrid spent the entire day on the project and eventually settled on a crown to illustrate her desire that her sister will return with her and become a second troll princess. And Loki, on the other hand, brought a hula hoop with a colorful pattern of a coral snake. As he went along the market, he kept picking up random objects that he liked, and he did this while playing around with the hula hoop. And during one of those games, he purposely struck the head of some dandy, and the dandy yelled and said, Are you a devil? Watch what you're going for." "Aye, sir, you watch where you're going," yelled Loki in return. And the dandy was about to say more, but he noticed Loki's height and armor, and smiling Loki randomly struck people with his hula hoop as he went through the market. And eventually one of the shopkeepers asked, "Why are you doing that?" "I am trying to pick a fight, since I feel like getting some exercise," said Loki sadly. "If you are itching for a beating, there's a place for that in yonder port," explained the shopkeeper. "Some of the mermen from Marina's troops have a pugilist club." Time, bro?
5 minutes, 30 seconds. Pugilist club. What is that? Oh.
A fight club. The fight club. But
You should also say it in the fanciest way possible.
Yeah.
A pugilist club.
Most people avoid the plane since they fight in an underhanded. "Ah, that's my sister, right?" said Loki, smiling. He decided to check out the club and see what it was all about, and the place in the dark was not too hard to find. It was the only structure that was made of brick and cement, composed of lime and porcelain, and the club logo had two swords clashing. Shaking his head, Loki said, "I did not think her men know what I don't think her mermaid know what pugilist means. Because pugilist is just fist fighting, but the club logo has swords clashing." So they don't know the meaning that it's supposed to be hand to hand they're fighting, but they put a sword as a logo. They don't know what pugilist means. The interior had a reception area where one rented swords and armor, and the class was decorated with paintings of the instructors, and at the center was the one healer. And the healer was the strangest thing of all. It had a stylized body, like a sleek stick figure or wooden sketching doll, and it did not have hands, rather it had a solid pointed shape, with the tip softened into a dull poker, and the legs were made from the same fashion, and whenever it walked, people wondered how it did not wobble or fall since it didn't have anything that resembled known feet. And the wings were interesting and out like strings of pearls, and when he came to the reception, he found it empty, and it had a sign that read, "Gone fishing, be back soon." And since it was almost showtime, Loki decided to return with Ingrid, and she too had some last-minute items, and chuckling he asked, "Do you think you bought enough junk?" "I don't know," said Ingrid. "I would have liked to get her a dress or a book or something practical." "I don't know, never mind, do what you want," said Loki, sighing. And the pair made their way towards the fair and was situated in the outskirts of Mita, and the main tent would have been placed on top of the road and where a monolith and some rooms were located, and before the show, Loki had gone to backstage to see Alida with Ingrid, and Ingrid had apparently paid off the predio to let her see Alida. And the majestic figure wearing an elegant cape was sitting before a mirror, and Ingrid started saying, "Time, bro?"
2 minutes.
That's not what she said.
Yeah.
Ingrid started saying, "Hi, I'm your sister, and I brought this for you, and I was thinking maybe we could speak and get to know each other after the show." and the figure turned around, and it was a strange, still figure from the pugilist club. And Ingrid was shocked, staring at the faceless creature, and walking quickly, he used his handstick to poke Ingrid in the chest. And each time, Ingrid stepped back once again, and once she was out of the room, the figure slammed the door in her face, and the figure ignored Loki since he had the same prices as Melina. And Ingrid lingered outside the door and then went towards the arena to sit down to watch the show, hopefully to see her sister perform. Like she went to the wrong mood. She went to the wrong mood, to the wrong room. And then like the show person poked her out of there. The corner closet creaked a bit as it slowly opened. The corner closet creaked slowly as it opened a little to be shut again, and Loki came to stand before the closet along with a strange figure. And the figure tapped the door once, and then twice, and then once more, and the person inside the closet still refused to get out. And Loki said, Ingrid is gone, you can come out. And the person inside said nothing in response, and Loki came to stand before the closet in a place where if the door opened, he would not be seen, and he started hovering in place ever so lightly. And his hair came undone, and he moved as if he had a life of his own, and the tip of the mass of the hair took the form of Loki's feet, which started to walk out of the room, and his hair then retracted, returning after performing this action, and the strange winged creature from the club shook his head, and they sat back down facing the mirror, and slowly the closet door creaked, and the creature stood aside and allowed for Alita to get out. And she called in an odd angle, and though she gingerly stumbled out. Alright, this is Bro, what time it is?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Ingrid left the dressing room, quite disturbed and somewhat annoyed. She was certain that someone had played a trick on her, but she wasn't certain who. And whenever something seemed out of place, she blamed her nanny fairies, or even the troll men that were always very uncooperative with whatever she wanted to do. And fairies did indeed often get inside Ingrid's home, and they did tend to move items and with the full intent of angering the staff, and often they would move keys or hide the label in the pantry or would place in where books were at, and vice versa. And it was the price one had to pay for living close to the Morency, and other times it was the childish eternally useful oven maids who were up to no good. And in this case, Ingrid was prone to blame the fairies, and the circus had banners advertising their fairies. So it was natural to expect that the fairies had given her the wrong room. And the circus, bro, time?
15 seconds.
And the truth was going to linger there for another day, so at least Ingrid had enough time to try again tomorrow to track down her sister. And she went towards the last tent to watch the main show. Alright, we'll leave it here. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 1, part 1, The True Princess. It was 2 hours past midnight. In her ivory tower, when the troll princess noticed a strange commotion in the courtyard below. Plagued by ominous nightmares, she had given up on sleeping and was amusing herself by combing her lustrous obsidian hair. Her most distinguished aspect were her gray eyes. They had a distinct yellow ring close to the iris, and the princess looked away from her window and she focused on the door. She heard hurried footsteps coming and going outside, and her small, delicate cinnamon toes touched the cold marble floor, and the princess gathered around her shoulder her satin shroud. And opening the door, she picked up that, and she saw the mage scurrying about. The princess made her way through the columns carved from stalagmite, and eventually she reached the circular throne room. It had 30 large columns in a circle, with 10 thinner columns supporting the cupola of the elaborate throne. Both the cupola and the roof of the throne room had an oculus, and from it shone the only natural light that entered the cave. There were other holes in the roof designed to focus on specific stars, moons, and constellations. Staring up towards the moon, the princess saw a crone wearing the guise of some sort of drowned victim, riding a dirty pale horse or pony. As the crone drew closer, the princess saw that it was indeed a pony, albeit the older pony of a Percheron. The shimmering lights about the horse were reminiscent of the will-o-wisp that would sometimes appear over the murky waters of nearby swamps. The princess gave the crone a curtsy, and then she proceeded to sit in her chair beside her mother. The troll queen narrowed her eyes as she eyed her daughter from head to toe. The troll queen in appearance was the complete opposite of the princess, and she was as radiant as the moon, with hair like strands of gold. While her face was beautiful, it was her large, unflinching black eyes, with long eyelashes, which caused the princess to turn her gaze. A faint smile was painted on the queen's lips, and she then turned her head to face the visitor in all her luxurious splendor, from her crown to dress decorated with gold and silvery thread. The queen said with a long, candid tone, "It has been ages here, sir. To what do I owe the esteemed pleasure of seeing your radiant face? I am about to embark on a journey of sorts, and I would like if you gave me a boon for coming over," said Hirsch. "What sort of boon do you desire?" asked the troll queen. "Not for me, my queen. You have already done so much for someone as lowly as I," said Hirsch. "Nonsense, you caught me in a giving mood, so ask away," said the queen. Hirsch was about to speak when one of the troll guards asked, Can I have a brown Betty?" "No," said the queen, annoyed. The other translator came and started asking the queen for silly things, and when they felt their queen gathering their magic, they stopped pestering her. Because she said that she was in a giving mood, so then they told her, give me queen, give me queen. So they were just trolling, the trolls started trolling the troll queen. Once they stopped, Hirsch was finally able to make her request, though by now the queen was no longer in a condescending mood. Guessing this, the crone said hesitantly, "You know, I have this friend, Loki, my only friend, aside from yours truly. Well, you see." The queen removed one of her hairs, which turned into a dot. She then said, "Here, you can bind him with this." "No, I do not want to bind him. You see, he wants to use magic, and I thought you could give him a magic potion or something," said Hirsch. "This Loki of yours, I heard of him, and the wonders he can perform. Why does he want magic? He's already strong enough without it," said the queen. She closed her eyes, and then she looked up towards the Titan moon. She then said, "I fear I will not be able to help your friend. The magic he seeks is nothing but a fancy. For me to give him that power, I require a strong desire for magic on the part of the recipient, and a strong desire on my part to help. And sadly, as far as I can sense it, both key elements are missing in this alchemic broth you wish me to make." The princess found the entire conversation rather dull, and soon she was asleep in her throne chair. And when she came to the following morning, she was back in her bedroom, tucked into the bed. And she got up and she dressed herself for her morning classes, and the troll queen would always pinch her feet if her daughter failed to attend her lessons. And this time when she came down, she was surprised to see a blue fellow. She had seen people of all shades and sizes, but never a blue gentleman. The young man, clad in nice armor, bowed and said, "You must be Ingrid. I am Loki, the gimmick mage. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "That is Princess Ingrid to you, Sir Knight," said Ingrid, annoyed. "Now, my princess, outside this cave, you are just Ingrid, little lady," said Loki coolly. He returned to give a brief look to all of the books in the library. "I suppose. Are you the man Mother hired to take me to find my sister?" asked Ingrid. "I suppose so," said Loki. "Mind you, she did not hire me. I offered to help, since she was a lady in distress, and frankly, I had nothing better to do with my time in this world." "Oh, what a gentleman," said Ingrid, giving a quaint smile. Yeah, let's go. Pick up your stuff and let's get going," said Loki. Together with her maids, Ingrid spent a couple of hours picking the things she wanted to take with her. More than twice, Loki made her start all over again by poking fun at her unfunctional choices. In the end, she had to take with her some second-hand attires, like her mother's riding outfit and the scullery maid's dagger. And the first thing Ingrid noted when she left her cave was the brightness of the morning sun. It was not that she was forbidden to go outside her abode. Rather, she had never bothered to do so till recently. Time, bro?
Amen.
To keep her from developing a vitamin D deficiency, her mother would compel her to walk about the meadows at least 5 times a week, for 3 hours at a time. And Loki brought over Ingrid's mount, a chestnut-colored draft horse with a white mane and tail. Offering his hand, he said, "Need a hand?" "It's fine, I can get on the horse by myself," said Ingrid. Even though she was dressed like a little lord, she was having a hard time getting on the large steed. Like a draft horse is like huge. Like think of the biggest horse there ever was, and that's the horse that she's trying to get on. After failing miserably a couple of times, she was forced to ask Loki for help. After getting on, she saw Loki bring out his mouth from behind the bushes. His mouth was a small equus fetus caballos, spotted like a Dalmatian, with short white mane and a braided tail. Hey, why do you get the small horse? Asked Ingrid, pouting. Because I am the more experienced rider, said Loki fatly. Now let's ride. Where? Asked Ingrid. Like I did first day, big guy on a tiny horse. Cause like the Saturnastra book is, the Loki one I published years before all the Ring was even a concept from Software's mind. So yeah, I did it first. Oh, I'm gonna. Don't know. I thought you had a general idea as to where to find my sister, said Loki. If I knew where she was, I would not require your aid in searching for her, said Ingrid. Just tell me everything you know, so maybe I get some idea as to where to look, said Loki. Before I tell you of my sister, I need to also inform you about myself, said Ingrid. Interrupting her, Loki said, please spare me your life story. Just focus on the pertinent details regarding the other sister so we can get this pony on the road. No, you must know the entire story if we are to devise a plan of attack, said Ingrid. A plan of what now? Asked Loki. His horse started to trot down the road, and the other mounts started to follow along. Ingrid kicked the sides of her horse and pulled back on his rein in a vain attempt to get it to stop. The horse, ignoring her, continued trailing after Loki. It eventually came to match the movement speed of the smaller horse, thus aiding in the conversation. Seeing the maiden in a chatty one made Loki sigh, he said, fine, tell me your 13,000 words already. Ingrid pouted, and then she started as thus. As you may have guessed by now, I am human, even though I am called the Troll Princess. You are human? I never would have guessed, said Loki, feigning surprise. Geez, enough already. Let me finish and stop interrupting me, said Ingrid. Not my queen, not my princess, said Loki, and I will interrupt you if I feel inclined to do so. If that is a problem, you are welcome not to engage me in conversation. Ingrid was silent for 5 minutes, and when the silence became intolerable, she decided to continue her story. She was already somewhat used to such infantile behavior, for such was the way of the trolls when the queen was done washing. A long time ago, started Ingrid. I had no idea you were so old, commented Loki. He's just teasing her. Because of his life, he's just finished like a war and he's bored of his freaking mind. So, he's just teasing her to amuse himself. Time, bro?
Yeah. 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
21 years ago, there was an old lady who wanted a child. She had been married for 10 years and had not borne a child to her lord, and fearing that she would be forsaken, she begged the silver moon for a son to prove she was not infertile, said Ingrid. She glared at Loki for a few seconds, and then she continued her story, looking at the clouds. The boon did not come to her, rather my mother, the Troll Queen. Startled, the noble lady asked, who are you? The queen said, they call me Troll, moon of the cave of Rungir, well-sucker of the giants, slayer of the storm sun, the Sierra's loyal friend, guardian of the cemetery, swaller of the eternal wheel. What is a troll other than that? Oh, I see, said Loki, nibbling on the articular cartilage of his index finger. See what? Asked Ingrid. Nothing. Continue with your story, said Loki, who seemed to be finally paying attention. Where was I? The noble lady explained her situation to the Troll Queen, who offered to help her, and the troll gave the lady 2 roses, one was red and the other blue, and when all 5 moons were shining under the sky, the lady was supposed to eat one of the 2 roses. If she ate the blue rose, she would give birth to a boy. If she ate the red rose, she would have a daughter. Time, bro?
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
But do not eat both, fair lady, for the consequences will be dire, warned the Troll Queen. What consequences? Asked the lady. It varies from patient to patient, said the Troll Queen. On the promised day, the lady had decided on a son, and she ate the blue rose and found it sweet, even though even the thorns were edible. Loki interrupted her by commenting, you know, the thorns are not part of the flower. for part is the flower. The rest is part of the plant. Also, even if she had eaten only the blue flowers, the lady was doomed, said Ingrid sadly. It's not the Troll Queen's fault that her patients are incapable of following simple instructions, Lady Ingrid. She should have been happy with things the way they were. I mean, there is such a thing as good enough. So like they to eat the flower, but she ate the whole plant. She didn't follow instructions. I guess, said Ingrid, continuing to sulk. This gloomy moon continued to dust, and the pair found a room in a roadside inn close to the city of Sassari. Time back?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Since Ingrid was suffering insomnia, and she decided to continue her story, she boarded the subject by asking, so where did I leave off? You left off in the part where your human mother died, said Loki. If you already know my story, why did you encourage me to tell it, asked Ingrid. Might I remind you that I was not interested in listening to your life story, Loki added. Rather, I wanted you to give me the abridged version focusing on any important details. Ingrid took a deep breath and she sipped her tea. Then the fire of the inn was blazing before them, cracking every so often. She then said, so the Troll Queen already told you everything? Not really. I just assumed that this was where the story was headed, seeing as though you want to find your sister instead of striking down your entire human family, said Loki. How perceptive, said Ingrid thoughtfully. In the end, she said, yes, like you said, my human mother is dead, and I know not of my father if he lives or not. And according to the Troll Queen, he abandoned me in the forest after mother died in childbirth. And father had assumed he was in Freda after failing to conceive with my mother for decades. And with his other dozen or so lovers, it was natural for him to imagine that I was not his flesh and blood. You are not. There are such things as virgin births, or, said Loki, trying to put thoughts into words Ingrid could understand, having a child without needing a man. However, do you mean, asked Ingrid? Do I need to explain to you about the birds and the bees, said Loki, putting his hand to his forehead and shaking his head in disappointment.
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. It's on?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 4, part 1. Ingrid had never seen a circus performance, so she did not know what to expect. Since in Mita, horseback riding was a fad, the ringmaster opened with a routine of street horses. The tricks were the usual flip-flop combined with balancing acts and juggling. And the final horse who entered the scene was a Belgian draft horse who was jumping all over the place. And from time to time he got a little bit too close to the audience, and even went into the stands, startling some of the onlookers, but not injuring or touching them in any way. When people started to run away, the ringmaster would yell, "People, relax, relax. Beamy is trained. He's only playful us all, and wants to make friends, and he was raised by dogs, so do not be alarmed by his bizarre playful behavior." Beamy then trotted out of the ring, showing everyone that it was all an act, and the following event showcased somebody walking on the roof, and Ingrid had seen something like this before, and once one of the troll maids had bought rubber suction boots, and the problem was that the roof of the cave was far too uneven and moist to make proper use of them, and this resulted in the poor maid suffering a nasty fall from the roof when the surface she was standing on broke. And the following act was a pantomime featuring the stick figure who had accosted Ingrid. And other performers were gingerly dancing about and pretending to be fishes, and in the meantime the stick figure rocked back and forth in a sleepy sort of fashion. And eventually the humans representing the fishermen caught the fishes and the sponge was sent back into the ocean since it was not edible. However, without its roots, it started to drift through the currents and out of the ring, and the other marine creatures followed along. After the out-performance, the ringmaster entered. Now let us take a break from today's entertainment and actually sit down and learn something, my good friends. Some of the people in the audience started booing when they heard this. Son, the ringmaster said, "Let's just get this over with. Behold, a strange creature with the face of a duck and the body of a beaver." One of the clowns then brought out a platypus. Some of the people in the back yelled, "That's it, that looks fake as shit." That the platypus looks fake. "The next strange marvel of nature is the ugliest monkey in existence," presented the ringmaster. And out came Nage, who was only 3 feet tall, bipedal, and with slightly muscular frame, and the rest of the features like those of an aye-aye. with its large black ears and vampire bat-like face, and small mouth and large green eyes and a crazy unkempt hair. Time, bro?
12 minutes.
When people started laughing at it, the Nage, and whatever dignity was left of him, raised his grotesque, elongated middle finger and walked out of the ring. The next creature in the catalog is not so hilarious looking, but rather an animal that I hold near and dear to my heart. Tick-tick. Come here, Lucius, said the ringmaster, patting his knees with his hand. And after doing so, a fox with legs as long as those of a deer came out, and after petting Lucius for a bit, the ringmaster dismissed his pets and brought out other creatures like the thoughtful deer, the naked mole-rat, a gerenuk, a zebra duck-ear, an okapi, a cerberus, a unicorn, a griffin, a dragon, a mage, and a draconic crossbreed.
A mage, as if it was a creature?
Well, in the world over there, they call them pet. They dehumanize magic users, so that they call them pet mages whenever they need a magic user. So yeah, magic users over there have been greatly dehumanized. At the end of the presentation, the ringmaster said, "It is important to learn and to love all of these different types of creatures who need our care and understanding, lest we never see and enjoy them, and give a round of applause to this beautiful children of the gods." With his cue, the animals were brought out together and once more paraded around in a circle for one final look before being sent away. And when the animals left, the following are focused on object manipulations like juggling, plate spinning, knife throwing, and so forth. And the most interesting of that was one known as the Lester Act. The act was pioneered by a circus street performer named Simon Lester, and Lester used to perform this balancing act lying on his back with his feet in the air and using his feet to quickly turn round and round chairs and other large furniture. And he used to perform the same gimmick with small children. And this trick caught on and was soon copied by other performers from all around the entire kingdom, and most of the time unsuccessfully. Still, even when it failed, the Lester did manage to summon plenty of hilarity and coins from the crowd. And when the balancing act was concluded, the ringmaster was changed, and the room was made for a bizarre dance of the stick figure with a crown. And the way it had been floated, it mimicked the coming and going of the ocean waves, and people found it fascinating just by the sheer oddity of the creature standing before them. And it was something completely alien, even more so than the couple of greys that were within the audience. Like, they were legit. It was more alien than the legit aliens that were watching the show as well. One of the greys said to Ingrid, "The thing is actually from the ocean." I never would have guessed, said Ingrid, not too convinced. And she has seen demons before conjured by her mother, but none had ever looked as strange as a pair of figures wiggling and swaying, coming and going, and turning and turning. And while the figure performed, the circus hands were busy dragging and setting up a large structure, and the creature from the ocean was essentially filler while the next act was being prepared. And the structure had 61 pipes, and 2 other circular structures were placed, and each of the holes corresponded to a traditional placement of the piano keys. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
And a water pipe was then brought in, and attached to the pipes connecting the last structures together, and from the outside water started to be pumped into the harbor, and soon water started coming in through the keyholes and resembling the workings of a fountain. And in the center, and in the circle, a chair was placed, and the ringmaster then said, "Now to play our amazing water piano, we had the amazing Loki, and for tonight at least he will be stepping in for our dear Master Jen, who is still recuperating from his injured hand." With his hair like burning flames and dressed in a frock, Loki took his place in the center of the so-called water piano. Its official name was a hydrolophone, and it was one of the odd gimmick things that had been discovered in the Cameron in the castle of Erageddon. And this one was but a replica created by the dwarven smith who had worked in the castle. And Loki gingerly started blocking the water with his nimble thin fingers, and each hole he blocked, it produced a sound akin to a pipe organ, and the sound of the running water emitted from the fountains added to the pleasant effect. And unlike water organs, the running water allowed for a continuous perfect pitch from the note being produced. And when Ingrid saw Loki on stage, she said to herself, "Why am I not surprised? The show off." And the gray made a strange noise which might have been interpreted as a chuckle, and Ingrid was too caught up with his turn of events to bother to pay attention As the fountain instrument had been showcased, it was locked aside to make room for the rest of the orchestra. And continuing with the theme of bizarre instruments, others joined in to play the mincy flute, an octave played by a giant fellow the same way as a violin, a cymbal, 4 strings, and 2 Hardinger fiddles. And part of the bread and butter of this ensemble was to promote new musical instruments that were sold by the circus troops, and they were not as much as new as rather unknown or unpopular, and the costs were usually married to classical instruments like the pianos, violin, guitars, and flutes. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
The guilds had a monopoly on those markets, so the only way to sell musical instruments was to sell something new and exciting, something that the craftsmen from the guilds would not know how to make. And to make this possible, the ringmaster always aimed to put on a good show. And once the band was set out, the acrobatics began, and the Turpid circus always ended its show with 3 acrobatic acts with music in the background. And the leader was to play the first act and thus setting the tone for the rest of the performance. And it started with her rehearsed leading to the ground in an exotic black costume, and it was designed to give her a more lizard-like appearance with an ornamental silver dorsal chest, the crest on top of her chest, which was adorned by ostrich feathers and black and peacock feathers, and on top of her head she sported a 3-pointed crown. And her actual hair was silver like the sky, and it was like the sky belt, and it was curled and uncared for the effect, and her large eyes still had some semblance of humanity inside of them, with a white sierra and the eyelids to boot, and her eyes were orange with vertical slit iris, and from her nose to her forehead and down to her back she had black scales, and her cheeks and her aquamarine painted mouth, and front portion of her torso was human-like, with a thin, well-toned frame like the body of a gymnast or a ballerina, and her human skin was white with 2 black round dots on both her clavicula, and her waist was also black. She gingerly made her way towards the center of the ring while first passing by the musicians, and from time to time she would stick out her snake-like tongue. And out of the center she started slowly turning her frame back and forth as if she was trying to hypnotize someone. Time, bro?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
And a thin smile painted on her lips, and then Loki slammed a chord with his bizarre instrument, and all was silent. And opening her mouth as wide as her snake friend would allow, she said, "Hello." And the single friends alone warranted plenty of applause from the audience, and she had not done anything particularly special. Just her bizarre appearance was entertainment enough. And following her hoop acts began, and she started turning her body and spinning a hula hoop, and she maneuvered them with her head, her neck, head, crown, and the final part of her snake body, and eventually she started unfurling and stretching upwards while maintaining the motion. And the periods entered the stage, and they started to melodically march in circles around Alita, and then they maneuvered a hoop to her neck, and then to her head while she sang in the direction of the period, and each one caught a hoop in a different fashion with either their hands, arm, neck, or leg, and then resumed spinning. When all her hoops were sent away, the hula hoop collar like a coral snake descended from the roof, and with a rope and a leader coiled around it, and the music got a little bit mellow as she performed twisting and turns on the hoop and holding onto it with her mouth and then later in her chin, and it almost seemed a miracle that she had not splattered to the ground as of yet. And as her eyes started reaching its end, she started twisting her frame in an effort to remove much of her costume, starting with a large heavy crown and ending with her one-piece feather costume. And her ornamental undergarments were decorated with golden jewelry and blue pearl skirts. Time, bro?
2 minutes.
Her hula hoop was by now 15 meters high, and she then leaned forward out of the hula hoop, forming a J pattern, and she then thrusted her body from the suspended hula hoop, free-falling, and she sucked in her abdomen, taking a deep breath and flattening her ribs, all the while continuing her serpentine motion of lateral undulation while keeping the parallel to the ground. And using this method, she gingerly glided towards the ground without splattering when she landed. Like, I saw that motion, that's how certain snakes they jump off like trees and whatnot, so that's a legit way that snakes glide. Like, remember, like, the documentary? Whatever. When she landed, she smiled and said, "Ta-da!" And after the applause, she left the stage, and Ingrid wondered why Alita had only said 2 words in the entire performance, and after many performances, the master had concluded that if Alita spoke too much, the novelty of her ability to speak would lose its effect. Not that she was the only scaly creature in the kingdom with the ability to speak. She was different from the dragon, so she was at least a novelty, and with her departure, Ingrid also interested in the rest of the performance, and she got up and left the tent, and she circled around the main tent, looking in all directions where she had seen the performers depart, and in a smaller adjacent tent, the final performer was preparing for her act. And Ingrid went under the tent, and she saw the maid putting on her attire, and when she noticed Ingrid, she said to her, "Get my corsage." Remember?
1 minute 30 seconds.
In order not to betray herself as an outsider, she got the performer what she thought was a corsage, and when she brought the acrobat the cage for the skirt, the acrobat snapped and said, "What are you, a fool? A corsage, corsage, the thing that you put around your waist to look skinnier." "Oh, sorry, my apologies," said Ingrid flustered, and she found the corsage, and she tied it onto the acrobat, but she fumbled with the laces and ended up tangling them, and losing her patience, the acrobat got a knife used it to cut the laces of the corsage, and she then gingerly pointed the knife at Ingrid, and she said, "Be a dear and find me someone who isn't a fool." Embarrassed, Ingrid left the room, and as she left, the handmaid that entered to help the acrobat get dressed for her performance, and the small tent had about 8 makeshift rooms, and they were only separated by curtains hanging by ropes, and Ingrid went room by room looking for Alida, and in the following room she saw something she shouldn't have. And flustered, she continued her search, and instead she lifted a curtain, she saw things that did not make much sense to her, and the air had a pungent scent, and Ingrid was feeling sick, even though she had not eaten anything that day. Time, bro?
That's in a minute.
Alright, we'll end it here. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the Elf's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 4, part 2. In the final room, she finally saw Alida, and she was gingerly washing her hair and body while calling inside a large silver basin, and using a sponge, she gingerly removed all of the colorings and markings she had worn for her performance, and the spots on her shoulder and the black sash in her waist were proving most petulant, and her human form had a more uniform white coloring, and Ingrid looked at Alida in an effort to see some familiar resemblance, and they had the same mouth, the same cheeks, and the same mole in the left shoulder, and nothing else. And they would have had identical body types. However, Alida was in a stronger shape in comparison to her anemic, do-nothing fraternal twin sister, and Ingrid gave a step back and closed the curtain behind her while she pondered on what to say to Alida. And her sister said, "If you are done staring, why don't you make yourself useful and help me untangle my hair?" Taking the hairbrush, Ingrid started to gingerly brush Alida's hair in the fashion her handmaid used to, and it was a slow process, but Alida's wet hair was being straightened, and while performing this menial task, Ingrid was able to notice a pair of small wings in Alida's back, and they were glossy and transparent like the wings of a flying fish, and the outlines were black with red dabs. And when Ingrid concluded this task, she placed a nearby towel over Alida, and since Alida did not have any shoulders, it fell listlessly inside the basin, and getting out of the water trembling, Alida said, "Don't bother, I still have some skin to shed." And moving her body about, she made her way towards the heavy wooden sofa, and using it as a support, she then shed the rest of her skin, and when she was done, Alida bothered to look at her interlocutor, and still trembling from the cold, Alida opened her mouth wide, and she yelled, "Help! There's a creep in my room!" And the girls came from the other rooms and ganged up on Ingrid, and they started pulling at her hair and scratching her face and arms, and soon the dwarves and the humans started biting at Ingrid's legs, and the Ganos creatures and other folks joined in and eventually subdued Ingrid, leaving her battered and bruised, and none of the wounds and blows were done in earnest. Rather the circus folks were just having fun at her expense. Entitled with jump ropes, Ingrid was brought before the ringmaster to pass judgment upon her, and by now the ringmaster was done, and the hands were folding the tents and preparing to leave Misa, and the ringmaster at the time was inside his green burden wagon, and he was sitting by a candle, cradling a fruit bag with a pacifier, and the tip of the pacifier was carved from a pineapple, and the man was using it to feed his little critter, and when his underlings knocked on the door, the bat opened his eyes and started looking about, and wiggling his large ears, and another ringmaster said, "What is it now? Can you see I'm trying to get Batsy to sleep?" "Bats are nocturnal," Pike said his underling. The ringmaster Pike Mule was an albino fellow, and when he was 4, he was kidnapped from his home and sold to the circus, and he practically lived as a slave and was the amusement of traveling folks, and after 10 years he was eventually tracked down by his mother, and it was a bloody affair, and since he had lived and see her asleep with a general distrust of anything remotely looking humanoid, and shrugging his shoulders, Muse said, I have met with success many times before, and what's more, I cannot allow myself to change my sleeping habits for the benefit of my little bat friend. So he tries to put a bat to sleep with nocturnal. You gotta sleep whether you want to or not, little bat. Someone else could take care of Batsy in the morning, said another fellow. Never, said Muse, putting Batsy close to his face. And then he said, if you had no other business, then show yourself out. Oh yes, a crew was found bothering Alida, said his underling. That's the second time today. What have you to say for yourself, young man, said Muse in a condescending tone. I am not a young man, I'm a girl, yelled Ingrid, insulted. Her current dress had her torso well defined, and only a blind person could have confused her for a man. Sure you are. That still doesn't give you the right to pair on a lady actor, said Muse, petting the bat's chin. Say what you want, but as far as I know, only men can be considered creeps. And since I'm a girl, it is not my fault for being in my sister's room, explained Ingrid, refusing to accept blame. Get out, you crazy Nadia mule. Yelled Muse, and together with the circus performer, Ingrid was unceremoniously kicked out of the circus. If I see you again here, I'll put you 6 feet under, said Muse before departing. And Ingrid limped towards the inn. After half an hour, she managed to drag what remained of herself to bed, and she wondered where was Loki, and why hadn't he protected her. And with lucid consciousness, she pondered on Loki, and the morning came, and with her said the Troll Queen. And outside her castle she had the appearance of an ebony shepherdess, and her hair was short and curly, which only drew more attention to her cold, expressionless black eyes. And Ingrid's wound had been tended to by her mother's magic, and despite not having any more wounds, Ingrid's head felt heavy, and she could barely muster the will to sit up. Her mother said, "Ready to come home? You already saw your sister, and based on your wounds, it is safe to assume that your sister wants nothing to do with you. I never managed to reveal my identity to her. She is rather skittish. It is not my fault for not being more direct," started saying Ingrid when her mother gave a small sign and got up and left the room. And Ingrid always hated how her mother never bothered to listen to a word she had to say. And outside the room, the Troll Queen passed by Loki, who was waiting for it, and he asked, "Do you need me for anything else?" "I suppose not. You manage with the best of your abilities, but some things are just fated to not go the way you desire," said the Troll Queen sadly. "Fate. That's only the problem for people who lack the strength to enforce their free will onto others," retorted Loki. "If you have a problem with fate, then you disappoint me." The Troll Queen tapped her bare foot on the floor, illustrating her slight annoyance, and the situation had gotten out of her control, and this appeared to bother her quite a bit for somebody who liked to have everything under her control, and in the end she decided to step away from the entire situation. And she returned to Ingrid's room just to say, "You can come home when you feel like it, or not." She slammed the door behind her and left Ingrid quite disturbed, and the Troll Queen was an icy maiden, and at times Ingrid wondered if she was capable of having any real emotion, and this was the first time she had seen her mother display something which resembled anger. And as the Queen returned to her palace, there was a faint smile painted on her lips, and it was not till late noon when Ingrid rose from her lethargy, and she would speak with her sister Alida as soon as she saw her, and since the main show was done, Alida was idle. And other small-scale shows were taking place, but none that required her presence, and Ingrid found her in an abandoned temple of Erua, and Alida was staring at the fishes in the sacred pools, and her hair was pulled up and tied with one black ribbon and a white striped one, and her long hair was curled and made to fall towards her left, and she was wearing a green ballerina outfit with a black and white ribbons around her waist, and her lower half was covered by a leather zebra patterned circus sword. And with her hair up, Ingrid was able to see her ears, and as far as Ingrid knew, snakes had no ears, and were therefore deaf, or so she fancied, and Alida's ears were large and pointed like the ears of a dragon. And Alida could see Ingrid standing behind her, just staring at her, studying her like some bizarre animal. And at the moment, both sisters were identical in their stubbornness, and the awkward silence was broken by the sound of uneven footsteps approaching. Time?
6 minutes.
Both sisters turned to look upon the creature that was Loki, and in his curving force he had the bulk of a bull, with the legs of a black panther, and the tail of a lion, and an oversized face of a man with with super tiny ears, with small horns and a head and very large wings, and the white of his eyes were violet, and the redness was listless black, the same as his fur, and cutting through the fur was a swirling pattern of silver. He came and tugged at Alita's skirt, and then he said, "See, you can't help it, can you? This has gone far enough, don't you think?" Then looking at Ingrid, Loki said, "Speak already, I haven't got all day." "Alida, we are sisters," said Ingrid. Alida gave a quaint smile in response. It was at that moment that Ingrid realized that Alida knew all along who she was, and Alida then said, "Since when have you known?" "For a couple of years, it seems," answered Loki. "She can speak for herself, can't you? And I would appreciate if you stay quiet for a little while," said Ingrid, narrowing her eyes. "Fine, you're definitely doing so well before my interference, though I would advise to get to the point already," said Loki. "Well, I want us to get to know one another and maybe be friends since we are twins as all," said Ingrid. "And what if we're not related? Would you still want to speak to me then?" said Alida, facing Ingrid. Ingrid was at a loss for words, and Alida continued as thus, "Just take the hint, and let's both return to our lives, shall we?" And Alida started slithering away as hundreds of thoughts raced through Ingrid's mind, and she was about to perform something foolish and desperate when she saw Loki's bizarre face shaking sadly. And before leaving the temple, Alida hid behind a column to give a final look at Loki, and there was just something positively bizarre about the creature that he was pretending to be. And when Alida left, Ingrid sat down by the pool and she started riding circles in the water using her index finger, and from time to time she would sign or moan. And Loki sat down beside her, and he started wetting his paws in the water as well, and looking at Ingrid, he said, "Cheer up, Hairball, these things take time." "She was nothing to do with me," languished Ingrid. "Can't say I blame her," answered Loki. "You found your sister, and she was nothing to do with you. Get over it and go home already. There's no reason to wallow in quail just when things don't go your way. How can she not want to be me? She should be happy to have a family member who wants to be with her and care for her and be friends with her," complained Ingrid, looking up. "And since she already has more than enough people to do that for her," said Loki. "Is that so? How I envy her," whispered Ingrid, getting up. And she brushed her dress and her knees, and she made her way back to the inn, and she thought of all the while, and there was a pressing thought in the back of her mind. But time?
4 minutes, I told you.
When Loki in his bizarre form peeped his head through the window, she realized it. "You monster," she yelled as she smacked his head with the meager furniture inside the inn. And after a couple of winks, his wings stretched like hands which restrained Ingrid. And the girl was still pitching a fit, insulting him, and eventually the innkeeper came to see what was the matter, and when he saw the creature, she left the room yelling, and soldiers soon came in, and the two accosted Loki with their spears and arrows to save the damsel in distress. And since the situation had gotten out of hand, Loki flew up into the sky against the sun and disappeared from their sight. And in the meantime, Ingrid was sobbing, and her face was contorted into a mass of terrible fury with what hid behind her clenched fists. And as far as the soldiers were concerned, the girl was crying because of fright she had suffered, and one gallant fellow even offered her a bit of brandy to calm her senses. And Ingrid took the bottle and drank a quarter of it, and with her fury somewhat abated, she left the inn to wander aimlessly around Misa. And none of the soldiers bothered to see her off, and during her state of delirium, people were like shadows to her, and from time to time a kindly person or a queen would approach only to be frightened by the death mask she wore, and some semblance of life emanated through her shoulder in the form of a light poking, and turning slightly around, she grimaced as she saw the stick-walking figure, and the creature was wearing a short, tight, length dress, with its skirt filled with different layers that resembled a jellyfish, and the illusion was coupled by a long pearl bead that emanated from the dress, and the creature had no need for dress. Why it sported an attire was a matter of debate, and it was as pointless as jewelry accessories that were starting to become popular among Dragon King. Time?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
The train was started by a Saturnastra, and other dragons soon followed in suit, and regardless, the steel figure led Ingrid to the pugilist club. As it was nearing dusk, the mermen from the docks were currently inhabiting the club. And when normal sailors visited the bullets and bars at sundown, the merman went to the pugilist club, and waiting inside was a blue-haired colored maiden with flaming red eyes, and she genially threw a rapier at Ingrid, who took it without giving it much thought, and her opponent fought effortlessly, just mindlessly blocking or parrying each of Ingrid's strikes, and though it annoyed Ingrid somewhat, in time she forgot all of her problems, and the exercise certainly was a nice change of pace than the alternative of drowning in drunken stupor or sharing the bed with a filthy sailor. And when her sparring was concluded, Ingrid asked the obvious question: if you fight with sword, why is this called a pugilist club? Aren't you having fun? Why must you nitpick at everything? You could fight with your fists if that is your preferred weapon. I for one like the saber, which goes well with this aquatic theme I'm going for. And this little club of ours encourages all forms of fight or pugilism, if you would. And I do for one engage in a good old Irish stand-down, and we should try it if you have a mind for enduring a bit of abuse, she said coolly. I must politely decline, said Ingrid, returning the weapon, if she was not too keen on discovering what an Irish stand-down was. And as she left Ingrid like Loki could not help but notice that the club was tragically empty, and it had a nice vibe about it, and the people were friendly, and there were maidens drinking tea and discussing books in a cushioned chair by the fire. And the thing that Ingrid particularly liked was the fighting team paintings adorning the walls in the arena, though they made the walls look busy and overcrowded, and the realistic words were massively crafted. Time?
1 minute.
And the one which made Ingrid linger as she departed was a sketch featuring a horse and a jack fighting, and the farmer was behind them holding a pitchfork trying to figure out how to handle the situation, and there was something comically pathetic about the entire thing which made Ingrid smile. And she had made peace with the entire situation, and meanwhile Loki was busy meddling, and since the Troll Queen's contract had been fulfilled, he was free to act as he desired. Right. And at the moment, he felt like helping Ingrid a bit. Bye-bye and God. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, and we're now reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 4, part 3. He did not particularly care for her, rather he was keen on seeing what would happen if both sisters had a prolonged interaction with one another, and to create this effect he went to see Alida at her home, and Alida did not have an official home. She had traveled with numerous troops in the past which provided her needs, and aside from her costumes, the only thing she was truly attached to was an antique copper ring with a raw aqueous opal. Not fond of invitation, Loki made his way to the curtains and stood behind Alida, who was resting in a hammock, and she was staring at the ring which was rested in her vanity desk, and once he put it on his normal face, he whispered to her softly, "Hey," and looking at him through the mirror, Alida asked, "Do you ever knock?" I find that by knocking I give people the chance not to see me, and once I'm inside, they are compelled to at least engage in polite talk, therefore here I am without knocking, said Loki. I could just scream and call for the others to beat you up again, suggested Alida. I'm not one to go easy and weakly. If they are so foolhardy as to engage me in combat, they must be prepared to face the consequences, explained Loki. It is not so easy to tell whether the bite is too big for one's mouth, said Alida, smiling. So this is a problem I rarely experience. How quaint. Have you ever swallowed an elephant? Asked Loki. Wouldn't know, and as my education is quite limited, said Alida, smiling. That could be easily remedied if you have a mind to do so, suggested Loki. Why bother? I haven't the time to bother about such trivial matter. What good would it do to me, whether it's elephants, dodos, or tuna fishes? My body has always had a high tolerance for poisons and other nauseous foods, like rotten carcasses, and I avoid them whenever possible. But at times one just has to have a good bite of a leather strap, said Alida, sighing. What's the matter? Asked Loki. Oh, nothing's the matter, said Alida. Come on, you can tell me, insisted Loki. It's nothing, geez. And pray do tell me what is it that you so desire. You did not come here for idle chat, insisted Alida, shifting in her hammock. Loki was quiet for some time, and then he said, Ingrid is sad she did not get to speak with you. And why should that matter to me? Asked Alida. I know you have low tolerance for humans, but the fact is that Ingrid is not a true human, but the outcome of a magical troll concoction, just like you, explained Loki. I am already aware of how I came to be, and there's no need to be reminded, and frankly, it doesn't matter to me in the least, and people's true selves do not matter, and the fact that she looks human, and actually human, and is treated like a human is enough for me to consider her a human, said Alida. You disappoint me, said Loki, changing forms, and he acquired 6 feet high, black eyes, and long raven hair, and once he had the appearance of a human, he continued as thus. It is so fashionable today to blame humans for everything, to see them as the root of all evil. And I have lived among humans, and I have to know that they come in all shapes, and most of them are good, though they occasionally engage in questionable activities. And who are you to say that given the circumstances you would not do the same? Loki was of a mind to say more in defense of the entire human race, and as a descendant of humans, he was not too keen on having them bad mouths, and after being thoughtful for some time, Alida said grudgingly, "Alright, I will see her." "And I will chaperone since to kisses from escalating," said Loki, inviting himself. "Fine, whatever," said Alida, frowning. And she added, "Now that this is settled, please show yourself out." "You're not the boss of me," said Loki with a childish tone. "Fine, stay or leave or do whatever. As far as I'm concerned, you are not even here," said Alida, closing her eyes. After pretending to be asleep for half an hour, Loki finally got bored and left to tell Ingrid the good news, and once he was gone, one of the circus performers commented, "That creature certainly has nothing better to do, does he?" "I suppose not, so she's the current state of all men who fought in the war," said Alida. And she had seen plenty of veterans during her wanderings in Mita, and it was the same everywhere she went, the same idle lot, just looking for another thrill that could never come from the former emotions of engaging in warfare. It was another crisp, hot, acrid afternoon in Mita, and it was rare that the poor city would lack wind, and however during these rare days the city became a furnace, and it wasn't so much the heat but the smell that became intolerable, and even the locals who have by now partial immunity to the smell preferred to avoid the fish markets altogether on such days, and very few shops opened, even the ones in the flower district, and it was in the flower district where Alida had decided to meet Ingrid. And she was to see Ingrid in a shop called the Water Garden, and the shop primarily specialized in selling blue flowers, and the best-selling item was a rose, the Gentiana dahurica, and the blue poppy. And when Loki and Ingrid arrived to see Alida, she had two flowers for both of them, and for Loki she had a gardenia, and for Ingrid she had a hydrea. And when Loki took his gift, he gave Alida a funny smirk while Ingrid smiled gleefully, and she said, "Thank you." Ingrid tied the flowers to her chest, to the ribbons in her chest, while Loki placed his flower at the end of his braid. Shocked, Ingrid said, "You are going to wear that flower in your hair. That is very unmanly." "I see nothing wrong with it," commented Alida. "A lot of men down in the docks wear makeup and dresses and flowers." "Really?" asked Ingrid. After forcing her memory a bit, she remembered seeing some manly-looking woman in the docks, and she had not bothered to pay close attention to her, though now she thought about it, it was possible that there were men dressed as women. "Those men are probably followers of Erua, and you probably do not know this since you do not get out much, but the people in this continent worship many gods, and some of their practices are rather amusing," commented Loki. Said Ingrid, nodding while she pretended to pay attention. She didn't care about the beliefs of other creatures. And the trio left the flower shop to wander aimlessly around the city, and eventually they decided to visit the beach and the nearby forest. And on the other side of the sheltered lagoon which held the docks was a pristine, immaculate beach, and there was only a couple of ruined homes. While walking in the sand, Ingrid from time to time would pick up a seashell. No one of the group seemed too keen on breaking the silence. In emulating her sister, Alida also started to pick up shells, and it was silly to see her do so, since she had to rely on her tail and mouth to handle the seashell. And Ingrid was impressed at how well Alida could manage without any fingers or toes. However, when she slid through one of the soft round surfaces, she ended up uncovering a skull, about 13 centimeters in diameter, and Alida yelled, "Eep!" and dropped the skull. And Loki picked it up, and he removed the sand of it before saying, "Now, isn't that most unfortunate?" "Unfortunate is putting it lightly," remarked Ingrid. She just picked up a skull. Eep! Time.
7 minutes.
"Do you think it's a human skull?" asked Alida. "Again with the human cheese. Give it a rest, Alida," rebuked Loki. "Sorry, my bad," said Alida, sticking her tongue out playfully. After staring at the skull a bit, Loki said, "Based on the skull shape and physical form, I guess that it belongs to a baby human, or a 6-year-old dwarf, or a 2-year goblin, or a 70-year-old dragonling, a premature giant, or a baby saurian. So basically, you have no idea what humanoid creature this skull belongs to," commented Ingrid. "Well, there is a way to find out, though it's not pretty," explained Loki. Alida soon dug a hole with her tail, and she buried the skull. "And still sulking," she said, "does anyone know any funerary prayers?" "It's just a dumb skull, gee," said Ingrid, folding her arms. "No, you're dumb. I want someone to say a prayer for it," insisted Alida. "Since my dear Lady Ingrid suffers from anomie, And you are a bit of a nihilist. I would take it upon myself to say a prayer for the skull, said Loki. His attire took the form of a red kimono with a golden sash, and on his head Loki put on a purple hat. Don't you get tired of changing forms and outfits all the time? Asked Ingrid. It gets a bit old, don't you think? It's just us. On the contrary, these changes is all I can do to amuse myself as of late, said Loki, yawning. You are welcome to go to your own devices, and we do not need a chaperone, suggested Alida, biting her lower lip. If you say so, my dears, but you never know what dangers lurk in the shadows, said Loki, chuckling, and he added, pay me no mind. The prayers, if you so desire, said Alida, changing the subject. Oh yes, the prayers, said Loki, starting as though, oh my God, this is your servant. Set his face towards you, let him be detached from all, except from you. Grant him admission to your presence of your transcendental mercy, which is the foundation of all, and there is no God but you, ever forgiving, ever generous. God is great. That was beautiful, Loki said, Ingrid, removing a fake tear from her eyes. Changing back to his favorite armor, Loki said, have you no respect for the dead? That's funny coming from you, interjected Ingrid. Loki was about to record, but then chose to keep his menagerie response to himself, and the silent suit crept back to the shore, and the sun set on their little excursion without making much progress. And the following day, Alida gave her resignation letter to the circus, and she had decided to take up Ingrid's offers to live with her a bit. And the Troll Queen was impressed with Loki being the catalyst for such pleasant turns of events, and for years she had tried to bring Alida into her form, but the maiden had stubbornly refused, and after meditating a bit on what had triggered the change, the wise Troll Queen had come up with a plan, and she told Alida that Ingrid had not seen much of the world. And she would like for Ingrid to travel a bit together with Alida and Loki, acting as bodyguard, and Alida did not argue with the Troll Queen, and so it was decided that Ingrid would travel the continent for a year before returning home. Much to Ingrid's annoyance, an additional person was added to their party, and the first person was a little goblin named Red, and he was one of the many caretakers of animals and performers in the circus, and wherever there was a comic pantomime of clowns, he always played the role of the sly Scaramouche. And it was not a role he particularly liked, but he played it quite well, and Ren was tall in comparison to the rest of the Goblin King, and did not amount much, seeing as though he was only 5'6", and with his roll of sharp teeth, emerald skin, and violet eyes, he caused enough of an impression among those who did not belong to the so-called monsters race, and when not in short, Red always wore a somber, melancholic expression with a sort of resignation of a donkey used to a life of burden. And for the trade, Loki had acquired a gilded carriage with red curtains, and both doors had lovely stucco pages featuring fat babies in the meadows playing with sheep. And for the mounts, Loki had bought 5 hanky horses with brown coat and white feet. Time?
3 minutes.
Once all of the preparations were ready, Loki said to Rent, this is not going to be a pleasure trip. With the dissolution of the continent, people are going to be looking for easy targets. And aside from Veragero, Midtown, and Aragon society, there are very few places where there's still some semblance of civility and peace. Be always on your guard. Yes, sir, said Rent stiffly. With a carriage like that, he naturally assumed that they would get attacked by highwaymen as soon as they left town. And then looking about, he said, so, where are the girls? Here comes Ingrid, said Loki, opening the carriage door. Loki frowned and said, and I'm going to look for Alida. She's just running a bit late, I suppose, suggested Ingrid. Well, you know how things go. It starts with someone being late, and then boom, you find that person face down in the docks. Just wait here for me, said Loki. And reaching for his hair, he brought out a claymore, and he handed it to Rent, and Rent stumbled under his heavy weight of a weapon that was almost the same height. And climbing the walls of the city, Loki stretched his arms out, and with his eyes open wide, and one of the guards in the tower noticed him and said, what in the world? And when the answer to his inquiry came to him, Loki removed his hairband, and with the blue garnelia, his hair became blue flames, and the guards watching his progress were hesitant about engaging what they believed to be a demon. And straightening his fingers, they became as bat wings, and he flew over the city in the direction of Alida. and he was ready to see Alida gingerly slithering her way towards the stable in the outskirts of town, and he landed some ways behind her and wore his classical guise, and he was about to join her when a familiar scent entered his nostril to the jagged corners of the alley, and walking in the direction of the wind, he saw a corner littered with corpses, and dripping with blood, a figure stood which reminded Loki of a Trent or a Hamadryad, with its woody body and flower, and as it was turning into petals, the creature spoke wordless words, and the last thing to disintegrate was his fist, and Loki picked up the bloody stained idol. It was nothing but a silver copper ring devoid of ornamentation. And Loki stared at the ring for quite some time, and he could almost remember seeing it somewhere before. And the death idol in his surroundings became still silent for a few moments, and the silence clung like a disease to all objects and things. And even Loki's icy breath decided to pay obedience to the oppressive void. Time?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we're done with it. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 5, part 1. He heard a shrill of laughter and the sound of numerous tiny bare feet running against the weird cobblestone. Giving a sigh of relief, Loki gingerly rummaged through the corpses, leaving them bare for whoever was unfortunate enough to find their mangled remains. He pondered on taking ahead for further examination. However, remembering his genuine lack of magic, he decided to let those bodies be. Thanks to his silly dilly-dallies, Loki ended up being late to the rendezvous spot, and he found the sisters arguing about Red, and Ingrid felt that Red was completely useless and had no business being there, while Lida found his presence quite agreeable, and at least he knew how to make polite conversation unlike a certain troll princess. Loki put an end to the argument by saying, "We need Red because he's a magic user, and you cannot have a balanced party without somebody who does a bit of magic." Alida looked at Red, who shook his head in negation, illustrating his bewilderment in the face of Loki's irrational argument. Aside from theater magic, Red was pretty useless in battle. As a theater mage, Red gave the illusion of being an all-powerful magic user, without the firepower to back it up. Knowing that it was pointless to argue with Loki, Ingrid said, "Fine, if you want to take the ugly little green pest, then so be it. However, both of you are responsible for it." Red nodded in response, narrowing his eyes and entering the carriage first, and Ingrid entered second, followed by her sister. Both Red and Ingrid watched with apprehension as Alida made her way towards the carriage. After she gingerly got inside, the pair breathed a sigh of relief. Once everyone was inside, Loki asked the driver made the horses march by lightly tugging at the reins. He did not believe in whipping the horses, having himself been whipped in more than one occasion. Without their encouragement whip, the stable horses went slower than usual, and Loki did not mind it since he was not in a particular hurry to get anywhere. The day before, the sisters had discussed where they wanted to go, and Ingrid had originally wanted to visit Verageddon. However, Alida shut down the idea quickly, considering the tense situation in the capital. And Aragon was out of the question since the city was notoriously smelly, and the islands of the Dragon Archipelagos were suggested, but Alida politely declined due to her tendency of getting seasick on a boat. And after discussing and analyzing the prospect, a plan was drawn out to visit the citadel of Aphelon, the dragon rider city of Sibilla, and the hunting grounds of the poison blood elves, and the Rosetta fields of the giants and Little Sophia. The first place they were going to visit was the elven hunting grounds. The poison blood elves were pretty much unknown before the war, and keeping themselves in the northern forest, they had lived a peaceful life, occasionally trading with caravans of fishermen who used the rivers as a means of locomotion. When the smoke cleared, everyone was paying attention to these meat-eating elves, and their broken physical stamina was on par with the berserkers, and they were not what the other races imagined when they heard the word elf. Semi-nomadic, they have several permanent home stations made of limestone, which they occupied depending on the seasons, and their home were used for storage of surplus and other trade items, and usually a single family was in charge of guarding each permanent settlement, while the rest of the troops traveled with the season. All in all, there were 5 permanent settlements. As of now, the spiritual legions of the poison blood elves and their families were in the sea family settlement, and the elves usually remained there for a couple of months unless something happened. While Loki amused himself singing and making all sorts of announcements and taking in different shapes, there reigned an awkward silence inside the chariot, and Red was pretending to read a book to avoid speaking with Ingrid. And meanwhile, Alida was staring blankly at the roof of the carriage while hissing. Don't forget that Alida is like a snake lady. After finding the hissing noise intolerable, Ingrid said, "Would you be so kind as to stop it with the hissing?" Opening her mouth wide, Alida said, "Can you repeat what you said? Please stop it with the hissing. It's annoying and unnecessary," said Ingrid. Alida twisted her body and then smashed her head and her frame all over the carriage while moving in an unnatural fashion. Ren, yelling, said, "What the hell?" Both Ingrid and Ren jumped out of the slow-moving carriage while Alida moved about, and she eventually struck her head against the floor, knocking herself out for a bit. And Loki continued a bit of a ways without bothering to pay attention to the commotion, and Red had to run after him to get his attention by yelling, "Loki, stop the carriage." "Sure, whatever, dude," said Loki, yawning. "Alida went crazy, so we had to get out of there," said Red. "Crazy doesn't tell me much, my dear Red," said Loki sarcastically. "Well, she was hissing for most of the ride, and then when Ingrid told her to stop, she went crazy, flaying about and smashing her head against everything. I think she passed out or something, but I do not want to go check," said Red. When Ingrid had caught up with the carriage, she went to open the door to check on Alida, but Loki stopped her here. He opened the door and he went inside, and he gently propped up the unconscious Alida. And Loki opened her mouth and he smelled within, and in her stupor state, Alida was having a hard time swallowing, and her heart rate was unusually high and somewhat erratic from time to time. And in the ground floor, he found a regurgitated rat, and after smelling the putrid rape, Loki had this answer. Turning towards Ingrid, he said, it is a classical mad snake disease, also known as Lassa fever. I am going to treat her, and also you folks as well, since it can be transferred through blood and other bodily fluids." Time, bro?
8 minutes.
Loki then contracted his hair and as his clothing and changed to that of a plague doctor, and he gingerly placed Alida outside wrapped in a sterile white cloth with a sign that read, "Do not touch." And he then proceeded to clean the entire inside of the carriage with an accelerated hydrogen peroxide surface disinfectant. And he left the interior to aerate for 5 minutes while he washed Alida for a good measure before placing her inside a different sterile cloth. When he was done, he made Ingrid and Red fork over their attires, and the two were forced to endure Loki's hygienic treatment. And once he deemed them clean enough, they were forced to get clothing from the trunk of the carriage. And while changing clothing, Red commented, "I do not see what the big deal is about this disease, mad fever or whatever. It's rare for Loki to take things generally seriously, so perhaps there is cause for concern," said Ingrid, worrying. When this problem were addressed, the carriage was able to continue on its way, and close to dusk, Loki stopped the carriage at a nearby inn. Alida was still feeling ill, even though the virus had been removed, and her body was not caught up to speed, and thus it was giving her a mild fever. And this type of fever had to be treated the old-fashioned way, and to treat her fever, Loki had his own unorthodox method. In using a neatly folded towel and an upside-down cool glass of water, Loki attempted to catch the excess of heat generated by the body, thus lowering the temperature of Alida from feverish to normal. And Ingrid did not bother to eat, but she spent her time by her sister's bedside. And Red, on the other hand, went down to the bar to chat with the locals in search of any relevant information. And after eating a small dinner, Ingrid returned to her sister. And pouting, she said to Loki, "Maybe this is a sign. Perhaps this is not a good time to travel." "There's no such thing as a good time to travel, my dear Ingrid," retorted Loki. "Safety is nothing but an illusion, and at any rate, something bad may happen, and staying at home will not make you immune to the crippling hand of death." "Sheesh, are you morbid tonight?" retorted Ingrid, cringing. "I'm just being realistic," said Loki, smiling. "Just because that is the truth you must face, it doesn't mean that you should stop having fun." "What do you say?" "Yes, I do, mister. I have an answer to everything," asked Ingrid. "Go down to the bar and get drunk or something. You sitting there staring at her is not going to speed up Alida's recovery," suggested Loki. "If you were at least praying, that would be something, but just staring is getting a bit old, don't you think?" Fine. If my presence annoys you, I should be on my way, said Ingrid, leaving the bedroom. Ingrid went downstairs to the bar, and she could not see Rent anywhere. And there was just one other maiden drinking, and the petite maiden was chugging gallons and gallons of ale. And since the only empty seat that remained was beside her, Ingrid grudgingly joined her. And the drunken maiden with listless eyes stared at Ingrid, and then she burped. Laughing, she said, "Hi, Miss Ingrid." Recognizing the voice, Ingrid said, "It would not have killed you to alter your voice." Meh. The drugs tend to last longer than the voice-altering sing spell, and I never quite understood why both things could not last the same amount of time, said Red sadly. Like the goblin guy was in a different form in the bar. Mother says voice alteration is not an illusion spell, rather a modification that you must perform on yourself. As such, it does not fall under the illusion category, explained Ingrid. Aren't you well versed in the whole magic scene, commented Red. I am a troll princess after all, said Ingrid proudly. One has nothing to do with the other. You can even be a goblin and still know more about magic than any common noble, retorted Red. Noticing curious glances, Red changed the subject by saying, "How's the snake lady?" "She's still sleeping, last I checked," answered Ingrid. "And I have seen her sleep for an entire week, so let's hope that that's not the case, lest she sleeps through our visit to the hunting ground," said Red. "We could try to wake her up when we arrive," suggested Ingrid. The conversation continued in this fashion till midnight, and Red's spell had by then worn off, and he had acquired his goblin demeanor. And by that time most people at the inn had retired to sleep, and the few that lingered were too drunk to care about the presence of a pesky goblin. A late comer entered the inn, disturbing the peaceful silence, and before the person arrived, the only sound heard were the gentle whisperings and the cracking of the lumber in the fireplace. Time, bro?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
The figure clad in armor with a traveling hood, and his riding shoes cracked over the tile floor, and the man saw the goblin next to Ingrid, and he naturally assumed that the goblin was pestering her, and indeed Red had been bothering Ingrid with his drunken banter, and by then Ingrid had fallen asleep, and Red was none the wiser because she was in the midst of one of her somnambulist episodes, so she had her eyes open. And then I gingerly drew Red out of the inn and drew his sword out to kill him, and he stopped when he saw Ingrid behind him holding a water pitcher. And then I hesitated, and then Ingrid said, "Blind, oh you son of soot, the things of all things, like the deafening lightning before the flash of thunder. Kill the time that kills, live the time that lives." And forgetting the goblin altogether, the knight shook Ingrid's shoulder and asked, Be you alright, maiden?" "Oh, nostalgic dust, with the gentle loss of violence, almost real, and by bloody rings only shadow. In order not to be unsettled, I need the fruit of divine pain. Death is but an insult," continued Ingrid, staring listlessly as she wandered about in her somnambulism state.
Cervantes called.
But the knight and the goblin followed after Ingrid as she wandered, and she continued with
Like
her
that's one of
ranting.
your poems that you inserted in there.
Yeah.
Just like how Cervantes put Galatea in Don Quixote.
Raising her voice to a shrill scream, Ingrid yelled, "I want to suffer the rocks. I want to love the rocks."
Like I know your poems well.
And then she concluded softly, "Death is but an insult." When she concluded, Ingrid's pupils stopped being dilated, and she blinked twice and seemed to return to her senses. Already used to her episode, Ingrid returned to her room to try to sleep for real this time. Time, bro?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Red followed behind to sleep in the same room as Alida, where Loki was still watching over her. Loki noticed the bruises on Red, but he chose to say nothing, and like a gargoyle, Loki was fixated on keeping watch over Alida, and the following morning Alida was still sleeping, and since the horses were resting, Loki decided that they should continue on their journey, and neither Red nor Ingrid opposed the plans. And while the horses were being prepared, Red stayed in the bedroom, and he waited until the last possible moment to head out. And putting on his disguise, he fled out of the inn, only to bump into the knight that had accosted him the night before. The knight apologized to Red, whom he perceived as a beautiful blonde maiden. And Red always wore the face of a frail blue-eyed maiden, and from all of his illusions, this was the one which had proven the most successful in the past. And then I saw Loki and grimaced, but did not say anything. And as of late, the giants enjoyed the same fear and respectability of dragons, and once Red and English were inside the carriage, Loki carried Alida inside the car, and it took a bit of effort to place her in what he considered a comfortable position for a top with pillow, and the people in the watched with interest since Alida was the strangest thing they had seen as of late. And when all was said and done, Loki tugged slightly at the reins of the horses, which refused to move. And after doing even more, the horses finally finally started at a gentle pace, and they were going as slow as mules at this point, and at the current rate, it would be having faster for him to power walk to the hunting grounds. Inside the carriage, Red and Ingrid were silent, and after an hour, they got bored and started conversing, and Ingrid was the one to start by saying, "Don't you ever get tired? Pray do tell me of what?" asked Red. "Loki told me what happened to you the night before," said Ingrid. "Ah, yes, the night. One can only kill so many lions before it becomes a chore," said Red. "You should have killed him. If he does that to you, God knows how he treats other people," said Ingrid. "I have made peace with my lot in life, as should you, troll princess," said Red. "I want to go back to my cave," pouted Ingrid. While Red and Ingrid spoke, Loki was meditating on naming the horses, and from time to time he would listen to the conversation of his passenger. And they were certainly quite the dull fellows as far as he was concerned, and close to that, Alida finally awoke and said, "Would you please be quiet? You have been jabbering about nonsense for 12 hours, and now I have something pleasant to say, or shut up now. Good night." Time, bro?
1 second.
Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the Icy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is Chapter 5, Part 2. Alida then proceeded to change her position inside the car to resume her sleep cycle. A faint rain soon began to fall, and noting the rain, Ingrid peeped her head outside the window to say, "I think we should stop and set up camp." "Why, are you hungry already?" asked Loki. "No, but aren't you getting wet?" said Ingrid. It's fine, said Loki. "I have an umbrella, see?" Ingrid closed the window again to keep the water from getting inside, and Red asked, "Are we still going?" "Apparently so," said Ingrid. The slow pace suddenly changed into a wild gallop, and due to the wet ground, the horses slipped off the side of the road, and the carriage got stuck in the mud. Alida was up again, and in a very foul mood. She saw that one of the horses had a broken leg, and the main one had an arrow through his ribs, and the only small solace was that the ribs had kept the arrow from puncturing any vital organ. Loki too saw the shot and was running towards the forest, and as soon as the shadows had clocked him, he changed his vision to a frightful specter, and whenever he was in a fury, his form took on all the nightmarish, frightful, twisted form, and his time changing form so that each time one blink he appeared even more monstrous. And the first person he caught, he punched senseless, and he did the same with all of the others who belonged to the party, all the supposed highwaymen. And when he was done, he went to tend to his injured horses, and Alida, who had been trailing behind Loki to assist him, noted that he had not killed their assailants, and Alida lingered a bit to get a better look at their attackers, and by the looks of him, he was an elder fellow of at least 15 or 280. It was hard to tell with elves sometimes. He was either 15 or 280 years old. Alida saw him coming too, and she wrapped herself around him like a constrictor snake, and putting pressure on his bruised ribs. Opening her mouth, she said in Elven, "Why do you attack us?" "Because he wants to rob us," interjected Ingrid, coming to see what Alida was up to. The only person still in the car was Red, and he was in no mood to get himself wet. And correcting Ingrid, Alida said highway parties are usually 10 strong. The number was Tulu, meaning that they were after our heads. It is all we can do to manage," said the young man. "A week ago some humans came and raided our camp, taking many prisoners, and when we instructed to specifically wait for a bombastic carriage with no guards, and 4 black horses and a blue man driver." That's a bit on point for it to be mere coincidence," said Ingrid. Speaking more to herself, she added, "This is probably Loki's fault. Just because the war is over doesn't mean that there are not people after his head." Twisting her head, Alida saw the copper ring, and she said, "I will not be so certain about it." Ingrid saw the direction where Alida was looking at, and without thinking, she removed the plain copper ring before Alida could pronounce the word "don't." And Alida released her character just as each body she wrote out, completely devoid of blood, and chuckling, Ingrid put the ring back on the corpse, and she said, "Oops." "What's wrong with you?" asked Alida, taken aback by Ingrid's blasé attitude towards the guy she had accidentally killed. Like the elf assassin had a cursed ring, and then when she removed the cursed ring, he insta-death. Ingrid shrugged her shoulders and she returned to the carriage, and Alida stayed frowning, staring at the dead body, and Loki soon joined her and asked, "What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen a corpse before?" Dodging around the question, she said, "These people were looking for you specifically. They were coerced using that cursed ring. When it was removed, the wearer was drained of all of his blood." Loki held up the hands of the curse and commented, "This isn't a coercion ring, rather a covenant ring, and when the favors received from the goddess He become to great, removing the ring drains the users of their blood. and most of the bodily uses, instantly mummifying the body. The removal is usually willingly done before the person dies or after death. There is a bit of a leeway with the removal ring. He must have been quite bloodthirsty indeed to have killed the poor fellow instantaneously. Loki was pensive for quite some time while he waited for the other captives to awaken, and he had them separated and each provided their own unique sub-story trying to appeal to the sense of morality postulated by Loki's armor. It was well known that knights were duty bound to be swayed by such sub-stories, and that most things knighthood was a concept and not a state of being, and depending on the circumstances, knights could just be as sanguinary as any other fellow. And Loki kept pressing the captives, and in the end they resolved to remove the rings to avoid further questioning. And Loki recovered the rings and he placed them in his hair, and his party continued their ride toward the hunting grounds in a somber tone. And the only beings conversing were the horses, and by dusk Loki had arrived at the hunting grounds, and they were rather silent, devoid of life. And there was a pungent scent in the air, and the ground felt wet even though it had not rained in this part of the forest for 2 days. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
The roads by now have been reduced to a small animal trail. And again the ground felt moist, and it was only when Loki arrived at the sea settlement that he saw the massacre, and the stone walls were caked red with innards, and darkening over the doorways were nailed body parts now dry, and crows lingered over the rooftops waiting and watching, and recognizing the scent, Red said, "By the God, let's get out of here before we join them." "Are we safe?" asked Alida. "You are safe as long as I'm around, baby doll," said Loki, chuckling. "This is no time for games," snapped Ingrid. "We are more or less safe," said Loki. "I do not sense anyone nearby." "Oh, so you say that, and yet you fell for an ambush," commented Red. "That doesn't count. I was talking with my peeps, so I wasn't paying attention," said Loki. "Enough already. Let's leave and never come back," said Ingrid, getting inside the cart. "I want to look around first," said Loki. "Are you going to loot the corpses again? Have you no shame?" asked Alida, taking a bath. Loki did not answer Alida, seeing as though it was a rhetorical question, and as before he looked to the bodies and he picked out whatever he found interesting, and he also collected the copper rings, and some of the bodies were indeed drained of blood, while the more tender specimens were left to the crows to be fed. And the goddess he was also the patron of carrion birds, and among these birds there was one which did not belong to the group, and before going to it, Loki closed the door to the storage house which had been left intact, and it was only forced open to get the oath. And while putting in the storehouse in working order, he found a small baby inside a rice bag, and he wrapped the shawl around his cape, which changed into the shape of a cocoon. And while his cape was administering to the small shawl, he finished tidying up the storehouse and locking it up again. And when he concluded, he went to say hello to the carrion bird. And aside from the corals, the other carrion birds native to the regions were the wedge-tailed eagle, the ravens, the seagulls, and the griffin vulture. And the one perched on the tree looking at the settlement was the king vulture. And Loki saluted the vulture while waving his hand, and the vulture simply stared back at him. And after a few minutes of gesturing in hellos, the vulture finally spoke. "Impressive, how do you know that I was not a true vulture?" "You need not do better research, my little lady. Sure, you may read about birds, but where they feed in this continent is still up for debate among the common rabble, and you, my friend, belong to the Nugget Forest," explained Loki. So it was like a shapeshifter pretended to be in the shape of a vulture, but it was a vulture that belonged to another region. So that's how it stood out. So if you see a bird that doesn't belong to like the current region that you're at, and you say, "Oh, this bird is like too far away," it's not a real bird. It's like a shapeshifter. So yeah, that's something you can watch out for. Time, bro?
7 minutes.
"One is ever preoccupied with humanoids that birds tend to go unnoticed," said the vulture. "What happened?" said Loki, gesturing to the decaying around him. "Man ambushed a lot of them as part of some blood sacrifice," said the vulture. "Most unfortunate. It gives the blood goddess a bad reputation," said Loki coolly. He added, "Still, it is hard to make a good impression when you are known as the blood goddess." "It would appear so, though it was not always so," said the vulture grudgingly. "Are you going to keep beating around the issue, or are you going to tell me what you need?" "Even in a disguise, a goddess does not address a person just to have a mere chat," said Loki. "I had no idea what you're talking about, and you pestered me first," said the vulture. "That point aside, I have a heavenly mandate for you. You're not the god of me, but I might take you up on it if you ask me as an individual and not as a deity. And don't forget pleases, said Loki, folding his arms. The unknown goddess shifted uncomfortably in her tree branch, and after pecking at her wings a bit, she finally said, I wish to have you hunt down a fanatical cult who has been killing in the name of the goddess Heve, and their leader has warped the teachings of the goddess and is using them for his own personal gain. And what he hopes to gain for such senseless bloodshed is unknown, even to me. The why matters not to me, only his actions, and I have located 157 nearby members, and you will hunt them if it pleases you. I was on vacation, but since you asked so civically, I will bequeath the death of the Thief family, and on my honor as the gimmick mage, said Loki, bowing. Devotion nodded in silence, and Loki left to see the sisters in red, and Ingrid was in the middle of pulling at the reins of the horses in a vain effort to move them out of the dead settlement. And when Loki arrived, he took the reins, and their horses obediently followed behind him, and Ingrid pouted and moaned at her failure. And while Loki walked, Alida peered her head out of the carriage, and she asked, what did the vulture want with you? Red said to Alida, shouldn't you ask why he was talking to a dumb bird instead? Time, bro?
5 minutes.
Some people can talk with animals. Spike does it all the time, said Alida. There's a difference between talking to someone and having an actual conversation. Pike talks the ear off his unfortunate creatures who probably send their lucky stars that cannot make sense of his deranged ramble, said Red sarcastically. And the carriage stopped for a moment to allow Ingrid to enter with him. And Loki then took the reins in the carriage, and he continued the ride. And the passengers assumed they were headed to the next destination. And since Alida's attention had been taken by Red, Loki had not bothered to answer her question, and both were immersed in a debate whether people should talk to creatures and if the creatures were smart enough to have an intelligent conversation. And the carriage made a sudden stop at the crossroads. And Loki removed a portion of his cloak containing the tiny palm-sized child, and throwing it in the air, wings gathered around it, making a small piece of garment float, which then disappeared without a trace. And Red, who felt the disturbance, looked aside, and he asked, what happened? I don't know, you tell me, answered Loki. Something did happen, insisted Red. It is not my fault you were not paying attention, said Loki. Oh, pooh, and there's no need to be so rude. Every man is allowed to have his secrets. If my inquiries bother you, then I will remain silent, said Red. I am not opposed to polite conversations, but there are far too many matters which I am not allowed to go into details, answered Loki. Where are we headed? Asked Alida. To the Rosetta Fields, but first I must make a quick stop, and before you pester me about it, it has something to do with a commission I received from the vulture, explained Loki. Ah, so the vulture does talk, exclaimed Alida. Yes, and he told me to kill some people, said Loki. Here we go, said Red, illustrating his incredulity. So the bird told you to murder someone. To go murder people. No one is asking you to do anything, Red, snapped Loki. Forgive me for not taking your mad rambling seriously, complained Red. I would imagine a man like you who have an open mind, commented Loki. I hate to side with Red, but not everything that talks to you actually talks, said Alida. You incredulous and perverted generation, for how long shall I stay with you? How long shall I put up with you? Dear Loki, departing their sides. That line is actually from the Bible. It was like Jesus angry at his apostle. So it's Loki quoting the Bible. I don't know, I just thought that was sounding funny. So I told you, yeah. Time?
2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Now you don't understand Ingrid watching Loki take the shit into a strange form as he ran towards the woods. What was that as he ran towards the woods? What was that all about, asked Alida? He is certainly immature in spite of his height, commented Red. He need not throw a fit just because we do not believe him. Lots of people do not take my words in earnest, and I do not pitch a fit, said Alida, and she added, should we go after him? No, he usually returns by morning, explained Ingrid. She had traveled longer with Loki and was not used to his eccentricity. We best set up camp and wait, and when we move ahead, we will make it harder for him to find us, and he will be even more petulant for us leaving him behind. We sent to wait for Loki. It fell on Red and Ingrid to set up camp and unbridle the horses, and Alida could have helped, but she was not in the mood. And she called out beneath her traveling satchel, and she pouted as her belly rumbled. And Ingrid cooked some preserved meat by the fire and offered a bit to Alida, and Alida scented the air, and then she said to Red, can you conjure me up a bunny for me to eat? No, I cannot, said Red. Can I eat your bunnies? Asked Alida.
What?
No. Harpy and failures, explained Red. He always carried 2 tiny black bunnies in his satchel, and at night whenever he camped, he would let them roam about. And like Loki, they always returned by morning. Familiars is just a fancy name for pets, interjected Ingrid. Shows what you know, Troll Princess. Red then added, what is a troll really? And how is it that you're a troll but not your sister? And how is it that you're both related? I don't really get it. Mother described it as a dog replacing magical reaction. The example she gave didn't make much sense either. Think of it like a cat and a dog, and when both react to troll magic, the cat and the dog end up swapping heads, explained Ingrid.
What?
That sounds like a sin against nature, commented Red.
Oh, yeah,
Alright, bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 6, part 1. And that is what trolls are. Nah, that sounds like a sin against nature, commented Red. And that is what trolls are, commented Ingrid. Anita was the first person to fall asleep, and the weather had gotten chilly even though it was the middle of spring. And Alida coiled herself around the 5 corners inside the tent and proceeded to dream. And Ingrid watched with envy Alida's peaceful slumber. And dark shadows were painted beneath Ingrid's eyes as she waited in silence for the coming morning. And Red too had become rather torpid and boring, and as he pored over well-worn spelldom, his only prized possession. And Ingrid was not much for reading tomes, and control magic relied more on alchemy and the spoken word. And all she needed was to remember the golden rule of troll magic: like produces like. And she stretched her hand and she grasped a few of the embers from the fireplace, and bringing them close to her heart, she whispered, "It is warm because I so desire it." And her hands soon glowed like 2 burning pieces of charcoal, and vapors rose from her scorching fingers, and the air grew heavier and heavier, and she started blowing on her hands to modulate the temperature. And once she found the heat most comfortable, the fireplace acquired an odd green tint, and in this new form, the heat generated by the campfire was wider and modulated, and looking up from his stone, Red commented, "Now that is a neat trick. Can you teach me sometime?" "Not really. I haven't a mind to pass my lack of knowledge to anyone," said Ingrid, yawning. "There's no need to be so rude," pouted Red. "It is for your own benefit. If you are not keen on hearing the truth, then do not ask me anything," said Ingrid, yawning once again. And Red closed his storm in a huff and went to his tent in a vain attempt to get some sleep. And every little sound of the forest gave him palpitation, and there was still 7 hours left till morning, and Loki was not showing any signs of returning. And it was a long night indeed for Loki, for he was prowling the camps of the people who supposedly attacked the sea settlement, and the group in the camp seemed like any run-of-the-mill highwaymen with the drinking and the dancing and the lecherous behavior. Why they warranted a vulture's attention was a matter of debate. And there was really nothing peculiar or supernatural about them, which was a bit boring, and changing his form, Loki approached one of them, clad in a brass armor. "Fare thee well, good gent," asked Loki. "Say your what?" asked the man that Loki had spoken to. "The booze tastes like piss," Loki tried again. Like he used too much fancy words, and the guy didn't understand it, so then he just dumbed down his language. "And you a fine and dandy boy, shunning the finest ale Aragon has to offer," reviewed another fellow. "Well, I haven't been in this company for long to develop a proper judgment," said Loki. Both fellows sitting near Loki started thinking a bit, and one, after rattling the drunken memory, summoned up an intelligible thought, and picking it up, Loki said, "I was sent by Ivalance to observe your current progress." "What progress? Lately it's all too harsh." "And go to the city, go to the cemetery, and up and down the same alley, and down and up, and thrice once more," commented the drunken fellow. "I do not claim to know the inner workings of our leader," said Loki. "I am only here to see and report." The group of men around him grew silent, and Loki had made a blunder, and he tried to erase the memory of his previous sentence, but a single thought had overtaken the minds of the 7 men around him. They saw Loki as an outsider, and Loki pondered on the option of getting captured to find out more information. In the end, he concluded that it would be better to follow his initial impulse, and his body warped inside the armor, turning into a creature with 9 hairy arms, with 3 legs like those of a lizard, but with the hands and feet of a gecko. And his body became elongated like the body of a horse, with spines running down his back, and his 7 tails, each taking the form of a different snake. and the face was swallowed into the darkness by his flaring blue hair, and only the white eyes and the protruding goblin shark mouth was visible. And his transformation had the usual effect with the running and the screaming. And Loki roared, "Attack, you cowards! You are only killing one man!" The leader of the troops, which had finally gotten out of his tent, tried his best to rally the troops. However, only the core 20 of his unit remains. It was a nice change of pace to be confronted for a change, and since the leader wanted to engage him in earnest, Loki grew an extra leg and arm for the balance purpose, and indeed he had appeared larger than he was. And upon closer inspection, the leader noticed that Loki was only 10 feet tall, and in his enlargement, Loki would have been forced to sacrifice the bulk and limbs. Like Loki can change his shape and his height, but he has like a limit. And the limit is his actual true height and physicality, you know, like, he can alter his mass, but he cannot really expand it. You know, like, he can alter the shape of it, but not, like, expand it. But not make it more than what it is, yeah?
Yeah.
Like a cuttlefish. I like cuttlefishes. The leader recognized the fight was doable, and Loki charged at them, running like a wild stallion, thrashing and smashing into the camp. And it was not his best idea, seeing as though his leg was caught fire during his mad dash. And during the first rampage, he stepped over a couple of men, injuring them and killing one. And down to 9 working units, the leader had his men shoot Loki with arrows, and in the meantime, 2 other men would throw ropes at Loki's flaying limbs to slow him down. And surely and suddenly something that rarely occurred took place, and the men who had run away too returned on horseback, recovering from their fright and carrying lances and spears. Loki was skewered in all directions, and overwhelmed, he was brought down and tied in all corners, and a good portion of his limbs pinned to the ground by pikes and spears. And during this interesting turn of event, Loki was rather thoughtful, and these were not the usual run-of-the-mill highwaymen. And despite catching them by surprise, they had somehow managed to win. Then again, he was clunky in his current form, which had been untested, and aside from terrifying people, it did not have any much usage. The men who had died in the skirmish were bled, and their bodies were placed in a container, and Loki too was bled, and when he felt that they had drained enough of his blood from his body, he played dead. And with the creature supposedly neutralized, the highwaymen were more at ease and even jovial, and the leader of the group was thoughtful, though the rest of his crew celebrated, and from what Loki could gather, the men were collecting blood for the worship of the goddess Hebe. And their high priestess had ordered a sampling from the elves and what other exotic creature they could find, and the band did not linger much in destroying the camp, and they took whatever was not ruined in addition to the blood and continued on the road. And the leader gave one final look at Loki as the sun started to rise, and he had the feeling that the creature was still alive, even though it showed no signs of life. And once Loki found himself alone, he shrunk down and he removed his bindings, and after getting a quick bath, he made his way back to his companions. So, like, since he lost the battle, he just played dead. I am uber dead. Pay no attention to the poll. I am uber dead. You what? If I can't win, I'm playing dead.
Really?
I am impersonating a corpse. During his walk, he saw a chick and he pounced on it with cat-like mannerisms, killing it instantly. And back in camp, he offered it to Alida, who said, "Put it behind the carriage." "Why, when you're hungry?" asked Loki. "A little, and I can go 2 months without eating, though it is not my favorite thing to do," said Alida, averting her gaze. "Just eat your food already. There's no need to be embarrassed about it," said Ingrid, smiling. I will now close my eyes and call me when she's done with it," said Red, turning a deeper shade of green. As he closed his eyes and he placed a handkerchief smelling of lilacs over his nose. "Stop being so melodramatic and eat your stupid chipmunk already," insisted Loki, putting it on a blue china plate and offering it to Alida. And Alida took a deep sigh, and then she opened her mouth wide, and she wrapped her tongue around the dead chipmunk, and she swallowed it whole. And when she was done, she entered the carriage, and she got inside her seat to rest her meal for a couple of hours. And she felt embarrassed about eating like a snake in front of others. While Loki worked on prepping the horses, Red asked, "What happened to your hair?" "Nothing much. I lost a lot of blood in a skirmish, so a good portion of it has gone elsewhere. And I might get it back later, depending on what it discovers," answered Loki. So like the blood that they took from Loki is still a part of it. I mean, sentient.
Ah, yes, like the Terminator.
Yeah. Terminator. Yeah, something like that. Why didn't the liquid Terminator like take unusual shapes like dogs and stuff? Or like, you know, like they say that greyhounds can run 70 miles per hour. You know, if they make an whatever. I'm gonna get into sidetrack. Time?
5 minutes.
What is that supposed to mean? As Red not understanding. It basically means that one is the sum of many parts, and one of my parts has gone fishing. Ergo, do not ask me to pay attention for a while, for I plan to be distracted, explained Loki. To further emphasize the point, he brought out a sign from beneath his hair which read, I am distracted at the moment, do not talk to me. Loki wore the sign for the following week, and when there were 5 days from the cedar of the Aphelon, a fire-line pickup with the eyes of his tail glowing appeared before Loki, and he curled around his head in an unnatural fashion to imitate the form and texture of hair. And his companions watched him with curious interest, but none seemed too inclined to ask, seeing as though Loki had acted so strangely for the past week. And Ingrid noticed the change while prepping for breakfast, and normally Loki would smell the food but not eat it. Not that he ever abstained from eating or drinking like his sister Merina. Rather, he found this pretty little game amusing, and it bothered Ingrid that was all that mattered. And when she saw him hovering over the crispy burning bacon, she said, You're back. What's the deal with your hair anyway? Asked Red, raising an eyebrow. Unlike your hair, mine is alive. If you squeeze it or burn it, it feels pain, said Loki, simplifying matters. Ah, said Red without much enthusiasm. Alida was reticently scrutinizing every motion made by Loki, and she opened her mouth to formulate a question, but in the end she chose to remain silent. Time?
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
In the end, it was Red who asked the question in the minds of the sister, what is really the deal with your hair? And why were you acting so odd? Did it have something to do with your imaginary talking vulture? Did you do what it said? I did not have to do anything per se. It was one of those problems that in the end solved itself, as with most murder-suicide codes usually do. Even the leader went kaput, explained Loki. And I do not see why I must be bothered with every little problem. Well, you are a caretaker, said Ingrid solemnly. Is that what your mother calls us? Frankly, I prefer the term freelancer or contingency expert. Caretaker makes it seem like my reason for being is everyone's well-being. And you have God for that very reason, explained Loki. So you don't care what happens to others, Alida? Pretending to be her. Loki sighed and he said, why must you make it a thing? Lots of people care about many things, but do they get off their lazy butts and do something about it? No. It is easy to care for others. It is another thing to do something useful or to make oneself useful. And you could not care in the very least about the life and fate of others and still do wonders for them. So where do you fall? Asked Red. Said Loki, shrugging his shoulder. So that basically, like, he doesn't care much for others, but he still does his job, but he still does his duty. Yeah? Alida narrowed her eyes, and as her face was turning into a deep grimace, and Ingrid shuddered as she gazed on the look of utter hatred expressing her sister's face, and Alida's face softened when she noticed the gardenia still tied on Loki's hair. And the rest of the day was spent with amicable tension. It was only till the following day that things regained some semblance of normalcy. And the following day, a vulture came to pasture Loki. Loki was in the midst of fishing by the river, and it was not much as fishing as throwing his fishing boat without a hook, and the vulture came to him and said, your blood goddess has a new mission for you. Ha ha ha, nice try. But he never referred to herself as a blood goddess, commented Loki, not turning around. The vulture lowered his head, looking defeated. And Loki then said, don't you have anyone else to bother? Yes, but I find your company far more amusing, said the vulture. More the pity, said Loki. Try to stay out of the hour for now unless you be discontinued like a raza. I made no promises, nor am I worried about getting discontinued, said the vulture. Loki pulled the fishing boat out of the water and flung the line backwards, almost striking the head of the vulture. Taking the hint, the vulture dissipated. Time, bro?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
The day finally came when Loki and his group found themselves facing the stone walls of the citadel of the Aphelon, and the milestone still bore the same, and looked the same, and even though the area was compromised of more than a story citadel, and Loki looked at the walls, saw that the walls were fresh, and normally all the walls had some sort of moss or grime paving at the bottom, and cracks and sort, and upon closer observation excavation, he saw that they were made of one solid material. And at the main gate there was quite a large number of people scurrying about, and the line to enter was long. And the day came and went before he sat down and asked for Loki's party to attempt to enter the city. And suddenly the man was... Oh yeah, let's leave it here. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 7, part 1. What lies behind closed doors. So through the mess was a group of 14-year-old youth, and they were of the age where people consider the people from the region consider youth that age to be adults. And in this citadel, when children were proven incompetent, they gave full citizenship rights, and they could own property and decide their own fate or whatever. And the captain of the guard said to Loki's group, "Halt! We're already not moving," remarked Loki. "Don't be smart with me," retorted one of the guards. And based on the pitch, it was impossible to tell what the gender of the 14-year-old youth hiding behind their custom-made steel armor. Peeping outside, Ingrid yelled at Loki. "Comfort yourself, Loki." "Whatever," said Loki, pouting. And the captain looked at his subordinate beneath his helmet and his mouth, and when he said to Loki, "Why are you here? Why do you sing?" "They do not pay me to sing. Not answer the question or be off with you," insisted the captain. Getting out of the carriage, Ingrid said, "We are here for leisure. We are going to stay for a couple of weeks at the most, depending on the hospitality. If you're looking for hospitality, then look no further. There is none to be had here, or anywhere else as of late," said the captain sternly. Ingrid was silent as her forehead furrowed in quiet contemplation, and the captain observed her stoic disposition, and one of his soldiers whispered something to the captain, who then nodded and asked, "Are any of your friends or relatives of Marduk?" "I am his sibling," answered Loki. "Sibling, not a brother or a sister," asked the guard. "What's wrong with saying sibling?" inquired Loki. "It's a tad odd. Practically everyone I've ever spoken to said brother or sister, and even the people who legally change their gender. And truly, your phrasing is quite bizarre," commented the captain. "I will speak as I so desire." "You brat," snapped Loki, folding his arm. Was that supposed to be an insult?" asked the guard. Can't say I ever said that one before," said the captain. "Nobles be nobles, forever butchering the common language. Fine, you may go within, but first you must pay sanction for your little execration," said the captain proudly. I don't pay the fine, but touche nonetheless," said Loki. "Carry on then, and do not stop by, but do stop at another time to humor us," said the captain. "I made no promises, but I will see you if I happen to pass by the wall," said Loki, bowing. And after this exchange, Loki and his party were able to enter the citadel. And the town surrounding the citadel had many small winding roads, and many of the apartments and houses were in the process of getting demolished to make way for new and modernized buildings. And Marduk's brother Leo had one day done an exhaustive rounds of all of the homes, and he noticed an increasing number of people acting odd, and slow growth in children, and unexplained deaths, and the occasional raving madman running the street. And fearing the onset of a plague, he had all the clunky little shacks torn down, and he remade the homes up to better Geddon standard. And unlike his grandmother, the actual ruler of the citadel, Loki cared about what his city looked like. This had triggered the first of many waves of exiles from the city, and in the time of Berserker, after tearing down the first home, Leo found what was causing the malady. It was the forbidden pliable metal known as lead. This had triggered the first of many waves of exiles from the citadel, and in the times of Berserker, using this metal on purpose was grounds for public execution, and the perpetrators were made to eat liquid lead, and it was a harsh punishment, but it saved lives. And neither Marduk nor Leo were fans of those types of executions, so exposure seemed to Leo as a more fitting punishment. And aside from new construction projects, Leo was building a public garden, and he was working on a novel concept alien to those outside the rise of the berserkers. And Loki found these gardens in the front homes, and they were staining. and the hotel and inn business had plummeted. Now the travelers could only seek shelter in private homes that had signs that read "Travelers Welcome," and it was so bad at times that people had to seek shelter in the temple. And walking with purpose, Loki came towards a small single-floor manor with 3 open rooms. And the manor was owned by a petit bourgeois named Soren Kulak. And he supplemented his ever-stagnating work as a notary by renting out his room, and he had only 2 children, which was unusual for a man of his time. An accountant at heart, he had surmised that his income level could never afford him more than 2 children. And having lost most of his brothers due to early poverty, Kulak had resolved never to eat again the bitter bread of charity. And Loki rang the bell of the modest but well-kept manor, and he was greeted by Soren's oldest daughter, Ortilia, who was acting as a maid. And after a short exchange of words, Kulak rented the 4 rooms for Loki, and he paid double for one of the rooms belonging to Lydia, the youngest daughter, who was out selling flowers at the moment. And she usually sold whatever flower bloomed in the garden to make some extra cash. And while they were settled in, Loki went down to smell the dinner, but did not eat it. And a little too visited the dining table, making their human host most uncomfortable. And like Loki, she did not eat since she was still full from her earlier meal. And there was an uncomfortable silence, and Red broke the silence by saying, "You certainly know your way around here," said Loki. "Have you ever visited Avalon?" Loki was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "The short answer is yes." Time?
8 minutes, 30 seconds.
This is certainly a small town, and I know everyone, and I have seen every newcomer at least once, and I don't think I have ever seen you," said Ladia, age 9. Ladia, comport yourself, snapped the older sister, Ortelia, age 16, and says her mother had abandoned them when, at the age of 2, she had taken upon herself to be a mother to her younger sister. Protested Ladia. "It's fine, let her say as she will," said Loki. Before her sister could protest, Ladia said, "You know what I think? I think you're lying or something. I will remember seeing a blue guy before." "Have understood, bravo," said Loki happily. "Little Ladia's right. I had never been here in person, though my brother has been here before, and he's described this place and its people in great detail. Therefore..." "Ah, I see," said Ladia, still unconvinced. The silence fell upon the table again, and the father Thorin soaked his bread with milk, covering his mouth with his hand to mask his yawn. And this time it was Ingrid who decided to attend small talk. "There is certainly a lot of demons in town," blurted out Ingrid without realizing that most humans could not perceive demons. "There's a lot of demons in this town." but humans can't see demons? You guys have a lot of demons. Did you know you have a lot of demons?
No.
A lot of demons in this town. Why is that? Time, bro?
7 minutes.
Raising her voice, Ladia said to her, "I told you, but you did not believe me." Not paying attention to the conversation, Soren asked, "Wait, are there really demons in town? What are they doing here? What do they want? What do you see them do?" "Nothing out of the ordinary, which is a bit boring. I was scared at first, but they are pretty well behaved for the most part. When they do talk to you, it's mostly to give you bad advices," explained Ladia. "Since when have you seen them?" asked Ortelia. "Since I was a wee child, and they become more numerous when my duke is in town," said Ladia. "So that is why they call him the Demon King," said Soren ominously. They, who is they? The gossiping courtesans, the scholarly maids, the disgruntled soldiers who did not get to ranks at the capitals. Demons have always lurked among mankind, and as far as I am concerned, the most dangerous demon is the one you cannot perceive, the demon you cannot recognize for what it is. Many good men have been swayed by their silver tongues to live a life of malice, but there comes a time when you have to take responsibility for your own actions instead of blaming it on demons," said Loki. The group was silent once again, and only the occasional masticating of bread and chewing, and Ladia's infantile sipping of the soup could be heard. This time Alida said, Must it fall upon me to break the ice, as my sister calls it? It is preferable not to force it. There is no law that states that we must all enjoy each other's company," retorted Loki sternly. Changing the subject, Alida said, "I never quite understood why soldiers always destroy whatever area they take over. It makes more sense to leave the city intact. Small men have small ambitions, and the current army system doesn't allow a soldier much benefit for leaving a city alone. It In most standing armies, soldiers must supply their own weapons and armor, and whatever meager salary they can scrape is not enough to warrant so much abuse. And as such, plundering a city is a quick way for putting food on their family's table, explained Loki. What is it like being a soldier? Asked Lydia. What is it like being a little flower girl? Asked Loki. It is fun taking care of the plants and making bouquets, but it becomes a chore when I have to try to sell them. People can be so mean and cheap, explained Lydia. Well, there you have it, said Loki. Like she basically described what it's like being a soldier. People are mean and cheap. Time?
4 minutes.
I don't have it, nor do I understand how both just compare, said Lydia. It is a weak comparison, said Red. You do kill people. At least no one dies in a flower girl business. Not necessarily, said Ortelia casually. After this note, the communal dinner ended, and Ingrid jumped into the bed glad to be sleeping, surrounded by pillows after being on the road for so long. And her happiness was short-lived for she soon became crippled by her chronic bouts of melancholic insomnia. And she did as she did every night, sitting and sighing while staring at the moon, waiting for a miracle of a peaceful slumber. And Red too was not sleepy. He wanted to explore the town, but he had chosen to stay indoors and observe the streets from the safety of his bedroom. And meanwhile, Loki was explaining to the Kula family what sort of service his monthly crew expected. And when he concluded his thought, Loki went to the kitchen and ate a hearty meal of leftovers with fresh goat milk. And while he gorged himself, Alida slithered into the kitchen and smiling wildly, she said, "Aha, so you do eat." "When have I ever given you the impression that I do not eat?" asked Loki, raising an eyebrow. Alida was silent for a bit while she watched Loki gorge himself, and when he concluded his quick meal, Alida asked, "Seeing as though you've been in town before, why not show me around? You're a big girl. You can find the place out for yourself, so let's go," said Loki, opening the door for her. "Wait, what?" asked Alida, confused as she headed out. She finally understood what he meant, and when he closed the door behind him and offered her his hand, it was pointless. Like he opened the door for her and he offered her his hand, but she's a snake lady, she has no hand, so it was just a meaningless gesture. It was a pointless mechanical gesture that served no purpose, and she nodded, and the young couple made their way through the gardens and into the damp cobblestones of the street. And the stones in the streets bemused her. And noticing what she was staring at, Loki said, "It's to warn pedestrians of passing carriages." "Ah," retorted Alida before moving aside as she heard a carriage speeding past her, and behind the carriage ran 2 horsemen yelling, "Stop!" And for a couple of blocks, Alida jabbered on about her time in the circus, and Loki knew plenty of circuses, and a repetition of what he already knew drawn on his bored senses. Eventually, Alida realized that Loki was not interested based on his monosyllabic responses, and her following gambit for getting Loki to talk did not prove much effective either. Time?
2 minutes.
"What gods do you worship?" she asked. "That's my own business," said Loki. Do you know which deity I worship?" asked Alida, insisting. "Not that it is any of my business, but I guess you show enough feeling towards Heek," said Loki, laughing. Parted Alida, changing subjects again, she started saying, "So, about the political climate, now that Bersame is dead." "Stop it. Just stop. I'm not in the mood to talk about politics or religion or about my hopes and my dreams. And as I said before, such matters are my own business, and it would not benefit me to unburden myself with such triviality. And if you desire to water away the silence, then please do whistle or something a little less predictable," said Loki. "You're mean," yelled Alida, skittering away. And Loki got up to her, and then he said, "Come on. There's no need to get upset by such trivial things. And if it will make you smile, I would indulge you on a little triviality. Political-wise, I am partial to sortition, with a slight hint of strawberry anarchy. As for gods, I still can't tell you because it is against my religion, so there you have it. For the moment, I hope this unpleasant conversation ends, and last night I dreamed I was eating a cookie. But then when I took a bite out of it, it started bleeding, and it was quite the unpleasant experience. And to answer your true question, the one you left unspoken, my name means love, not ortango." "I don't care, just leave me alone," said Alida, brushing past Loki. So yeah, like Loki's name is loop or tango. Alright, we're done? Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, dear sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 7, part 2. Loki's eyes darkened. He was about to say something else, but chose to remain silent. The following day, Aliera acted like the night before had not occurred, and she went with Ingrid and Loki towards the public garden. And the garden was a relatively new construction. Formerly, the land was the location for the temple of Arasa. As the mother claimed that Arasa was no more, the temple was repurposed into a public garden. The roof was removed as well as most of the walls, and aside from the columns and the floor, the rest was decorated with flowers and flowering trees. For the berserkers, Mother felt a bit like a continuation of Berserkman. Both had the same construction orientation, and Loki too knew of his other's interest in the scenery, and it was one of the few credible parts of whatever story his brother told, and for reasons unknown to the locals, Madu had chosen Violet as the general theme. And the main flowers consisted of globe masters, calistebrus, cosmos, cornflowers, asters, morning glories, scabiosas, and zinnias. The gardeners were constantly tending to the flowers, maintaining their pristine form for all visitors to enjoy. There was but a single rule when visiting the garden: no picking. You can't take the flowers with you. Whenever someone was tempted enough to pick a flower, there was always a gardener who seemed to materialize out of thin air, and a firm reprimand was enough to prevent further attempts. Aside from the twins, Loki was accompanied by little Ladia. And while looking at the flowers, Ingrid commented, "Now this is nice. I must make a mental note to have a garden installed in my castle." Alida rolled her eyes and moved back a face behind Ingrid. And while Alida looked around, she noticed that she was not being noticed, and it was a bit of a strange feeling not to be gaped at. And a lot of strange happenings had occurred before her arrival, and now a snake lady seemed like something trivial. And Ladia drew closer to one of the glove masters to smell it, and she made a motion to pick it, but noticed 5 pairs of eyes staring daggers at her. "Son," she said, "it is a bit of a tease, having so many flowers but none to take home. I hear they are building a little bee farm within the actual citadel itself. If you pick the flowers, the bees won't have anything to eat," commented Loki. "I don't get it," said Ladia. "Well, inside the flower there is a substance called nectar. It is too small for humans to make use of it. Bees collect it and then use it to make honey. You like honey, don't you? If you pick the flowers, then the bees won't make honey for you," explained Loki. "As you had to pay for the yards, and not picking these flowers does not benefit me in the least," said Lydia dourly. "Well, you could try making your own bee farm," suggested Alida. "That's easier said than done. I require a special license from the Merchants Guild to even own bees and sell their honey," explained Lydia. "License? What's that?" asked Ingrid. "By the gods, you literally have been living under a rock," said Alida, laughing. "There isn't a need to know about licenses anymore under the new system," said one of the gardeners. "Oh, that's good to know. So let's say I wanted to become a gardener of the state. What would I have to do now that licenses aren't a thing?" asked Ladia. "I don't know. As for me, I was caught stabbing my mother to death, and after spending 2 years in a dungeon, I was released and made into a gardener. I still have another 4 years of my sentence, but working in the garden sure beats rotting away in a dingy dungeon," said the gardener. "That's nice. So I suppose everyone working in the gardens are criminals," said Alida, frowning. "There are also demons," said the gardener coolly before returning to his work. "What, so there be demons?" "There is no reason to be so antsy," commented Loki. "How can you be so calm?" asked Alida. "These ones have a loaded master. The unbounded ones are the real problem," explained Loki. "Ah, I see," said Alida, pretending to understand. Her pout made Ingrid's mouth for reasons Alida could not understand. And after visiting the gardens, they went to the training grounds, and Alida had never seen a berserker barracks, and traditionally barracks were situated in the interior of the castle itself. However, berserkers like to train in the open air whenever possible, and in Verageddon there were 5 exterior barracks, and they existed out of convenience to avoid having all of the soldiers located in the castle. As with the walls, the barracks in town was relatively new building, even it was made using Roman concrete. And Roman concrete was introduced by Marduk after carefully consulting what he called his scriptures. And the building was designed for functionality with no ornamentation. It was a boring spherical structure with a dome roof. Efforts were currently being made by the draconic architecture to breathe some life into the monotony. So while the humans use the structure for its intended purpose, the dragons were busy decorating its interior and exterior. And the current project was a tile roof made of bone ash porcelain. The section already completed had a beautiful geometrical pattern of colorful blue lines with red and green squares against a golden background. "Oh, that does look nice," exclaimed Alida, staring at the roof. And they were still a couple of blocks away from the barracks, and with only the roof visible, it was quite an impressive structure indeed. And Loki commented, "I do not think my dude would approve of that square roof pattern." "It looks great. What's not to like about it?" asked Alida. "I don't know. It's a little too angular, if you get my meaning," commented Loki, forming a triangle with his hands by connecting his index finger. Alida looked at Loki from head to toe, and she noticed the round oars holding the cave together, and the round Murano oar with its swirly aqua spatter and his gimme staff. And after noticing these little round items, she concluded that Loki just liked balls, which made her laugh a little. After she liked his balls. She likes balls.
Well, basically all of the powers, they have a fixation with orbs.
Yeah.
And they
or aldermen, or whatever you want to call them. At the time.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, amen. I forgot. They started calling themselves aldermen to sound cool.
Yeah, a rebranding. After observing the plain exterior of the building, Loki and his party entered what was dubbed the visitor center. "Don't you feel a bit up to be touring a military facility?" asked Alida. "It is not as if there's a lot of public spaces to visit here," explained Loki. "We could pass to some of the nobles to look at the collection of oddities, but considering the vibe in this town, it is better not to push one's luck." "We could visit a nice bar," suggested Ladia. "I'm half sick of bars, and I'm not much of a drinker," said Ingrid. "There are other things to do at the bars aside from drinking," commented Loki. "I bet there is, but it's like you go to a bar and don't drink, it's like going to a temple and not praying," insisted Ladia. "You certainly make a convincing argument, but I'm not going either," said Alida. "Ah, you're no fun," said Lida, regretting the chance of not getting a free drink. The interior of the barracks featured a long white hallway before opening out to the large cubicle rooms with no corner, and the roof was domed and it had an oculus hole, allowing for light to enter within, and the roof was in the process of getting reliefs carved into it, and there were scaffolds and some sections were closed off due to the debris, and there were 5 circular frames in the form of twisting, intertwining maidens, and the paintings inside of them were not even started, and only one was completed, and it was a source of contemplation. And above them was a frame for a balcony windows from the third story above, and on top of it was a cartoon of a future fresco painting leading to the oculus, which was made of stained glass. And the stained glass featured an oval with 2 arrows pointing at each other at the tip, and inside the arrow tip there was a square. Alida stared at the oculus where she meditated on the meaning of the symbol. In answer to her unspoken inquiry, Loki said, "It means help me, and let me help you." "Really?" asked one of the small dragons, looking up. While Alida stared at the rose, the symbolic iconography, Ladia and Ingrid stared at the single painting in the large frame. And the sole painting had appeared overnight, and the old painting was still wet and dripping towards the floor from time to time, and it featured, with stark realism, 2 guys fighting, and one was twisting the back of the other guy while at the same time biting his neck. And behind the pair there were 2 dressed fellows looking at the battle with bewilderment, and watching the 2 men was a demon smirking with his arms folded and bat wings. And behind the demon, blended with the background, was an army of array of human bodies contrasting against the fiery hue of the background. And due to the subject matter, it was believed to be the work of a demon. And as such, the locals wanted to paint it over with something a little more holy. And the soldiers going about their business rarely had time to look up, and as such they did not care what was painted there. And a few captives found it oddly charming, and Loki only gave this painting a scant glance. It was something he had seen before. As such, it did not merit his attention. And as they were heading on, Ingrid saw a soldier approaching her, and smiling, the young man asked, "You are new, aren't you? Are you interested in our self-defense program?" Time?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
"I already know how to defend myself, but do please tell me more. I am curious," said Ingrid. "It is a 1-week course dealing with combat basics, arrow shooting, spear wielding, sword fighting. At the end of the course, you get a complimentary weapon of your choice, a crossbow, a spear, a sword, a knife, as well as a basic leather armor," explained the soldier. "I will think about it," said Ingrid. "Please do. There was never a person who will get invested in self-defense, especially now in these turbulent times, said the soldier. There would not be any turmoils, as you call it, if my dad would sit down on the throne and act like a second person, said Ladia. The soldier's eyes darkened, and without saying anything, he handed Ingrid a little book with the information on the basic program. And Ingrid placed it inside her purse, making a mental note to look through it later. And while they were heading out, Ingrid commented, turbulence aside, I think it would do you good to learn self-defense. Just having access to the light crossbow can help you in the long run. I don't want to know how to use a crossbow, pouted Ladia. And it's not about having to use a weapon, but knowing how to use it should the need arise. You can't predict the future. What if the walls were to fall? And there were some bastards about to enter your house to kill you. What would you do? Asked Loki. I would run, said Ladia. I'm a pretty fast runner. But then what would you do if you get surrounded in an alley? What would you do? Insisted Loki. Probably die, since crossbows take at least 5 seconds to nod. And she could shoot one, but 4 or 5 men, that's a bit too many to shoot, said Alida. It is a bit pointless, don't you think, trying to give a false sense of security with his so-called training, commented Ingrid. As far as I know, security is just an illusion, retorted Loki. You can feel pretty safe walking through the dark woods surrounded by wolves all you want. That still won't stop them from pouncing on you. I see your point, said Alida. If it were up to my brother, everyone would have military training, but this idea has to be introduced and executed slowly. There's just not enough idle soldiers to get the ball rolling, so to speak, explained Loki. Wait, what? If that is so, I might as well get it over with and join the army, said Ladia sadly. There is no rush. With the standing forces at the moment, there's more than enough people to reinforce the citadel. If anything major breaks out, we have the Suverus mage, said Loki, patting Ladia's silken hat. Ah, there's a mage here. What does he look like? Maybe we have passed by him or not, said Ingrid. Trust me, you would notice him if you saw him, said Loki. Oh, so he's like red, with the rolls, the talisman, the stupid mage ones, and a bunch of other useless items, stated Ingrid. They are not useless items, my dear Ingrid, explained Loki. Not everyone can use direct magic like yourself, and most require a medium to make their powers work. I understand the gimmicks and the spell component, but who decided that rolls were necessary for spellcasting, insisted Ingrid. I was wondering about that myself, said Alida thoughtfully. It is not like an armor which is useful. The rolls do seem rather cumbersome, said Ingrid. I think it's more of a fashion statement. People have grown to associate rolls with mages. Even non-mages wear them to keep people on edge, said Loki. Okay?
2 minutes and 22 seconds.
But now the group was outside the barracks and making their way towards the market. And they had not originally planned to visit it. Rather, the conversation had dragged on, and nobody in the group was particularly paying attention to where they were walking to. And continuing with this train of thought, Ladia interjected. That isn't necessarily true. Before the temple was destroyed, all of the priests of Arasa wore similar robes, but no magic-looking items and pouches and belts and furs and knives. A long time ago, magics and blessings were practiced by the priests, but one day magic was labeled a taboo and expelled from the temples, explained Loki. And his eyes had a glassy, wandering look, and his voice sounded monotone, almost as if he was repeating something that he was listening to at the very moment. So magic isn't evil, said Ladia, looking at a bookstand featuring some magical tomes. As with most things, it depends who you ask, said Loki, shrugging his shoulder. The string of the conversation was broken when a man bumped into Ingrid. Annoyed, she said, Hey! Loki's hair extended and caught the man by the leg, causing him to fall. Catching up to her, Loki said, apologized to the little lady. The man was about to protest, but a dozen guards had his eyes accosted him with clubs, and once he could barely move, the guards tied him out to remove him from the market. And staring at the man, Ingrid asked, what was that all about? Ladia explained, it's been happening more often as of late, people sneaking into town, and every new face who has not been better gets caught and thrown unceremoniously out of town. Seems a bit excessive, don't you think? Commented Alida. He probably injured one of the children guards, and probably, or maybe this is the fifth time he has somehow managed to scurry past security. The wall is relatively new, and there's still a lot of gas in it. Time?
Less than a minute.
The group continued the wanders to the market, and since there was no river near the citadel, the town did not have fish to trade, and this made the market a tolerable place to visit. And Ingrid was looked into a shop that had a series of elegant billboards. Alright, we're done with this. Bye bye. My name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 8, part 1. Beneath Your Blackened Wings. It was the first time she had seen such advertisement, and it definitely hit the mark. When it came time to finalize her purchase, Ingrid's face turned big red, whispering below her breath, she mouthed, "Not again." "It's fine, I'll pay for your silly hat," said Loki, petting her head. Like, remember, like, in the previous one, like, a guy had bumped into her? Mm-hmm. The guy robbed her. You need to put your purse in your chest," suggested Alida. "It was there," said Ingrid, infuriated. "Impressive," said Loki. "You jerk," snapped Ingrid. "Sorry, I just gotta admire the talent, you know," said Loki. "Shut up," she said. The outing was cut short after that incident, and Ingrid's humor only recovered later that night when one of the guards came asking for her, and he returned her stolen purse with all of his coins instead, and this was a first for Ingrid. Loki and his friend left the citadel faster than they had anticipated. After just a month, Ingrid felt like it was time to move on, and her only regret was that the doors behind the actual citadel were then left closed to her eyes. And Loki had seen the castle within the citadel, which was nothing special. It was simply a large manor surrounded by a fortress. And this was enough to quell Ingrid's curiosity, and for the troll princess, all manner of manners were one and the same. It was a foggy early fall morning when Loki saddled the horses, and the group had ample supplies, more than enough now that their party size had shrunk. And when he whistled himself out of Loki's service after meeting with Leo at the canteen, and he was allowed to stay in the citadel for the moment. As they rode out, Alida asked Loki, "Do you think it was safe to leave Red behind?" "Perhaps. The roads are not safe for anyone, so help us," explained Loki. "I see," said Alida, lowering her gaze. And as they progressed, they heard a large rumbling and cracking, and traveling in the opposite direction was an army of some 8,000 men, with other 1,200 men in the supply line. Silent Loki said, "What a bother." And from time to time, some soldiers did stare at the carriage. However, all they saw was the pretty noble lady looking out the window, and a gallant coachman wearing a shimmering platinum armor. And Loki had altered his appearance at the moment to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. In those days, it was not too uncommon to see nobles traveling with almost very little escort, and the mercenary corps were refusing to work at any other time but the summer. And the change had come about a year ago, just after Bersames died, and it seemed to the mercenaries that his death had brought a curse down upon the kingdom. And Loki stopped the carriage when he reached the top of the meadow, and the army was swallowed up by a fog, which had acquired a strange pungent red hue. Ingrid asked, "What's the hold-up?" "Nothing," said Loki, tugging at the reins a bit to make the horses continue their trot. Ingrid, looking back at the citadel, saw the red fog, and she closed the blinds and she shifted to her purse, and she eventually brought out a small book. And Ingrid had a dozen of those tiny little books, and without read, Alida's only source of conversation was her sister Ingrid. And Ingrid noticed Alida staring at her tiny book, and closing it, she asked, "Do you wish to read it?" "I can't read that book," said Alida sadly. "Oh, are you illiterate?" asked Ingrid, shocked. "Not really. I was referring to my inability to read very tiny text," explained Alida. "I see," said Ingrid. And she opened the book again, and after a few minutes she said, "It's because I am half far-sighted, and I can see things from far away clearly, but what's in front of me is hard to see. Can you magic yourself a solution?" I have also seen humans wear reading glasses. You could try those," said Alida. "Troll magic draws light from light. If I were to fix my eyes, I would have to damage the eyes of another creature. And I'm not so mean-spirited to do so. As for glasses, well, they rarely measure up to my standards, and after using them for an hour, it gives me a terrible headache." Eavesdropping as usual, Loki opened the tiny window behind the driver's seat, and throwing a hand within, he said, "Try out this one." And he then handed Ingrid a pair of cat-eye-shaped glasses. And the lens was made of... The rings of the glasses were made of gold with two tiny O's made of Murano, and upon closer inspection, Ingrid's eyes were able to see that the inside of the O's was the shape of a pink flower. Smiling coldly, she said, "Thank you, but it is a bit unnecessary. I will try them when I get a chance. Though if you do not see me using them, you must know that it is because of the headaches." It's fine," said Loki, smiling. He then slammed the window shut so that Ingrid could not see his annoyed face. And after this exchange, Alida coiled into herself and entered into one of her sleep cycles. This one lasted longer than her usual spell, and one sleepless night Ingrid sighed and said, "How I envy her." Alida awoke after 2 months, and when hunger pangs forced her to rise from her slumber, and frowning she said, "What took you guys so long? Why didn't you wake me up sooner? What, you seem to be enjoying your little cat nap, and I am one to let sleeping dogs lie," remarked Loki. Ingrid said nothing. She simply shrugged her shoulders, and Alida saw that her sister was reading a large book. The cover read plainly, Casus Sorum. Time?
9 minutes, 30 seconds.
Frowning, Alida asked, "Anything interesting happened?" "I am at the part where the author is forced to marry her cousin." "What a bunch of degenerates," remarked Ingrid. "What's wrong with marrying your cousin?" asked Alida. Don't you know the shooter will be born as a malformed, disgusting creature with no arms or legs," explained Ingrid. Narrowing her eyes, Alida hissed, "So I suppose our parents were cousins, 'cause she's a snake lady." "He was born with no arms or legs, 'cause she's a snake lady." "Not really, don't you forget you were born of your mother," explained Loki. "I'm still not a little convinced about that story," insisted Alida. "There's no point fussing about it. You are a girl, and you were born. Nothing else needs to concern you," said Loki. He then handed her a bunny. "By the way, I had this adorable rabbit for you to eat." Taking the bunny, Ingrid said, "No, don't kill the innocent bunny. Look there," she said, pointing to an opossum. "Kill that ugly critter instead." "I happen to like opossums, and that one is with child," insisted Loki. "How can you tell?" "Well, never mind. Since the opossum pleased the belly, it must certainly avoid the death penalty," said Ingrid, laughing. I am rather in the mood for eggs today," said Alida. "What type of eggs do you favor?" asked Loki. "Any type. I'm not picky," said Alida. "You could try some actual cooked food," suggested Ingrid. "Just because you look like a snake doesn't mean that you have to eat like one. I was raised with what was made available to me, and now my palatar is ruined, or should I say, in tune to a snake-like diet," explained Alida. "Were you fed as a snake living among the carnivores?" asked Ingrid. "Not really. Bimmy took me in when no one else would, and my earliest memory is being sold to him along with a bunch of other snakes, so I lived among the reptiles during my early infancy, at least as far as I was told," explained Alida. "And Bimmy saw something in me that no one else did, and he thought he saw the glint of intelligence in my eyes, so he bought a very smart snake. And it was not till my 7th summer that I started to develop human features, and as far as anyone, including myself, was concerned, I was a snake." "Interesting," commented Loki. And I do tend to get like that sometimes, whenever I spot a form for too long. For a while, I genuinely believed I was a giant and even forgot my mission. "I find that a bit hard to believe, and more importantly, pray do tell, what is this so-called pompous mission of yours?" asked Ingrid, giving a slight grin. My mission never existed, so there's no point in discussing it as far as anyone in the universe is concerned. My mission was just another grandiose delusion," said Loki. "Oh, so you were forced to deal with them," said Ingrid, suddenly turning serious. Feeling left out of the conversation, Alida slid away from the small cooking fire towards the horses. As before, they grew restless as she got nearer, and Alida, sighing, said below her breath, "One would think they would get used to me by now." And appearing behind her, Loki said, "They could be more used to you should you have a mind to do so." "Pray, sir, solution, what form must I undertake to be likened by these lesser creatures?" asked Alida sarcastically. "You could turn into a horse, or at least smell like one," suggested Loki. "I am not a shapeshifter, is that what you're implying? And I would be remiss to be unfortunate enough to smell like a horse," said Alida. Loki placed his closed fist in front of Alida, and then he opened it up to reveal an unfertilized quail egg. And Alida opened her eyes wide, and a snake-like smile painted on her thin lips. And quite pleased, she said, "How do you know?" "I can read minds, or haven't you figured that out by now?" "Oh, he can read minds, so haven't you figured that out by now?" said Ingrid, and she added, "And I had concluded my meal, and I will now be entering the carriage, and we will leave when you are ready, Loki." Time?
5 minutes, 24 seconds.
Ingrid then entered the carriage and closed the curtains behind her, and as soon as she entered within, Loki brought out a bowl and placed within it a bit of oatmeal, and he then boiled some goat milk and mixed it with oatmeal along with sliced almonds, and after mixing them, he added a bit of cinnamon to the top before he started to eat. And Alida sat down beside Loki and ate the small quail egg and Loki had acquired for her, and once they concluded their meal, they continued on their lonely journey towards Sibila. And Alida did not know what to expect of the home of the reclusive dragon riders, and she doubted if they were going to gain entry or not. And Loki already knew what to expect of the city and had a special sigil which granted him access to the city, and the sigil could only be magically imprinted by a dragon rider of the highest order, and no one knew which dragon rider fell under the category of highest order. And later that night, while Loki pretended to fish by the river, he saw a strange sight approach him. Not one to marvel at anything, Loki could study the maiden whose raven hair went as low as her knee, and the way she was standing and staring at him seemed oddly familiar. The girl walked towards the shallow stream towards Loki, and with her bare foot skimming through the water in a zigzag rhythm, and she wrapped her hands around Loki's neck as she delivered a feverish, biting kiss, the sort of kiss an unexperienced girl gives in mimicry of a passionate kiss she had seen before. And Loki pushed her away with a swift motion, and she fell back into the stream, and the curly black hair covered her face, and as she heaved and sighed in a tremendous fury, and she ran back towards the forest from whence she came. Once she left, a familiar red head rose to the river, and looking in the direction of the maiden, the crisp-haired crone named Hirt said, "No, that was certainly unexpected. I don't know, probably has something to do with my animal magnetism," said Loki, laughing. Like a random shake showed up out of nowhere and kissed him, and then he just pushed her away, and then she fled. Animal magnetism. But do tell me, how will you handle the situation as Hirt? There isn't anything to handle. People can help being infatuated by what they imagine is strange and mysterious. It can be helped if every so often some lass gets infatuated with me. It is not as if I am peacocking about it and the government has my answer, so there you have it. Consider the situation handled or whatever, said Loki proudly. He lowered her head into the water and gave a witty remark which was obscured by the bubbles in her mouth, and it was certainly an odd picture indeed, considering the shallowness of the river, and her position in the water made it seem that it was actually deeper than what it was. And when the sun rose, Loki returned to see the sisters, and after eating a light breakfast, they resumed their journey towards Sibila, and close to dusk they arrived at the outskirts of the city, and a flat wall against a granite mountain, and there was but a lone guard, and the usual group of humans trying to gain entry into Sibila. If it wasn't for her, the lone guard, one would not know that there was an entrance to anything. Huh?
2 minutes, 20 seconds.
The guards of Sibila were easily distinguishable from the other knights, unlike the peers and in sport armor made from draconic parts. Instead, they wore cotton and satin uniform decorated with black and white lines, and something about the shape of it reminded Loki of the Swiss guards. And the only weapon sported by the guard was a rapier tied to a leather belt, and he seemed like a poorly equipped fellow. And the only thing that often deterred visitors from assaulting the fellow was the scales around his eyes and parts of his cheeks. So, like, he doesn't need an armor, he eats the armor because it's part dragon. You don't need an armor if you're naturally born with, like, armor dragon skills. So if one looked closely enough, they would be able to see that they were purely ornamentation, and among the group pestering the guard was a band of traveling performers, and they were asking the guard for entrance into the city to replenish the supplies. And the guard was cordially telling them to wait while the merchants prepared an assortment of supplies to trade with them outside the city. And peering outside, Ingrid saw a massive chromatic dragon, cobalt-colored, descend the top of the mountains with what appeared to be a trailing stand in his claws, and putting on tiny glasses, the dragon said to the merchant, here they, come get it. We have rice, beef jerky, and mineral water for the weary travelers." And after buying the supplies, the traveling circus force went to set up camp, and annoyed the guard said, "You said we were not allowed to do that." "We're just setting up camp," protested a fellow. "The sun is still out, and there's plenty of nice places in the forest. Just take your stuff and set up camp elsewhere," insisted the guard. And he then said to the other travelers, "If you have any other supplies, be on your way. We are not taking any visitors." "Oh, well, at least we try. Alright, bye-bye and God bless." Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is Chapter 8, Part 2. Loki saluted the dragon by waving his hand and saying, "Good morning, Primrose." "Oh, here is Pantone," protested Primrose. "I prefer your true name, and frankly, there's no need to use Pantone anymore, now that the war is over," said Loki. "It's over for you, maybe," commented Primrose, "but unlike you, some of us have to continue fighting." "You will figure something out," said Loki, shrugging his shoulder. "So what do you want?" asked the guard. "I want to enter the city. I have a sigil." So did a couple of other weirdos, and I did not let them pass. "Why do you want to enter?" asked the guard. "We wanted to enter your city and see what it looks like, explained Loki. The country is in the midst of a civil war, if you haven't noticed. This isn't the best or the safest time to be outside seeing like a bunch of witless tourists, rebuked Primrose. I can handle myself just fine, said Loki proudly. What's wrong with you? What part of a civil war did you not understand? Snarled Primrose, with her nostrils flaring up. It's fine. You worry too much about such trivial matters. You fight just as before, and civil war doesn't really mean anything for soldiers, and the only difference between them and now is that there's no longer a centralized government fighting a bunch of rebels, argued Loki. You certainly do make the convincing argument, said the guard. Don't let that silver tongue fool you, said Primrose, slamming her tail against the ground, and she added, facing Loki, you are not entering within, and that is final. Turning serious for a second, Loki said, you are not in the position to prevent my passage inside. Do not forget what we are. Don't flatter yourself. I am well aware of what you are, and there's no need to inflate your sense of importance. The world does not turn for your sake, but for ours. And when the time comes, you will depart like all of the other ones who came before you, said Primrose. Loki took a deep sigh, and then he said, sorry, you petite dragon. Loki then took the reins of the horses and he started walking towards the east face of the mountain, and the guard was placed in that section as a decoy. And the two entrance to Sivela was a few kilometers away around the mountain, and annoyed Primrose yelled, hey, you are not allowed inside. Who died and made you king? Asked Primrose. Bersamin, now you are not going inside, insisted Primrose. You are welcome to try to stop me, but I assure you that won't end pretty, said Loki. And Primrose looked towards the forest, and a strong wind brought an unfamiliar scent. And the same scent was rather numerous, and based on the scent alone, Primrose guessed that there was about a dozen strange beings trailing behind Loki. And looking in the direction that Primrose was staring at, Loki said, oh, that? They are just the princess's guard. Should I fail, they would happily take over, so killing me would not be the end of your trouble. Why must you be so difficult? Asked Primrose. I really would rather not engage in mortal conflict with an ally over something so trivial. Whatever it is that you need, I can fetch and sell it for you for a modest price. Clothing, swords, pottery, furniture, houses, you name it. But you are not allowed inside. Since you are so keen to offer, pray do carry the entire city from behind the mountain and put it in front of me so that we may see it, insisted Loki. Inside the carriage, Alida said to Ingrid, shouldn't we interfere? That Loki is a stubborn child, and it's a lot easier to just let him do what he wants, said Ingrid. How foolish, said Alida more to herself, and there was a slight hint of disappointment in her hiss. How foolish. In the end, the chromatic dragon guard Primrose opened the gates of Sevilla to the outside of Loki, and the entrance to Sevilla was through a network of caves, and there was not an interior light, and only those who lived could maneuver the intricate maze, and the fastest way was to fly over the mountain. And the dragon took the horses and the carriage over the mountain beforehand, while Ingrid, Loki, and Alida had to travel on foot. And the guide was a small bat-like dragon named Heborax, and he was as large as a human, with wide, blind eyes, a pronounced nose, and long ears, and his elongated whiskers were as the catfish, touching and feeling his way in front of him. And from time to time he would stop and smell the air, and then change his direction or backtrack around another corner. Eventually, Alida was compelled to ask, are you lost or something? No, said Heborax coolly. This monster used to be an active volcano, and even though it's been dead for millennia, from time to time, nauseous vapors rise to the cracks in the rocks, and they could be fatal to humans, or snake ladies. How is it that your first thought is to assume I'm a snake and not related to the Dragon King? Protested Alida. Heh, we know our own, snorted Heborax. And eventually the cave lighted up enough to not need a torch, and Loki extinguished it to allow for the light of the glowworms to become more visible. And the floor was damp, and the faint dripping of water could be heard from time to time, and Heborax then commented, it is not that we do not desire visitors, rather it's far too much of a bother to escort hundreds of whiny, puny little humans through the cave system. You could carry them, insisted Ingrid. We are not packed mules, my lady, and doing that every day for a crowd would be the murder on our backs, explained Heborax. Ah, I see, said Ingrid. Eventually the group came to a dead end, and there was only a small pool of aqueous purple water, and Loki looked at the water and noted traces of gold salts mixed with the thin chlorine, and and not too convinced Loki asked, "Is that not aqua regia?" "It's just regular aqua," said Heborus grinning, and he added, "Though I would hope you are not wearing anything too fancy because we are going to have to swim for it." "How annoying," protested Ingrid. And the sisters leaned down and handed their attires to Loki, who placed them inside his hair for safekeeping. And Alida, who was the most gimmicky of the visitors, was to pass first, and Hebora pondered on how to take her across, and she being a snake enough. And Hebora stared at Ingrid with his wide, sightless eyes, and then he said, "Now this is interesting." "What is?" inquired Alida. "Pay me no mind. Now as for the snake lady, you are going first. Do you know how to swim?" asked Hebora. "I can swim just fine, and my eyes can see underwater." "Maya, this water seems a bit too unusual," commented Alida. Loki reached into his hair and brought out water goggles made of wood and covered with rubber and glass, and he tied them to Alida's face, and thus she jumped into the water. And Loki offered Ingrid a pair, but she declined, and she jumped into the water and started bubbling bubbles with her mouth, and eventually one of the bubbles she summoned was large enough to cover her head. And Loki unceremoniously cannonballed into the water and piercing his side against a stalagmite. Like he just cannonballed into it, and then like, he hit a rock. Ah! Smelling the blood, Hebora picked his head outside the water and he asked, "Are you alright?" It's fine, said Loki with his wound already starting to close. And Hebora battled like a crocodile for a couple of minutes, and then he dipped his head below the water, and the trio followed after him. And while swimming, Alida noticed some strange pink-colored fishes with whiskers, and their extremities were almost see-through, and they had no eyes, and others had their body type like a barracuda, but with a smaller length and blue fins. And Alida rushed backwards and hid behind Loki, and when an oversized angelfish swam by, and unlike the traditional counterpart, this one was violet with its wings pitch black. And the tunnel eventually opened into a large underwater lake, and a single light shone into the cave as a rope with a bucket descended to its very depths. Pointing towards the bucket, Hebora said, "It is not the traditional way of entering the city, but considering your circumstances, you really do not have much of a choice. And I will call Urea, and she will get the share for you." Hebora flew to the roof and somehow managed to squeeze through the tight hole, and his body was mostly made of cartilage, so he could squeeze through most tight gaps like an octopus. And while waiting for the share, Loki noticed the strange signs in certain parts of the cave, and one of them had a cookie drawing of Arasa with a writing that read, "Stop, prevent your death, go no further." And there were other signs in other areas warning of dangers ahead, and one which made Loki chuckle read, "Sephardine is in heat. Males best not approach." And based on previous observation, Loki knew that Sephardine was a coveted chromatic dragon who was famous for enticing males to fight over her, and it was not too uncommon for some dragons to end up almost biting the bricks, almost ending up dead, and any non-male dragons that wandered into the messy fighting usually always ended up dead. And the water around Ingrid started bubbling as she tried in vain to summon fire magic to warm herself, and she placed her hand on Loki's shoulder and Alida's back, but neither of them emitted any body heat, and without something like warmth or fire, Ingrid could not warm her surroundings, and in the end she settled for trembling and waiting for the share to be lowered. And Alida did not mind the cold much, being cold-blooded. It didn't make her a bit sleepy, so she floated over the surface of the cave, of the still water cave. And the only sound heard came from the water dripping from the rocks in the roof, and eventually a new sound was heard, and with it the share was lowered. Bro, time?
5 minutes.
Ingrid was the first person to be unceremoniously raised, and Alida soon followed, with Loki flying out of the wall in the form of an overgrown ribbon-tailed Astrapia bird. And the dragon on the surface jumped back a bit when Loki squeezed through the hole, but he soon regained his old form. And the well was located in the middle of the fountain maze, and normally fountains were simply for show. However, the dragons tended to bathe inside of them, like the local birds. As such, this one was designed to be larger and more interactive, featuring sculpted passages and artificial water barriers, and at the center of the fountain was the well. And those who wanted a bath with mineral water could draw it from the well. And Alida hid behind Loki, embarrassed to be surrounded by so many curious eyes, and there was about a dozen full-grown chromatic dragons and about 30 dragonlings. And Ingrid raised an eyebrow and proceeded to casually walk through the maze and into the open street. And Loki handed her a towel which she used to dry herself and get dressed, and Alida coiled and turned in herself and on her head about in mimicry of a dog drying himself. And when she thought herself dry, she called into her outfit, which she closed using her mouth and her tails, and the dragons watched with mild amusement the new arrivals. It was not every day visitors came to the well, and normally they were unceremoniously flown over the mountain and dropped into the visitor center. And the visitor center was an area allotted to small humanoid visitors, and all of the homes were built to scale from the sole pieces of wood and rocks, and the main artisan was not a chromatic dragon, but a very, very old and very bored twin-headed dragon, who was the only one of his kind, and his body was like a rooster, except that he was covered in scale. And the tail was dry his own bodiless, and the wings had a dull brown color, and that shimmer red when seen from a different angle, like a blue morphous butterfly. And the only claws he had were found on his leg, which resembled the legs of a falcon. And the first head was decorated with jewelry and wore a crown, in addition to the rings and the horn, and the second head was plain-looking, with the mane of a bit of a tangled mess, and the second head was always limp and never seemed to move, though the first head insisted that his brother was asleep. And the only clue that this was so occurred when the first head tried to untangle the mess of hair of his sibling, and the species of this dragon was not listed in the book, and anything that unique looking was often shoved under the primordial dragon category in Call of Days. So like whenever there was an unusual dragon, they said, oh, it's a primordial dragon. That's what was different from everything. But, you know, and then they didn't investigate it. Just a weirdo. Bye-bye. As with most artists, he signed his work with his insignia. A pink ballerina in a releve position with her arms delicately forming a wine glass. And it was a very clever way of signing his name, seeing as though he called himself releve. All the like I wrote the word, but I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Releveve. All the structures have been prebuilt 3,000 years ago by the dwarves. And before the dragons had moved in, the dwarves had lived inside the mountain, and what had occurred to them was a matter of speculation. Though Hebra suspected it had something to do with an unexpected volcano eruption or something. And recent excavations have found the ancient city buried under a layer of azure crystal, and nowhere was the lake, and similar was built around the lake, and the city was divided into 4 segments. In the northern area were the stables, and the entrances was the mines, and humans alongside dragons were always mining and looking for new minerals to feed the chromatic dragon population. And plenty of care was made during those proceedings to keep the lake from getting contaminated. And the lake itself was always strewed by blind catfish dragons that sieved pollutants from the water, and the stable was the home of the dragons who served as mounts for the humans. And they fought together and wore armor like the humans, and the southern segment was the home of the ever-expanding human population and crossbreeds. And the western portion was the market area, with outsiders that traded in coins, though within the dragon riders were stuck in mercantilism, and they always traded style with one another, and with the disintegration of the kingdom, debates were raging in the eastern section as to how to deal with outsiders, and until a decision was made, the city was closed to outsiders. And the center of government was in an ancient stone-cut temple, and the temple was older than all of the local dragons, and Rebella found in a deep slumber inside the temple during a standard geological survey 100 years ago, and Loki's party was led towards the temple to discuss the nature and the length of their stay with the Council of Elders, and Veragara had borrowed much of the style of governance from the Dragon Rider, with a group of ancient dragons discussing matters and the Alpha acting as the final deliberator. The trio did not know what to expect of a court of dragons, and Loki had already been to Veragara, and he remembered the droning of men and Bersame's imposing presence, and the columns of this building were carved from rocks. Time? Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 9, part 1, on the perils of idleness. The colors of the building were carved from the rock, however there were segments with steel and gold added for decoration. The square columns had steel metal bars, and based on a few that remained intact, the steel bars were meant to hold up a star-shaped mirrors. And these mirrors were repeated in other parts of the facade in mimicry of the constellation of the Southern Cross. There were 15 columns in total, and in the interior hallway there were 30 pairs of columns heading towards the throne room. Ingrid noticed something odd as she walked over the golden threaded carpet. The floor reminded her of black rippling water. "What is up with this floor?" asked Alida. "It is black quartz. I cannot say how it was made, for we found it as it is, and made it livable 7 decades ago," explained Heboras. And looking up, Alida saw strange shapes and beings in a raised beneath roof, and they were unlike anything she had seen before, and she had seen the graves too. And Loki stared intently at the roof and patterns and other bizarre design choice. And after much analysis, he recognized the creatures and microorganisms typically found in the human skin. And the main one in the hall of the throne room was a relief depicting an 8-legged bear with a round mouth filled with teeth and no eyes. And Loki chuckled, recognizing the type of bear alluded to. And inside the claws of the bear was a single quartz vial, the size of a dimple. And Loki tried narrowing his eyes to get a look inside, but he was distracted by a high-pitched voice coming from a small throne. And the voice asked a simple question: "Why and how did you get here?" "Heboras guided us here as to a purpose. We came to see the architecture and the statues, the flowers and the food and the swords and the cookies," explained Loki. "Ah yes, Lady Zephyr's cookies are delectable, but for the time being she is indisposed," answered the child sitting on the throne. "Originally this throne room did not have a throne. This room was found with hundreds of items the dragons did not know what they were used for, and they were moved. Very little of the original furniture was deemed usable even for humans. However, the structure which was called a temple was the only one with the interior large enough to accommodate 30 chromatic dragons without having them cram into each other's personal space, and at the moment there were only 7 of those dragons, which were the elders, not counting Relieve, who had not bothered to appear to show hospitality to the visitors. And the spot currently reserved for the alpha of the dragon rider was held by a tiny orc girl named Homa, and she was rather short for her age, being 13 years, due to malnutrition, and her eyes were rather large and expressive, with distinct aqua pink eyes, and hidden behind a mane of red hair. And both were uncommon among the orc kind, though genetically speaking they were capable of all ranges of hair and eye colors in the entire spectrum. And like the rest of her kind, her nose was rather small, and she had a very slight underbite and small pointed ears, and her hair and eyes contrasted greatly with her olive skin. Clothed in gold and fine fur, she was the current darling of the dragons and acting leader, and it had been centuries since the dragons had a princess, and around her neck was a chain with a tiny round ampule, the shape of a stylized fish, and in the fish eye was a series of water drops, and inside the fish eye there was a series of water droplets. Loki took one look at Homa, and then he reached into his hair and he brought out an exquisite daffodil made of Murano glass. Alida, staring at the flower, commented, "How is it that you always happen to have the correct junk to offer?" "It is not junk, but craft, and my people have accumulative tendencies," explained Loki. And since the dragon riders no longer had an official protocol, Homa left her throne and went to retrieve the flower before unceremoniously clattering back to her seat. And looking at Heboras, Homa asked, "Have we nothing to fear of these visitors?" "We are dragons, so fear is an emotion unknown to us," explained Heboras. "Speak for yourself," Heboras commented, a dragonling who was eavesdropping. "Allow me to rephrase it. Can we trust them?" asked Homa. "I wouldn't if I were you," retorted Ingrid. "Who said you aren't?" complained Loki. "None. I'm just employing my common sense," explained Ingrid. "What are we to you but simple bored travelers with enough wealth and resources to indulge in idleness?" "Oh," said Homa, frowning, her eyes darkening. "I would be wary of idleness. Many a terrible crimes have been committed by your kind in the name of fun." "My kind? Who do you take me for, a human?" asked Ingrid. "My apology. One can only assume," said Homa, gesturing at Ingrid. "No, my dear, my apologies, and I believe we have not exchanged pleasantries," said Ingrid, embarrassed. "What? Don't you know who I am, and what? And have you been living under a rock or something?" asked Homa. "Sadly, yes, for you see, Princess Homa, here stands the reclusive troll princess," explained Alida. "Troll? What is a troll?" asked Homa. All the other dragons turned to look intently at Ingrid, for they too were bemused by the strange creature standing before him, and scenting past the pollution and other myriads of scents Ingrid had been exposed to was her natural aroma. The scent emanated from the pores of her skin. was almost imperceptible, but after sniffing the air enough, Heberas was able to identify Ingrid as a floribunda.
Alright.
Floribunda. He smells like a floribunda.
Are you making up words or is that an actual thing?
I googled it.
Okay.
Flori knew more specifically that Ingrid was related to what was known in his home as the Anne Harkness, while Alida was a Tuscan son. Those are different flavors of roses. How the hell should I know, said Ingrid exasperated, and why should that even matter to you of all people? And Homer lowered her head and her eyes watered a bit. You're right. Fine, if you're tired of conversing, be gone. I won't bother you anymore. And after saying this, Homer left the throne room from an adjacent wing, and finding Alida commented, wow, you are great with kids. There was no need to bully the little girl, said Loki. I grow bored of inquiries, and you can only answer the same question so many times before it becomes a chore, explained Ingrid. You certainly make an interesting case, little troll princess, said Heberas, lowering his head. And I will now take you to your stay. And Ingrid walked ahead of Heberas, even though he was the official guide, and eventually she settled on the back and allowed the blind dragon to guide her along. And for practical purposes, each of the segments of the city was connected with one main road. And whenever steps were required, there were 4 different staircases, one for dwarves, and one for humans, and one for giants, and one for folks on wheelchairs. And Raleigh had designed the stairs in such a way in a moment of inspiration, and he was both traditional stairs, which only catered to one type of steps. Other less livable segments of the human town had homes featuring all types of stairs, and it was this home that Heberas was leading the party to, mostly to annoy Ingrid, who seemed the most irritable. And Alida had been calm all throughout the day, not saying or commenting on anything, and like Loki, she was too caught up in the newness of the city to bother to complain. In the human habitat, as Raleigh liked to put it, there was not one house that was alike, and the people lived there mostly because the houses were pre-built. And there weren't any true dragon riders in this part of the city. Rather, this was the home of the lucky few who had been granted sanctuary. And aside from those people, there were the extended family of the dragon riders who lived there. And those who were the genuine article lived in the market. And like the dragon companions, the riders had hoarding tendencies, stockpiling items and living beings they found amusing. And in addition to the dragon riders, there were the dragon tamers, and in younger times, the riders who worked along with the same families of chromatic dragons, fighting with one another from generation to generation. However, they were forced to tame wild, larger, and stronger dragons due to the pressures from Verageddon. And as of now, they had their stables and about 1,000 non-native dragons, and 2 silver dragons, 25 mimic dragons, 30 polygy dragons, and 3 juvenile alabaster dragons, and 40 horsey dragons. And this and many other interesting little bits of information was browsed over by the top by Loki. And he now had enough information to make his way around Sibila without getting lost, and his musings were put on stop when he saw the house they were staying at. Time, bro?
5 minutes.
Taken aback, Ingrid said, what in the world? It is certainly original, commented Alida.
It's a pudgy dragon.
They're like tiny.
Oh.
Tiny.
Okay.
Yeah. The chibi.
Got it.
So it is just us, or is there a servant to look after us, asked Ingrid. I could ask about a maid, your highness, and I know of a good one that would even wipe your bottom for you, said Heberas sarcastically. There's no need to be so rude. It is just hygiene is a must, and I do not want to go inside and find the house filled with rats and who knows what else, commented Ingrid. Rats had yet to breach our city. As for spiders, there are a few, but they keep to themselves, said Heberas. You could kill them off and clean up the web, suggested Ingrid. It is bad luck to remove cobwebs, said Heberas, and looked in unison. You think everything is bad luck, as of late, reasoned Ingrid. Not really. I have plenty of times that things were good luck, retorted Loki. No, you haven't, commented Alida. Just the other day, I was putting on my clothing backwards, and you said I was itching for a beating. And then there was that time, you remember, Alida, and I was setting the plate, and I placed the bread upside down, and you threw a fit, said Ingrid, chuckling. I did not, said Loki, raising his voice. And stop making up things about me. You are making me look foolish in front of the dragon. Pay me no mind, said Heberas, not taking part in the infantile argument. After a bit of reveling, Ingrid and Alida finally took stock of their surroundings, and indeed, the 5-story house was unique, for lack of a better word. And the first stairs leading to the first floor were ground with marble columns on either side, and on the second floor there were 4 narrow spiral staircases, and each one leading to the main room. And from there, one had to walk towards the center to a large floating staircase, and it had no railing, only planks supported by the walls. And a false stair would have one falling into the museum room on the floor below, and to get to the 4th floor one had to enter through a stair outside the balcony of the rooms, and it was suspended from the roof by wires. And most of the visitors tended not to bother to go to the 4th floor, and to get to the final floor one had to go up a seemingly simple straight staircase. And this was an illusion created by the realists, and after climbing the first few steps, the stairs grew in length and height. And the final step could only be given by a dragon with a bothersome height of 5 foot, and Alida was enamored with the house instantly, while Ingrid found it insupportable. And Ingrid relegated herself to only the guest room in the first floor. Time, bro?
2 minutes.
Loki stayed in the 3rd floor due to its proximity to the music room and the library, and meanwhile Alida settled her meager personal belongings consisting of a 3 circus outfit and 5 changes of clothing, and her hula hoop she had been gifted by Loki, and her savings of 5,000 soon-to-be worthless coins, and a few childhood trinkets and the copper ring. Just as she always did, Alida set her stuff on top of the bed, and when she was certain that she had all of her items in her person, she called into herself and she started counting each of her coins. And this time when she counted, a little dragon perched on her window, and based on its anatomy, it reminded Alida of a horse. And aside from resembling a horse, the dragon had all of the traditional attributes of its skin, with the claws, the mane, and the reptilian face. And it had 2 pairs of wings fused together, resembling a Neisseria belladonna butterfly. And this dragon was as large as a household cat. And he started scratching at the window till Alida finally opened it, and the dragon did not enter. Rather, he said, "Pardon the intrusion, but I was wondering if you were going to eat those golden coins." "No, why would I eat them?" asked Alida. "Because, well, pay me no mind. I see that you will sleep upon them, even though there is no need to do so, for you see the bed is made of golden threads, perfectly suitable to sustain your delicate constitution," said the dragon. Time?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
"Oh, I see. I'm not sleeping on the coin. This is just my money, which I keep to buy things," answered Alida. "I know money, but it won't do you any good, for with radiant stuff, not currency," explained the dragon. "Well, I do not have a lot of stuff, as you can see," answered Alida. "And even if it is worthless to you, I can still make use of it. If I were you, I would not stock up on stuff. A coin bearing a dead man's face is always greatly devalued," said the dragon solicitously. "That might be a problem," said Alida. Her face turned pale and then green, and she rolled around the bedsheets in a frenzy with all of her goods scattering about. When she calmed down, the dragon asked, "Can I have some of your worthless coins, please?" "Fine, take them." "They're worthless, aren't they?" she said, sighing. "Maybe in large bulks, as far as I heard as of late, and the deflation has not taken hold everywhere, and news travel slowly, especially the bad ones. And I will give them about a couple of months, and there is plenty of time to stock up on stuff," said the dragon, nibbling on the coins. Are we done?
Yeah.
Bye-bye, and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 9, part 2, on the perils of idleness. The following morning, when Alida woke up, she found in her bed a small leather pouch, and opening it slightly, Alida saw within it a powder of lapis lazuli. Not realizing the value of the blue powder, she placed it among her personal items, and then she made her way downstairs. And she found Loki playing in the stairs, taking large leaps of faith, and then climbing as many steps as possible, with only 1 step. And chuckling, Alida asked, "Don't you have anything better to do than to play in the stairs?" "Not for the time being, I don't, and there isn't a lot of much fun things I'm allowed to do, and I must keep a low profile," answered Loki. "You could dress up like some fiend and scare the common folk," suggested Alida. "I don't want to play that anymore. It is child's play," said Loki. Alida opened her mouth wide, and she sighed, and she slithered past Loki without saying another word. Loki jumped down the stairs after her, and he asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," said Alida. "Fine, whatever, I don't care," said Loki, walking ahead of her. Alida picked up her face to walk ahead of her, and they continued thus till Alida slipped and fell down the last flight of stairs, and she straightened herself and she frowned past Loki, who had a childish grin painted on his face. And as soon as they entered the dining room, the door behind them was locked, and the entire room rustled with movement as hidden servants scurried about cleaning and examining every object they had in their possession. And dragons were notorious for pilfering whatever drew their instinct, which is why Loki always kept all of his personal possessions within his hair. And Ingrid too had taken measures to prevent pilfering, while Alida only had meager possessions not worth stealing. And one of the servants, a crossbreed dwarven maiden, was about to take the copper ring, but the little horse dragon stopped on his hoof. And pouting, she said, "Ah, you're no fun. How we to ever have guessed if this is the hospitality we offer," said the horse dragon. "I was under the impression that we were going to close off to the world," said the maiden. "We could not be even more isolated from the world even if we wanted to, and we should at least show common courtesy to those who have yet to give us a reason to despise them," so said the horse dragon. Sighing, the dwarven crossbreed queen cleaned around all of Alida's idols, and the tiny horse dragon perched himself on top of Alida's balcony window, and to guard and to dissuade future robberies and attempts. And back in the kitchen, Loki was pulling at the doors. And smiling, Ingrid said, "I told them not to let us out till you clean your plate." Frowning, Loki complained as he wrestled with the handles. "What are these doors made of?" "Stop being childish and sit down and eat like a normal person," insisted Ingrid. "Is it just me, or are you becoming more childish by the days?" asked Alida sarcastically. "Fine, I will eat my food, but I will not do it like a normal person," said Loki. He then perched on top of the back of his chair like an owl, and his hair extended and then stretched as he removed the food from the plate, and then he sliced the bread, and then he placed the pieces inside the plate, and once it was buttered the way he liked, he then proceeded to eat it, and the milk inside his glass he drank one spoonful at a time, and then he slurred at it while drinking it as if it were soup. And when he concluded his charade, Ingrid said, "Are you done making a fool of yourself?" "Pretty much," said Loki, who was keenly aware of the snickering and chuckles behind the locked doors. The doors opened for them, but there was seemingly no one outside, and the moment the trio stepped outside the house, the two residents busied themselves with their household chores and other fun activities, and unlike the day before, the streets they previously walked were deserted. "They certainly know how to make a person feel unwelcome," commented Alida. "Well, most refugees and other draconic pets live here, and they have no reason to tolerate our presence," explained Loki. "Oh yes, it must be quite a chore indeed to play fetch or whatever it is required to be a draconic pet," said Ingrid dourly. "And it's not as if we made an effort in our part to win them over," said Alida. "What do you have in mind?" asked Loki. "Oh, nothing," said Alida. Scurrying back to her room, surprising the servants and the unknown resident, Alida picked up her hula hoop and put it on a little jar before her. She started performing with her hoop, and with just one hoop, Alida had to make up for the lack of complexity with height, and she kept spinning and throwing the rope and catching it with either her waist or wings and tail, and it did not take long for the novelty of the snake girl with a hula hoop to draw a decent crowd, and most of the early visitors were dragons who were easily amused. And imagining the baby dragons were a good judge of character, the locals in the human habitat left their homes and went about their business, and others lingered to watch the show and even paid Alida using their local lack of currency. And when Alida's chef had called, she noticed a random assortment of small items: 2 pearls, a tiny ruby, a compact mirror, a bronze-shaped little pig figurine, and an exquisite ceramic knife. And Alida scooped the cup and placed it inside a compartment in her dress, specifically designed to hold her cup. And as she passed by, the small objects would rattle from time to time. And frowning, Alida said to Ingrid, "So they do really only trading stuff, as they like to call it." "I don't see what's the problem with trading in stuff," commented Ingrid. "Well, it is a bother for those used to dealing with currency," answered Loki. "I see," said Ingrid. "Time?"
9 minutes, 30 seconds.
While the walking observed the outside shots, they heard bizarre noises echoing through the streets, and a good number of the people who were up and about stood still to listen. And once the odd clucking and crowning sounds ended, the humans in the habitat returned to business as usual. And Loki too had stopped to listen to the strange sound, and staring at Loki, Alida asked, "What was that all about?" "Nothing much, just an intruder that breached the magical barrier. He's currently being quarantined in the central castle, being interrogated by Releve," answered Loki. "If he's being detained, why all the fuss?" asked Ingrid. "Who knows, maybe something interesting is happening there. Should we adjourn?" asked Loki. Smart as well, said Ingrid, who was bored of the human habitat. Other streets in the habitat were wide and easy to traverse, and the buildings themselves were larger than the common masonry found in the rest of the kingdom. Its emphasis on height was designed to create thermal vents which facilitated the maneuverability of the dragons flying about, and they also had to be resistant enough for the occasional dragoning crash landings. So like the buildings there that I had to be sturdy enough in case like a dragon crash lands into them. The main road led towards the center of the lake and the castle worship of Eleven. And outside it seemed like a sumptuous fortification with established entry stories large enough to help the maneuverability of the silver dragon with his wings outstretched. And it was an impressive structure that could have only been built by a dragon. At least this is how Eleven saw it, even though for the finer details he had to employ humanoid hands. And the visitor was seen in one of his miniatures, a replica of the throne room of Persephone, and in its size when the throne could barely accommodate the fragile visitor. With one look, Loki could tell that the visitor was a mage, and sighing, Ingrid said, "Is that what all the fuss was about? Let's go look up to some oddities, and then we can return to it." "Not yet," said Loki, gesturing at his surroundings. "Watch and listen." Alida saw in the higher tiers of the workshop many eyes staring, and in the other rooms she heard mouth whispering, as everyone was itching to hear Relevo's plans for the intruder. And like most of the Dragon King, Relevo detested men, and traditionally dragons showed a kinder attitude towards women. And there was a certain fragility about the visitor, so instead of being unceremoniously kicked out, Relevo decided to indulge the little mage. "What do you want, puny human? Why have you intruded the peace which we have so eagerly awaited after 200 years of pointless warring?" roared Relevo, and the effect of his song was somewhat tamed by the sudden loud snoring of his other head. And the other head snorted and opened his eyes and looked about for a second, and then he returned to sleeping. Because don't forget that Relevo is like a two-headed dragon. In one head is like always awake, and the other one's like always asleep. Except when it occasionally wakes up, like, what's it? Nothing, go back to bed. The human mage raised an eyebrow, and he decided to go straight to the point by saying, "I come to learn dragon magic." "What makes you think that a puny human can learn dragon magic?" asked Relevo. "I cannot know unless I try," insisted the mage. Try. Can a fish fly outside the water? Can a bear live only on grass?" asked Relevo. "No," said the mage silently. "The answer I was looking for was yes, you lack imagination and basic knowledge of the species that live among us. And had you spent even 1 month by the sea, you would have seen the flying fishes, and in the lower forest of the kingdom, there lives a silly black and white bear that only lives on grass," said Relevo. So he was talking about the flying fish and the pandas. "Oh, so will you teach me or not?" insisted the mage. "I will think about it. First, do me this one solace. Can you provide for me a sword that is uniquely your own?" asked Relevo. "I don't get it," said both the mage and Ingrid. Loki then said to Ingrid, "It is simple. A lot of mages think they are awesome just because they can memorize and perform a dozen spells. Dragons have a preference to those who are not mere copycats, and even those who can make mild improvements on even an existing spells are welcome." "Makes sense," said Ingrid. "If everyone always said and did the same thing, there would be no progress. And who knows, we might even be stuck living in the forest hunting and scavenging." "It isn't as bad as you make it sound," said Alida. When they paid attention to the conversation again, Relevo said, "I cannot guarantee that you will learn or do anything with my knowledge, but I have nothing better to do for the moment, so I will tolerate you as my assistant." Time?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Relevo started walking towards one of the stands, and his second hand stayed behind sleeping, practically being dragged through the floor. And before anyone could grasp, the second hand's eyes opened wide, and it moved so swiftly like a lightning bolt, and after blinking just once, those standing there saw only the foot and the shins of the visitor. And that was all that remained after the second hand had beaten down on the mage. And speeding its mangled remains, the second hand grumbled and snarled. And frightened, the dragoness came and cleaned up the course and polished the floor, and once not a single trace of the visitor remained, the second hand settled down and returned to sleep. And chuckling a bit nervously, Relevo said to Loki and his companions, "Forgive me, my brother is a little too preemptive, and I do not imagine what might have stirred him so, but this is not how we deal with solicitors." So like the other hand, he just woke up suddenly and ate the mage guy. And that's it. And that was the end of the magic gag. I wanted to learn dragon magic. I don't know why the hell he did that. But I don't know what the hell, what caused him to like get so aggressive. Opening his eyes again, the second head growled and purred softly, and the sleeping head was called Vele, and the awake one was Rele. And this was the first time in centuries that Vele had shown any signs of life, and even during open confrontation, Vele slept right through the battles, and this visitor was another matter. It had warranted its complete and undivided attention. Time, bro?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
The trio stayed in Sibila for longer than they had anticipated, and even after 2 months, there was always something else which merited further investigation, and the center for their interest in Sibila had to do with Ingrid's sleepwalking cycles. Little did she know they had grown more frequent ever since she started staying there. And the first episode took place right after their visit to Releve, and the death of the visitor had left a sour taste in the mouths of the sisters, and the pair had decided to return early to forget about the bloody pair of feet still fresh on the floor of Releve's workshop. And Loki said to Ingrid, I do not see why we had to leave so soon. We barely saw anything, and I want to talk to Releve. We just got there, and there's no need to rush into anything, explained Ingrid. That did not perturb you, did it? You showed quite a bit of disdain when we visited the Elven settlement, and I thought that by now you were used to seeing dead bodies, asked Loki. Used to, yes, it is just well, started explaining Ingrid. The sister then interjected. Just as she disliked watching me, she detested seeing the twin-headed rooster dragon eating the visitor. It surprised me. I was not expecting it, said Ingrid. Or like when you are in the middle of a tense moment and then some jerk taps you in the shoulder or throws a silly slimy thing at you, explained Loki. Not exactly, but you are getting close, said Ingrid. Time?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
By then the trio had crossed the bridge and were in the entrance of the human habitat, and the sun was setting behind the mountains, giving the water an elegant orange-red hue, almost as if the sky and the sun were one. And Alida stopped for a moment to look at the scenery, and she felt when she saw a fellow jump into the water, and she convinced herself that this person could swim. However, she could not shake the feeling that the person could not. And looking in the direction she was staring at, Loki said, He's fine, there's no need to worry about him. He's now in a better place. Not funny, Loki, snapped Alida. Her fear were concerned when a dozen of humans gathered around the bridge, and the unconscious fellow was taken to the temple to be receiving medical attention. Time?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is Chapter 10, Part 1. Once the fellow was taken away, Alida asked more to herself. What could have caused him to try to take his own life? Idleness, I suppose, said Loki thoughtlessly. Idleness, asked Ingrid, staring at him sternly. Haven't you noticed that most of the humans that do those sort of things have a little too much time on their hands, and they get all powdery because nobody depends on him. And poor people are too overworked and starving themselves in order to give vent to such madness. Kinda ironic, don't you think? And the humans who have the means to survive end up throwing it all away. That's something very mean-spirited of you to say, Loki, and you do not know what you speak of, said Alida. Loki narrowed her eyes, and he decided not to argue on the issue that much. She could tell he had plenty to say, however he chose to give her the silent treatment, and Loki was not the person to argue with somebody that he considered a fool, and that they ended with this sour note, with each retiring to their own respective rooms without having an actual conversation. And Loki had pretended to retire to his room to sleep. Instead, he locked the door and he changed into the form of a beautiful maiden in a gorgeous pearly pink outfit, and after taking a moment to put on his face, so to speak, with a red rouge and lipstick, Loki went to explore the city by himself, and Alida was angry at Loki because she thought he was angry at her. And Loki was not one to get angry at idle chatter, and since Alida was too angry to sleep and too ashamed to ask Loki out, she twisted and turned in her back in her impotent fury, and close to midnight she became far too exhausted to care. And she amused herself while playing with the hula hoop and occasionally jumping out of the balcony onto the roof of other houses and then back to her room. And when soon all the small dragons joining her games, and with more playfellow, Alida's mood improved slightly. And this happy move was Charlie when she saw from the floor below her sister walking in the streets barefoot in her nightgown, and found Alida said, "Not again." "What's the matter?" asked one of the dragons. "My sister, she's sleepwalking again, as Loki calls it," said Alida. "That's normal," said one of the dragons. "Really?" asked Alida, surprised. "The dream world is far too strong here than in other places, and humans are sensitive to it, and they can't help but to walk around from time to time, and we have stronger self-control, so we stay put. It is the best way to avoid unnecessary injury," said the dragonling. And coming closer to the ground, Alida saw a group of very tired-looking dragonite trailing after sleepwalkers, and there were about 31 roaming the street, though indoors there was 391. And Alida asked the dragonling, "Why don't you bother about the sleepwalkers?" "Because it is the night's turn to bother about them. That is why," said one of the dragonlings. "I see," said Alida. "And besides, they should have not managed to get out of their house in the first place. So clumsy, even after all this time," commented another. So like in the street it's like a bunch of sleepwalkers. Like 31, but more than one is a lot.
Oh, yeah. And
indoors there's like 400 of them, but their families were able to keep them put so that they don't like hurt themselves while walking around. Alida pondered on whether she should follow after her sister, and in the end she decided to go back to playing. And down in the ground, Loki saw Ingrid roaming about the street, and she was chanting over and over, "Voria, Voria," and she stopped and she stared at a wall with listless wide eyes, but unseeing eyes, and she opened her mouth wide and gave a long single scream. Ah! One of the windows opened as one of the residents yelled at the guards, "By the gods, put that thing away, we are trying to sleep." The guy was not too much in a hurry to react. Again, Ingrid took a deep breath and gave a long, high-pitched scream till it seemed like her vocal cords would explode, or she would utterly run out of breath. She would the loudest scream there ever was. The third time Loki heard something that he had not heard before coming out of her lips. It was her first pitch perfect note. As if calibrating a piano with a hammer, Ingrid painfully spilled out from herself one exquisite note out of another. She was searching for something, grasping, looking, and eventually she held both her hands towards her throat and she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. And silent Loki commented, "Sheesh, I knew she wanted to be a singer, but there was no need to take this overboard." She's like singing in her sleepwalking spells. "Whatever do you mean, darling?" asked the gentleman who had his arm around Loki's waist. Like, don't forget that Loki's in like the shape of a chick right now. "Nothing, let's go," said Loki, departing with the gentleman while wearing the visage of a lovely lady. And whenever Loki wanted to put on a feminine air, he always leaned towards blondes. It reminded him of someone that no longer existed, and he put it on her visage and acted the way he thought she should act whenever he was feeling melancholy, and he danced with his companion at the cabaret known as the Shepherdess Follies. And unlike bars, wine was the drink of choice at the cabaret, and it was always served with a meal, and the dishes were always politely changed for water whenever the guests were too cheery. And there was no formal musical performance, but every so often a group of blind musicians would play at the Follies, and his companion offered to pay for the food and drinks, but Loki politely declined, and after dancing for 3 hours, both went their separate ways. And with Loki having treated his melancholy and his companion his loneliness and isolation, and he found Ingrid walking on water, with her hair and dress in a murky mess, and behind her a couple of guys looked rather angry. And smiling coyly, Loki said, "Releve always said one should not pester sleepwalkers." "Be silent, outsider," said the guard. "Don't act so cocky. You are a god after all and not a knight, sir, and your position is not as secure as you might hope," said Loki. "So it would appear," sighed the guard. "It wasn't my first choice to play custodia to a roaming madman, but alas, there isn't much of anything else I can do to earn a meal." "You could try carpentry," suggested Loki. "Yeah, sure. With what trees, might I ask?" said the guard. Loki looked about, and then he noticed that the area was mostly grassland, and a portion of it was being cultivated for food. And based on some of the burning fields, Loki guessed that Sibila used shifts in agriculture, and he knew from observation that they used crop rotation. And he said more to himself, "I think I already know the answer, but even so, I would prefer to hear it from you." "Are you still talking to me, or have I been talking to myself all this time?" asked the guard, giving a sigh of frustration. "Time, bro?"
7 minutes, 30 seconds.
It wouldn't be the first time, I suppose, but at least while you're here, you live with relative peace, said Loki, addressing the guard. Peace, yes. Anyone can achieve peace with strict codes and punishment systems, said the guard. And I would advise you, do not step out of line too much. There are unseen eyes always watching. One could say the same thing about literally everywhere else, suggested Loki. Yes, but divine punishment is always far away, and people tend to comport when punishment is instantaneous, and the change can be rather tense for those not used to walking on thin ice, said the guard. When the alternative is starvation, there really is not much choice, is there, said Loki. Loki then jumped off the bridge and he fetched Ingrid, and putting her over his shoulder, he shot him back over to the bridge. And as he jumped, he noticed a strange scribbling in one of the bricks of the bridge, and he placed Ingrid on the bridge, and then he gave another cursory look below. And the guy glancing at Loki said, "Ah yes, the bricks. They all have some quirky saying or another. Most of them are in dragon script, and others in language very similar to Argonian." Staring at the guard, Loki asked, "What's that language like?" "I don't know. Bethlehem took everything from us, our homes, our families, our culture, even our spoken language. And I only remember listening to a few words when I was small. But I was short-lived, and my poor mother lost her tongue because of it," said the guard. So since the woman was speaking in a foreign tongue, they cut her tongue off. Because that was how the old king used to roll. Time for?
6 minutes.
Seems a bit excessive, but I can understand why it was done. In the end of the matters is the knowledge itself and not the language that it was used to convey the information, and people tend to hold on to such triviality, and there can be no understanding between individuals as long as people insist on having different languages, said Loki. "Huh. The enforcer said the same thing," said the guard. "Whatever, dude. Good night," said Loki, seeing as though Ingrid was starting to walk back to her bedroom. She always found her way back to bed before the clock struck 3 a.m. As Loki trailed behind her, he slowly shed his feminine skin and acquired his old form, and his clothing melted and swore and assuming the shape of his black hair and curled around his frame. And as he retreated, it revealed his white pajamas, white socks, and sandals, and one of the dragons watching his wardrobe shape commented, "That's a pretty neat magic trick." "I wish," said Loki sadly. And he placed his hand in his hair, feeling only with his fingertips the gimmick staff, and he left it safely hidden there inside the area within his hair. And he was not one to leave his personal items in the physical world where they could easily be stolen. And he eventually returned to his bedroom after making certain that Ingrid was safe in bed. Time?
5 minutes, 1 second.
When Loki found himself completely alone, he breathed a sigh of relief, and he grew tense when he saw a pair of orange eyes staring at him. And it was only for a moment that he noticed the sight, and after biting slightly the inside of his mouth, Loki resumed his automaton routine, and instead of lying down staring at the room, he took a bath and he changed into other pajamas, and he combed his hair dry, and then he nestled in bed and he closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. And one of the dragons in playfellows of Alita noticed her staring at Loki, and he asked in children's usual direct fashion, "Why were you staring at the blue man for such a long time?" "Wait, no reason," said Alita, blushing. "Oh, it's that," said another dragon. No, whatever do you mean by that, said Alita, avoiding the question. "Why must you humans be so dishonest?" said the first dragon that had spoken to her. "I'm not a human," said Alita. "Well, you act like one," said the first dragon. "Acting and being are two different things," insisted Alita, changing the subject. "That's debatable," commented Heborax. And turning around, Alita saw Heborax perched behind her in a nearby rooftop, and she had not heard him land, and it seemed that all the roofs in the human habitat were flat and without shingles, and this allowed the dragons to laugh and not perturb the sleeping humans. Well, let's say a very bad man acted his whole life like a good fellow, never deviating. As far as the world is concerned, he is a good man, even though he is rotten to the core," said Heborax. "In order for one to be bad, one has to do bad things," insisted Alita. "That is also debatable," said Heborax, and Alita was far too focused on the tirade of the old dragon to notice the dragon is deserting the rooftop. "If actions define our essence, then I would once again stipulate that you are human." "I do see your point," said Alita, taking it to heart. That you saw, right? You saw how he gave her the turnaround, "Well, do you, little miss?" said Heborax, looking somewhat disappointed. He grinned a bit as if struck by a new idea, and then he said, "Now on to the matter at hand. You have developed a certain affinity towards this blue fellow Loki, have you not?" "I don't know," said Alita. I have seen other maidens acting foolishly as I do, and it nauseates me to think that I may suffer from their same affectations. And pray do tell, what is it that you find so fascinating about him? Asked Deborah. Well, I never told Loki this, but I saw him once 15 years ago, and he was a small, shriveled wee thing with his long raven hair and blue skin. And I was not the person I once was, but I was, and I lived as a snake, and one of the children near him was pulling the legs of lizard and watching them die, and when Loki saw this, he grabbed a nearby rock and he smashed his brains out. And I thought he was really cool, cause us scaly people, we don't get a lot of love, said Alida. Huh, said Deborah, snorting a smug. Us scaly people, what a silly little creature. I am, we are, dragons, and dragons have always been feared and respected. You and I are in two different planes. And did you not think for a moment that Loki was looking for an excuse to kill? I hadn't thought about it, said Alida, lowering her voice, and she then thought that there was also the time that he went to kill because he imagined a vulture had told him to do so. Time?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
She rattled her brain for a couple of minutes, trying to make excuses for him. There is a problem with you little humans, said her, but as you get enamored with one aspect of a person and a desire to change the rest, just as it is a sin to clip the wings of a bird, so too is to us a warrior not to seek battle. Alida was quiet, taking everything that Deborah said to heart, and since she was not saying anything, Deborah assumed that the conversation was over. And the following morning, Alida had come to a decision, and so had Loki, and she had decided to express her feelings to him, while Loki had decided to go on a little exploration by himself, and he wanted to visit the market and stuff. And as soon as she came downstairs, she asked her sister Ingrid, where is Loki? He went to market to buy stuff, answered Ingrid, sipping her coffee. Oh, said Alida, disappointed, and then she said, smiling, wanna go to the market with me then? Time?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave it here. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 10, part 2. If you want to go see him so much, go find him yourself. You're a grown woman, or do you need me to hold your hand? Asked Ingrid. Fine, I'll go by myself, said Alida, leaving the dining area. Good, said Ingrid, raising her voice. And she then mumbled. How annoying. A door opened slightly adjacent to the kitchen, and a trollman clad in opal armor said to Ingrid, You're welcome to return home any time. I would, but I'm a bit curious to see how everything unfolds, said Ingrid. In this, you are the same as our beloved queen, said the trollman. Watch it that mother doesn't hear you that you have called her a gossiper, said Ingrid, smiling. My apologies, said the trollman, closing the door. Noon came, and with much disappointment for Alida. She had failed to find Loki at the market, and she returned home knowing that he was not one to miss dinner. And again Ingrid was there to tell her that Loki had not returned. As for Loki, he had indeed spent his time in the market, though most of the shops were not in obvious location, and the home of the Dragon Rider had both a surface and an underground level, and the underground was where the dragons had their piles, and the occasionally traded stuff with visitors, and there were 35 large caves in total, with tunnels made by ancient running water. And each cave accommodated one matriarch dragon and her brood, and male dragons usually live in higher up in the mountains, in long draconic made caves. And among the chromatic dragons, there was always more males than females, and this pattern was also common among the feral dragons, and since competition for mate was fierce, the female dragons tended to have most stuff, and the first draconic horde that Loki visited was the one managed by Melusine. And Melusine was not a dragon, rather a water nymph, though she often claimed she was a mermaid. And mermaids were not true species in Saturnastra, rather a name used by otherworldly humanoids who lived in the north, and unlike Loki, they were permanent caretakers who focused on growing and expanding the marine life of the world. As the dragon rider of Sephardi, Melusine managed her mount stuff whenever her owner was away, and she rewarded Loki with a cool indifference as he approached. Loki said to her, I wish to trade for stuff. What sort of stuff? Asked Melusine. I don't know. What do you have to trade? Asked Loki. Everything, said Melusine, starting to lose her patience. Loki sat a moment, and then he reached into his head and he brought out a rug featuring embroidered flowers. Melusine shook her head, and then he showed a sword made of silver, and Loki then brought out but Melusine declined the offer. And it was then when Loki narrowed it down to silver jewelry and pure silver bars, and the mountain was a pour in silver, and it was a mineral that Sephardi wanted to acquire. and in exchange of silver, Loki acquired blue cyacides and aquamarine pectolites, and in other stands he traded for other stones that were considered common in the mountains, like red beryl, kyanites, tapherites, and black opals. And these stones were uncommon in his home, and Loki's father had been desiring to acquire some specimens to see how well they took to magical experimentations. As with the other natural processes, stones reacted to magic in many different ways. And the way they reacted to magic was sometimes a bit counterintuitive, and diamonds didn't work well for wind magic or light magic, and emeralds were terrible for nature spells, and among his other purchases, he also acquired literature and trinkets that were not native to his world, and since the dragons tunneled deep, from time to time they ran into items that were not made by the locals. And during his wanderings, he saw Princess Homa running about the cave holding her fish necklace. And she hid in a corner and waited, and seconds later some dragonlings passed by looking for her. And once they passed, she changed location and hid behind Loki's cloak. And ignoring him, she said to her fish necklace, "Be quiet and don't move a muscle lest they find us." A little girl ran past and said to Homa, "I see you, now you have to hide." Coming out, Homa said, "Fine, but don't scare me again." "It was not my idea to scare you," said the other girl. Loki then said, "Maybe you should take out your games outside. People tend to look scarier in dark corners." "I suppose so," said Homa thoughtfully. Homa started the party when Loki asked her, "Can I trade you something for your fish pendant?" "It's not for sale," said Homa. "Where can I get one of those?" asked Loki. "I don't know. I just found it in one of the temples during an excavation, and the dragons are just clearing the rubble in there and finding all sorts of odd trinkets. You can dig there if you like, but just be careful cause there are cave-ins, and be careful not to cause an avalanche. People get hurt when that happens," explained Homa. "I promise to be careful," said Loki. Homa started to walk away, but she stopped and she ran back. "I ran into Hebora some time ago, and he said the snake lady was looking for you." "Great," said Loki without enthusiasm. "Are you hiding from her? Are you playing hide and seek?" asked Homa. "I'm not so much as hiding as avoiding her, and it's not so much as playing as I am very serious about not seeing her at the moment, and if her mood continues as such, I might avoid her again tomorrow, and tomorrow till she cools down," explained Loki. "Why are you hiding from her? Is she mad at you or something?" asked Homa. "Not at first, but she will be mad at me later," said Loki. "Oh, she wants to talk about that," said Homa, pretending to understand. "How very perceptive of you," said Loki, clapping. "Time?"
9 minutes, 30 seconds.
"Well, I am the all-wise, powerful ruler of Sibila," said Homa, flapping her long sleeves. "Look, you can't avoid her forever. Just talk to her and have a peace offering ready for her to quell her anger somewhat. The gift should not be something heavy in case she decides to use it as a blunt weapon." "I'm not too concerned in that department," said Loki coolly. Homa raised her little fish pendant to her ear, and then she giggled at its response. And more than ever, Loki was curious about the pendant. According to his database, it was an object that required extreme close examination, and Loki then made a mental note to see the other object that was like it, that was behind the throne. And close to sunset, Loki made his way out of the market back into the human habitat, and he sat there and waited for a leader in order to take his poison and be done with the issue once and for all. And a thick fog started to fall on the mountain, and in a matter of minutes, one could not see beyond one's hand. And whenever this occurred, the locals used to close up shop. Flying to the city with low visibility was a health hazard. And the sound started to die down, and even ripples of the lake became still. And after a couple of minutes of insupportable silence, Loki heard the sound of copper coins. Time, bro?
7 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh, Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Alida had then sewed into her hands her dress in a fashion that made them dangle, and with each moment she made a dull sound that reminded Loki of a jar of pennies. And without realizing, Alida slithered past Loki, and in a low voice he said, "Hey, God, gee," screamed Alida. And then turning back, she saw the dark silhouette casted by Loki. "Don't scare me like that." "I'm over here," said Loki. And Alida was talking to a dark shadow at the other side of the road, and shivering, she crossed the road and quickly joined Loki. And the bear saw the stranger continuing on his walk, and before the fog swallowed him, and despite the ground being covered in cobblestone, not a single sound was heard from his footsteps. Do you think that was a ghost? asked Alida. Do you see ghosts on a regular basis? inquired Loki. No, said Alida, but there's a first time for everything. I see, said Loki. Do you see ghosts? asked Alida. Is that a bad thing? asked Loki. It usually is, said Alida. Loki narrowed his eyes, but only for a slight moment, and when Alida turned to look at him, he smiled again and said, I do not see ghosts. An hour's silence spell fell upon them, and a strange creature lurked near them, growing ever closer, and it frowned funny spot, and then moved slightly away, and then Loki gulped. Stoically ignoring the creature, he clearly saw through his hair. Loki then said to Alida, So what did you want to talk about? Alida was quiet for a moment, and she was about to say something completely unrelated when Loki returned to her by adding, I'm not the sort of person to enjoy other people's roundaboutness. Tell me what you want, or else I will be on my way. Time?
6 minutes.
Alida shifted uncomfortably, coiling and coiling and coiling. Eventually she said, What's there to say? You already know. I already know what? asked Loki, jabbing at her. Biting her lower lip, Alida said, That I will like you. What a bother, answered Loki. He added, seeing Alida making a strange grimace. You aren't going to cry, are you? Alida took a deep sigh and then she said, Can we just talk about this like adults? No, not really. I had this conversation far too many times, and unlike you, I am not one to repeat myself, said Loki. No, you haven't, said Alida. Well, you coming here there, sweet pea, said Loki. Loki cut his words short, and even though he had plenty more to say. Guessing this, Alida said, Well, say it. I know what you're thinking, and I make terrible company, don't I? And I haven't done much of anything to earn your affections. Loki clapped, seemingly impressed at Alida's guessing skills, and he started to notice her body acquiring more reptile features, and her body was slimming down some more, and Loki always suspected that animals were more perceptive of human moods, but he had never interacted with a talking animal to see if his suspicions were so. Alida said this and many other things that Loki failed to listen to, and his mind had wandered in tangent, and he was rummaging through his mind thinking about talking animals. And Alida herself had no magic, though her body was magical, and had come into the existence through magical means. And eventually Alida bit Loki in the face, and frowning Loki said, Ow, what's your problem? Relax, my fangs were retracted, said Alida, and her face returned into her usual form, and she seemed a bit more relaxed now that she had vented her frustrations at the wall that went by the name of Loki. And together they returned to the house of the stairs they were staying at, and Alida had finally come to terms with Loki's indifference, though she was still insistent on earning his affections. Time, bro?
You get 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Before the winter snow, Loki and Ingrid had finally set on their journey, and after studying the map, Ingrid had concluded that the travel paths had been most inefficient, and they could have easily visited the giants first, followed by the town of Little Sofia. And officially they had been more than half a year out on the road with Alida, and one day when Loki had left them to run an errand, Alida went to Ingrid and asked, What do you know of Loki? I know as much as he cares to reveal, explained Ingrid. So nothing, parried Alida. Precisely. If you are curious about it, one of the trolls knows a guy who can dig up whatever information you want on any fellow, said Ingrid. And he used to work for the king, but he had fallen into disfavor with the new ruler, so now he employs his talents outside the court. The following day, Alida met with Guy, and the fellow was nothing special, medium-high brown eyes and short black hair, and he was neither thin nor muscular, and his face was neither pretty nor ugly, and even though he was clean-shaven, his face was growing a 5 o'clock shadow, and if there was anything exemplary about him was his groomed nails, though upon closer inspection, Alida noticed that they had been bitten off, and Guy always had the bad habit of biting his nails till they were short, and his attire was as bland as his appearance. And wrapped in his black traveling coat, the only thing of interest about him was his dull brown hat with a red feather and a gardenia tied to it. Since Alida was not speaking, Guy said, I understand you wish to know about Master Loki. Master? Don't you mean sir? asked Alida. He prefers master, not with slavish connotation. Rather, wizards in this world are called masters, explained Guy. I don't remember anyone calling him master, and shouldn't he wear robes if he wished to pretend to be a magic user, asked Alida. Before we continue, I must ask for my payment, insisted Guy. What sort of currency do you take? asked Alida, itching to get rid of most of her useless coins. These days, it is far more reliable to own stuff than currency, said Guy, folding his arms beneath the covers of his black travel coat. I don't have a lot of stuff, just some rubies and crushed lapis lazuli, said Alida. I have an interest in some trivial matters, and a guy in my line of work prefers information over physical items, said Guy. But you can't eat information, can you? As Alida guessed in the direction that the conversation was taking. That is my problem, not yours, said Guy. Though my payment must come first, and depending on its quality, is how much I am willing to offer you. Doesn't seem fair, but I don't have much of a choice, said Alida. For the following couple of days, Alida answered far too many personal questions about herself and whatever person she ran into. And eventually, Guy's question moved away from her uneventful life and focused more on the working of her last circus master. And she felt a bit offended by Guy's sudden lack of interest in her, and her entire life could be summarized in a single sentence. Alida was a circus freak, and she was neither heroic nor a tragic figure with a steady career of performances all over her continent and never getting close to any living thing. And at the end of her tale, Guy's face for the first time showed a different expression that was neither malamusement or bored sarcasm. Time, bro?
Less than a minute, actually.
Alright. And when his tone was changing, Guy's massive indifference dropped, and for a second he said, from one shade to another, I suggest you forget about Loki. Alright, we'll leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the Artist Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 11, part 1. Then, giving her a sardonic smile, he added, "Then is neither the first nor the last time I suggested to my clients that they desist from engaging in foolish action. People would always do as they will, for they cannot help it. Quit stalling and tell me what you know," insisted Alida. "Tomorrow the night is falling, and I'm not quite in the mood of hanging out in the dark, dreary forest where I can get mugged," said Guy, getting up and leaving. While waiting for her next session with Guy, Alida studied the map, and she asked Loki, "Do you know where the nearest inn from here is located?" "A couple of miles," answered Loki. "I see," said Alida. She then added, "How about camps, forts, or settlements where travelers usually stay?" "The nearest one is 2 kilometers," said Loki. Alida studied the map, and she turned it upside down a couple of times. Loki had marked their current location with an X, and the path they had taken was also laid down, and Alida was curious to see where she could discover where Guy was staying at. And whenever she tried to tell him, Guy always had a knack for eluding her. And when the time came, she got up and left to meet Guy near the river. And Loki watched her depart and did not ask what she was up to. And Ingrid studied his face and wondered, somewhat amused, if he knew what Alida was up to. And Loki already knew, and it was neither the first nor the last time some crazy maid had employed Guy to dig up information on him. And selling information on Loki and his sibling was one of the many pathetic ways Guy had in order to put food on his table, and for the moment the siblings were tolerating Guy, saying he was just a well-informed, ordinary human. Guy offered Alida a seat near the rocks, and for he thought he brought out a comfortable folding chair made of ebony and ivory, with a cushioned seat made of cashmere, and Alida frowned at the side of the chair, with a slight hint of envy, and a bit of a superstitious fellow. Guy instinctively loved the evil eye pendant hidden within his black traveling coat. Guy gave a cool smile at Alida, and then he asked, "Do you wish to know more about Loki?" "Yes, everything," said Alida. "Everything?" "I haven't everything to work with, and some of the information is based on suppositions and idle rumors. And I will tell you as much as the information you afforded me is worth," said Guy. "Meaning?" inquired Alida. "That you will be getting the abridged version, and I have places to be, I'm afraid," said Guy. "Go on then," said Alida with a faint hint of irritation in her voice. "The man you know as Loki is believed to have been born among giants. It is a general belief, and all the giants attest to this as indisputable truth. However, based on his shape-shifting abilities and his claims as kinship with my Duke, I have been led to believe that he is not a giant, but something else," said Guy, stopping. "Something else like what?" asked Alida. "You tell me," said Guy, shrugging his shoulder. "I did hear from Ingrid that Loki is a created person like ourselves," said Alida. Guy smiled a bit at this information. He then started saying, "With the giants he had a typical childhood, raising sheep, farming, and other idyllic activities. He was drafted into the army when he became big enough, and which in his case was 4 years after living with the giants. His actual age is estimated to be 20, so he was 6 when he joined the army." "How terrible," said Alida, shocked. Moving along, continued Guy, somewhat annoyed at Alida's constant interruptions. As a soldier, he excelled in swordsmanship, and one of his most famous gimmicks was his two-handed sword and dagger maneuver. And when he struck you with his first set of arms with a sword, he would sprout an extra pair of hands with daggers to jab at your blind spots. Duasalé, he shows a preference for his magic staff. I know about his war efforts, but I'm more interested on who he is when he's not fighting or pranking someone in one of his disguises, insisted Alida. Guy narrowed his eyes as he beat the inside of his mouth with impatience, and after a few moments of awkward silence, he started saying while getting up, "Since you know so much about him already, then I suppose you enjoy wasting people's time. And good day to you, madam." No, I'm sorry. Just tell me what I need to know to make him fall in love with me," said Alida. Guy grinned, and then he said, "You're wasting your time and mine, madam. Good day." Alida knew that she's after Sterling Guy. Nor did she call after him, and when she returned to class, she found Loki in English playing with cards. Both gave her a strange look, and she felt some implied mockery in their gaze. And later did she realized that she had superficial burns over her skin, and the sap from one of the nearby trees had made a number on her complexion. And when she did notice, she started twisting and turning in pain. And Loki and his sister ran towards the river and brought back buckets of water. And when the sap had been washed away, it left a stain that reminded Loki of cigarette burns. "Cheech, what a mess!" exclaimed Loki, cleaning the sap. "This is why I hate the forest," commented Ingrid. "I have lived here for years, and this is the first time it has ever happened to me," said Alida. "It is always something with you," commented Loki. Aren't you long overdue for your molting?" "Not when I'm injured," said Alida. "Ah, so you can control when you mold," said Ingrid. "So why mold if it's just for show? It is just us here, and there's no need to make a scene. Frankly, I find it to be a big growth." "Let her do what she wants. No one here complains about your little rounds in the middle of the woods at night," said Loki. It is not as if I sleepwalk on purpose," pouted Ingrid. "I do from time to time, and it combines both my favorite things, sleeping and going for a walk," said Loki, giggling. "I'm not in the mood for your nonsense at the moment," said Ingrid. "Whatever, dude," said Loki, frowning, and after cleaning the surface when Loki had a little street down, and together with Ingrid they poured water on her for 20 minutes till all of the traces of the caustic resin had been removed. With a cold wet cloth, he made a cold compress to treat Alida's skin pain, and once he was done, he bandaged her up and got her a spare change of clothing from within his hair. Even though it was late spring, the weather still felt rather cold, and this was in part due to the proximity of the mountains, and the cold weather originated from the lands of Albion. And the new clothing consisted of a dress with a travel cape, made of calico fabric with flower patterns painted against a black background. A bit surprised, Alida said, "This dress, it is a perfect fit. How did you make it so quickly?" "Time, bro?"
8 minutes.
"It wasn't done quickly. I just figured you needed a change of clothing eventually, so I made you a couple of wardrobe changes," explained Loki. "Why?" asked Alida. Loki sighed and rolled his eyes. Frowning, he said, "I had some cotton and silk laying about and nothing better to do, so I decided to busy my hands." "That's all," commented Alida. Why?" asked Ingrid. "Don't you know, sewing is just a thing that I only see women doing," commented Alida. "I know plenty of guys who sew and parading cute little dresses made by their own hands," said Ingrid. "Good for them," said Alida. And after having a short dinner, Loki fed the fire and went to wander the woods, leaving Ingrid and Alida sleeping. Not one to trust Loki, the troll guys were standing watch over the princesses from an unseen location. They saluted Loki as he passed by before returning to their night duties, and with their eyes they followed after the troll princess and her sister who were struggling to catch up with Loki. And they found him overlooking a small settlement near a stream, and there was only 4 houses being inhabited, with about 30 humans living within, and one of the locals visiting the nearby stream. And Loki had followed the person with his eyes, and he was about to make his approach when he heard an inconspicuous rustling behind him. And not turning around, Loki said, "I know it's you. Come out and stop hiding." Alina and Ingrid froze on the spot, and eventually Ingrid came out and said, "All right, you found us. I was not referring to you girls, seeing as you are terrible at the game of hide and seek," commented Loki coolly. "Oh," said Ingrid trembling. And Alina was silent, looking about a bit paranoid. Suddenly Loki said, "Can I help you?" "Alina wants to know if she can help you," explained Ingrid. "You are welcome to try," said Loki. He then added, "You see that fellow over there?" "Yeah," said Alina. "He is fishing for gold, and he isn't going to find any in that location, and I want to point him in the right direction, said Loki. Which direction might that be, asked Alida. He needs to look by those protruding boulders over there, said Loki. And you know that how, asked Alida. I read about it somewhere. Now go for it if you will, insisted Loki. Alida sighed and then she slid away, already regretting her decision, and she saw the fellow miner hunched over the river, soaring to the rocks, and biting every tiny golden morsel he ran into. And for the last 2 months they had found nothing. And after the first initial handful had been that had drawn his crew to this location in the first place, and the miner heard the tall grass rustle, but he did not see Alida lurking in the shadows. With only the clear milky sky illuminating the ground, Alida was perfectly camouflaged with her surroundings. And Alida touched the water with the tip of her tail, and to her it felt colder than snow. Not desiring to take a dip, she said, ahem. And the miner looked up frightened, and Alida drew closer, and the miner was able to see her radiant wild silver hair and orange eyes which seemed to glow red in the darkness. And the container holding up the flame reminded Alida of a watering can with the spout tip on fire, and the man froze on the fire, his face devoid of any blood, and Alida could not make out his terrified face, and all she could see was his silhouette and the blazing light emitted by his cap light. And since the miner was not saying anything, Alida said, if you're looking for gold, come a little closer. There is some hidden beneath these large rocks. Once the miner was settled there, while Alida was not an object of his imagination, he had the natural reaction that Alida was not expecting. He ran into the settlement screaming like a madman, Demon, demon, there's a demon in the woods. Already familiar with the end result of such a reaction, Alida slid away from the mass and returned to the outskirts of the forest. And she found Loki and Ingrid laughing at her, and sighing Alida asked Loki, does that happen to you every time? Depends what sort of face I wear, but usually appearing to someone at this hour makes them a bit edgy. People tend to be more courageous under the morning sun, commented Loki. It's not even that late, said Alida. And Loki was about to continue teasing Alida some more when he looked up and frowned, and his left ear wiggled a little up and down, and it was the first time Alida had seen Loki do that in his humanoid form. And concerned, Alida asked, what's the matter? Don't know, said Loki rather pensive, and his eyes were glassy color, which meant he was in deep concentration, barely aware of his surroundings. Said Alida more to herself. And she was remembering something from her mother's book. Is it about the owl? What owl? I didn't hear anything, commented Alida. Usually when you hear an owl but do not see it, it means somebody you know has died, commented Ingrid. But who could that person be that we both know, said Loki. It is a possibly short list, so perhaps it is a person we met during our journey, said Ingrid. Both of you are reading too much into science and omens, said Alida. Frankly, I never believe in that sort of nonsense. I am not surprised, for you are an omen, and as such are not affected by others of your kinds, explained Loki. Ingrid and Loki started walking back to the camp, and Alida followed behind them, and a feeling of doom and gloom hung over their shoulders, and both lost in deep concentration, and suddenly a chill fell down Ingrid's spine, and she yelled, come to me, guardians of the fjord. And the nearby grasses rustled and so, taking the shape of knights clad in elegant silver chainmail and green mossy-looking tunics, and their hairs were long with 2 different colors, and the one which addressed Ingrid had extremely long, drooping ears like a phoenix falcon. And breaching protocol, he addressed the Sword Princess. You heard the owl too? By the gods, I was leaving the forest and hoot all the time, said Alida, exasperated. You are making a big deal over something that is normal. People also drop dead all the time, and the fact that it coincides with the occasional hooting of an owl is just an unhappy coincidence. Can you head back and see if everyone is accounted for, insisted Ingrid. Certainly, said the knight. Not turning around, Loki said, hey, die them. If you are not doing anything, can you do a bit of a head count of this list I am going to give you? They are not one of us, so it might take you a bit. Neither Alida nor Ingrid were able to see the so-called Diadem, and the following 3 days were spent a bit tense, and neither Ingrid nor Loki were saying anything, just waiting for the time to roll on by, and eventually the Trona came and informed Ingrid that everyone was accounted for. As for Diadem, it took him an entire week to track down everyone in Loki's 4-name list, and the last fellow on the list to make an appearance was Hirsch. Smiling, Alida said, see there, no one you knew died, so the next time you hear an owl, can you please not make an entire funeral procession about it? I won't make any promises, said Loki. Mother never did state they have hooted for somebody you care about or saw on a regular basis, said Ingrid. I wonder, said Loki, frowning. Time, bro.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Closing on Loki's party was able to reach the outskirts of the Rosetta Field, and the region had a name due to the mountain flowers that populated the plains. And the most common were blackened flowers, cornflowers, cosmos, crimson clovers, hollyhocks, and catchfly. And the giants in the region lived mostly in caves or in the fields like the draconic counterparts. And like normals, they move across the fields grazing their livestock. And their livestock only grazed on red flowers, and as such they had acquired an oddish reddish hue. And Loki's opacity had done something to do with the soil, and that sunny morning the giants were grazing their domestic bighorn cattle, which Loki called Watusi, and their llamas and alpacas, and as well as their overgrown mad horse. And as they grew closer, Loki was able to see the large tent with the flocks of over 3,000 grazing animals close by. And due to the scarcity, the giants rarely traveled together in large boats, and they only got together during specific time to participate in banter, trade, news, or arranged marriages. Alright, well done. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 11, part 2. As they drew closer, Loki was able to see the large aside from their livestock, the giants would also supplement their diet by hunting, and the hunters were also the warriors of the giants, known as the Fokusas. Whenever they would head out, they would take their owls or eagles, and the giants had a strange affinity with the birds, and the current leader was called Perilat. And he was a middle-aged giant, aged 437, and he was a partner with a peacock afflicted by leucinism. This unpigmented peacock was not what one would consider a bird of prey, but it worked for Perilat, and his younger sister Kirsty had been Loki's adopted mother, and a bit cold and distant, she had taken care of Loki more out of duty than love. At least it seemed to Loki that way, and she had taken care of him with a mechanical behavior that Loki would not have expected of a being made of flesh and blood. And she bathed and dressed him, and she combed his hair into a single braid, and she fed him whatever she could hunt or gather from the woods. And when Loki was set to join the Fokusas, the only thing she said was, "I am going to need your measurements to forge the armor." And the day he donned the carefully crafted leather armor was the last time he had seen her. And now that he was returning home, and he was arriving at her funeral, he could not help but feel a bit angry for reasons he could not understand. And when the giants saw Loki, they said, "We were going to inform you sooner, but Perida." It's fine," said Loki. "I expected as much. You never did make it easy for other people to find you, Loki," said Perida, exiting the camp. And the way you left, we simply assumed that you had grown tired of our company and had decided to return to your own kin. "Yes, my own kind," said Loki without much enthusiasm. "How did she die?" "The same way as her husband and my late father. She was found dead in the fields for no apparent reason, and there were no visible wounds, and her heart was not beating. And we made efforts to revive her through medicine, and even the local hero tried his hand, but nothing helped, and so we prepared to cremate her," said Perida. During this proceeding, Alida and Ingrid put on somber faces, and Ingrid could not help but feel a bit happy at the funeral and also a bit guilty. And the Gigantes was indeed a familiar face, though she could not remember where she had seen her, and from time to time an imperceptible grin would paint on her lips, and whenever this started occurring, Alida would stare daggers at her, and this would remind Ingrid to put on a somber face again. Like Ingrid was just happy to have been right about the outward, meaning that somebody had died. Because she's just happy about being right even though somebody's dead because she's right. Whatever. Superstition. Funerals among giants was a quiet affair. There were no recitations, no idle shadow, no prayer or melodramatic speech. And all attendants would stare at the lifeless corpse already arranged and dressed for the afterlife. And Alida could not help but admire the Gigantes' flaming string of red logs, and they seemed to glow under the flaming noon sun. And the birds were chirping, and there was a nice cool breeze, and there was not a single cloud in the sky. And with each passing breeze, the flowers in the fields would rustle, and normally humans would close their eyes, the eyes of the dearly departed, and not the giant. And Alida found unnerving the open and moving and blinking gaze of Kirtis, who looked very much alive, even though she was already 5 days dead. Ingrid whispered to Alida, "What are they waiting for? For a worm to come out of her nose." Alida grimaced and she bore her fangs at Ingrid in response to her insensitive remark, and slowly as the day drew on, more and more giants gathered around the body. And the last one to stand up and draw near was Loki, and once he moved to the fire, Perilla used one of the nearby dry woods and made a fire, which eventually consumed the body of Kirti. And when she burned, Loki pondered on the mysterious circumstances of her death, and it was simply not normal, though it was neither the first nor the last time he had heard of such bizarre deaths. And his kind would die in all sorts of circumstances when wandering about the palace of creation, and outside that place everything else had some semblance of sense, and when the smoke cleared, each giant was given a fragment of the ashes in a little pouch, and Loki assessed it and he placed it inside his hair, and the others strapped it to their belt with others mixed with the components or larger ever-growing pouch. Like they would just add it to the ashes or the newly dead to like their past dead ancestors. So they always had a pouch with like everyone who died throughout the generations of the same family line. For the same reason as Ingrid asked Loki, why do the giants carry their dead in their presence? For the same reason as everyone else. Just because you bury the stiff doesn't mean that you stop thinking about the person, explained Loki. I never thought of it that way, said Ingrid, and she added, it is not as if I ever lost someone close. I guess our blood mother doesn't count, snapped Alida. Does it? asked Ingrid, giving a sardonic smile. I suppose not, said Alida, grinning. And the sisters continued the other shut up, and before they knew it, the giants had returned to their camps, and Loki was nowhere to be found. And after battering some stuff, an elderly gigantess named Xenia decided to share her tent with a visitor, and she lived with her grandson, age 24, and a large collection of potted red flowers, and she would grow them throughout her journey, and then just plant them in the wild fields, as her family had done for generations. What this tradition had started she did not know, but it was something she enjoyed, and her grandson for the time being was not too keen on tending to the flowers. Alida asked her, do you know Loki? Yes, everyone knows the little round outlander, said Xenia, stirring the horse milk in the cauldron, and she had been doing this for the last hour or so, and the milk was slowly fermenting into a slightly alcoholic beverage, and her grandson in the meantime was watering the plants. What was he like when he was little? asked Alida. When he was little? He hasn't grown much since the first or the last time I saw him. If anything, he has become even smaller, explained Xenia. I know, he's such a brat, complained Ingrid, folding her arms. I do not know what is his problem. He is not the sort of boy to ask for help, said Xenia, and many a times he would get hurt and we would only find out once the scar tissue has formed, and he has many scars, though he hides them beneath his armor. Alida pondered much on Loki's scars, and then she said, Loki doesn't have any scars. I knew, the little curiouser, said Xenia, chuckling, and Alida called into herself as she felt her face and ears burning, and Xenia said benevolently, there's no need to be ashamed. It is all perfectly natural for a creature such as yourself to lack the concept of modesty or respect. Are you always this charming? What was it? Xenia asked Ingrid sarcastically. Xenia's grandson Lokoris answered, only when we had guests. Where does Loki usually go when he gets upset like today? asked Alida. We're not Loki's keeper. The one who was no longer is, said Lokoris thoughtlessly. I know, but does he have any friends here? Anyone he calls his kin? I mean, didn't he live with you guys for years? asked Alida. You can spend entire centuries in a place and not develop strong ties, answered Xenia. Seeing that Alida was obsessed with Loki, Lokoris decided to put an end to the matter by saying, if you want to know where Loki is, go see Perilla. He is his best friend. If you say so, said Alida, not believing in Lokoris. Alida left the tent and then returned a couple of seconds later, and before she could say anything, Xenia said, just head straight towards the Titan moon, and take a left when you see the dirt trail surrounded by red flowers, and with a black center surrounded by a white circle. That won't help Alida much. She's practically colorblind, explained Ingrid. Go show her the way, Lokoris, said Xenia. But I don't want to, said Lokoris. Well, there you have it, said Xenia. Why don't you show me the way, insisted Alida. My ankles hurt, and my back is aching from the cold weather, and I'm no longer the one spry youth, and these brittle bones and a fall from the height could injure me, explained Xenia. But you told me the other day that your bones were made of iron, Grandma, said Lokoris. Fine, you don't have to help me if you don't want to. I will go look for him myself, said Alida. Time?
6 minutes.
Alida left the tent in a huff, and the night was a bit cool, and the shifting winds made the flowers ebb and flow like the motion of the ocean. and with a trembling voice she said,
"Oh yeah, the battery's in red."
Well, it's still running.
Yeah, but it's like in red.
Dylan, are you there? Time, bro?
6 minutes.
As your voice said, yeah. Can you show me what Loki said? Asked Loki. Might as well, though. I must warn you for what you're about to see. There is much to turn your world upside down, said Dylan, building up the suspense. It was then that Alida finally saw Dylan, and surrounded by a translucent circle of field of light, Alida was able to make out the figure of a small child in a fetus position. And like her, his eyes were unusually large, with a small nose and mouth, and he was dressed in a gorgeous frilly dress, and for some reason he reminded Alida of a doll. And Dylan flew ahead to the fields till they reached the outskirts of the forest, and at his mouth were a moss-covered ruins that barely rose 3 feet above the ground, and as she drew closer she saw that what seemed like a large post, and was actually the silhouette of Perida, who was clad in furs. And there was a strange whispering and the sound of dirt being displaced by a shovel. And she started to hear a faint chant as she drew closer, and the words became clearer, and they were coming from Loki, who was chanting while he was digging. When you come to the stones of pure marble, do not say water, water, for you speak only lies, and in this place there is no impurity, only pure marble stones. And as such there is no separation, one water and the other, and for there they belong to the same aspect. Even though water is feminine and the other is masculine, both originate from the same source. And Alida was at a loss for words. It was Perilla who voiced her question, noticing her presence. And that's supposed to mean? It means that there is no separation, only where there is spiritual impurity, explained Loki. And I was told many a time not to look through windows, and windows were private personal matters. And I found one buried here years ago, and I kept it hidden, even from the others, but now it is no longer there, and I can only mean 2 things. Either it has been stricken by spiritual impurities, or it has been completely sealed. And are you done having this conversation with yourself, and what bother to even speak to us if you're not going to make the effort to make yourself understood, Loki, insisted Perida. Loki looked saddened, and as he stopped digging, and when his shoulders sunk, he said in a pitiful tone, "It isn't my fault that I'm not understood, and I'm not from here. One would think that 10 years or so would have been enough to learn how things work among civilized society, and I had less time to get acclimated, and I never had an issue making others understand me," said Alida. "Animals tend to be more honest than humanoids," commented Perida caustically, and then he added, chuckling, "Humanoid. Interesting that even when referring to ourselves, we must be forced to use the puny humans as a scale. Well, you are speaking in human vernacular, are you not? If you speak a human talk, do not complain when all of the thirds revolve around humans," said Loki, dusting himself and standing up. "Some things cannot be helped," said Perida sadly, as he struggled to remember a familiar word spoken by his grandpa. And the giants had no written tongue, and all of the stories were passed down from word of mouth, and over centuries contact with the humans had forced them to adopt what Loki called English. And slowly subsequent generations stopped bothering to learn more than one language, and at least the giant tribe that Loki belonged to had only spoken English. And a bit frightened by the loss of his cultural identity, Perida, as of late, was recording everything he remembered and heard. And his late sister Chris startled him to be quite foolish indeed, to be worrying about such trivial things, and even as Loki spoke, he was making mental notes to add it to his book later. Time?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
After this conversation, Loki left with Perilla to make dinner and to take a bath, and when his sister and Perilla felt the duty to look after Loki fell upon him. And giants always took familial ties pretty seriously, and families among giants didn't have tradition of delineations, and people could refer to one another as brother or sister, even though they were not related. And the actual parent was the one who actually bothered to raise the child. Complete abandonment was taboo, and enough to get any fellow branded and exiled, and it was common for young parents to forego their children to older, more eager menopausal gigantes, and as for marriage, it was always done outside the family group, and in the tribe, Kirsten was Loki's self-proclaimed mother, while Lokolis was Loki's adopted father. And Perilla was Loki's brother and best friend, while Senior was the aunt, etc. And with each new birth and adoption, everyone in the giant tribe developed some sort of familial tie with a new person that was added to the group. As with most practices, Perilla did not know how it started, and with his sister gone and the war over, Perilla was finding refuge in his writing. And at the moment he was writing the pros and cons of the family dynamics of his group, and from time to time he speak out whom Loki had named Adonis would perk at his heel, and the silly bird was bored and wanted to play, and to get the bird away from for him, Peridot opened a nearby case, and he placed a mirror near the bird. And Adonis, drawn to his own reflection, started staring at himself as if in a trance. And close to midnight, Alida felt a big pity that Loki was not staying with them, and she left the tent and she went to visit Peridot. Frowning, Ingrid commented, one would think that she would have gotten over him by now. People tend to be fussy like that when they find someone interesting, said Xenia. Oh, brother, said Locoris, he then added, I'm going hunting. Bye, Grandma. Bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is Chapter 11, Part 3. After saying that he stood on his tiptoe and kissed his grandma on the cheek who was sitting down, and the height difference seemed astounded Ingrid, and she could see why the giant did not bother much to do with furniture, and to see that how Locoris' way was made of camphor wood with oboche legs, and Ingrid asked, why do you leave us nomads? No, we sort of fell into it, and we like taking care of animals in our plants, and those who get bored of taking care of animals become hunters to kill them, while others try their luck in the cities, explained Locoris. Oh, so you do not have the same building anxiety like the rest of the puny races, said Ingrid. More or less, and we could easily live without a roof over our head, just the same as humanoid species can do without clothing on their back. And it is a little luxury that we prefer to indulge in from time to time, explained Locoris. Who is your ass, Ingrid? Peridot, answered Locoris automatically. And how do you know what I was asked? Started Ingrid. I'm going to say, said Locoris. It's not as if I can read mine, like our dear Loki. Rather, one does eventually get tired of answering the same questions over and over again. And outsiders see giants and get suddenly branded as part of the monster race, and they act like we would have societies that are completely different from their own. Yes, we are different, but we all drink milk, do we not? Looking at him suggestively, Ingrid realized that giants were not so different from the societies and the people she had met in her journey, and that she recognized as warriors wore armor with some very similar to the ones sported by humans, the elves, and the dragon riders, and some were pretty individualistic attires like the ones sported by Locoris. And his costume consisted of a squarish blouse that only went a couple of inches below the breast, with a low red skirt with suit, white sash covered in geometrical patterns. And her hands were decorated with smooth golden bangles, and the only signs of age were in the hundreds of lines painted in her face, and her long smooth silver hair, and based on what Ingrid had seen, there was not a definite style of clothing one could call the giant attire, and the overall theme focused on color and geometrical patterns. I heard in the world that the giants killed many humans, said Ingrid, changing the subject. Not as many as the mosquitoes or other humans, as Loki would say, said Locoris. And she added, and why should it matter to you? After all, you're not human. Really, I was under the impression that I was part human, seeing as my mother was human, said Ingrid. Oh no, my dear, you are a rose, said Locoris. While Locoris said left Ingrid in one of her reverie moods, and she left the tent and started gazing at the night sky, and in a sense she reached that special balance where a person finds itself almost asleep but still very much awake, and the red flowers rose on the net, making a sound which reminded Ingrid of the sound of the ocean, and the animals within their pens were asleep, and Alida was making her way to see Loki, and when she reached the tent, she stopped and turned back for a couple of minutes, and she stopped once again, and she returned to stare at the entrance of the tent, and she was feeling rather foolish indeed. And one of the guardians passed by her and not giving her a second glance, and she heard the faint sound of words, and drawing closer, she started eavesdropping on the conversation. And now we are here, Alida heard Loki say. Seems like enough time to go on vacation, commented Peridot, putting his quill down for the moment. Just because the entire continent is in turmoil doesn't mean that you have to put your plans on hold, said Loki. I suppose not, as long as one is prepared for eventuality. Speaking of which, the little people have started to be a bother against Peridot, and the families will be coming together soon to see how we deal with this problem. You have either two options, either retaliate or build a wall or hide behind a mountain as the dragon riders do, said Loki. Must that be our only option, said Peridot. I was not too keen on rearranging our lifestyle to revolve around the little people's petty squabbles over land. You could forge another Barsinian arrangement with a whole and have them deal with the little problems in exchange of trivia, suggested Loki. We tried that already, and in the later years we saw more and more actions than we would have liked, said Peridot. You could just leave the continent and move to a place that doesn't have any little people, suggested Loki. Is there such a place? Asked Peridot, a bit surprised, and he added, frowning. No, why should we give up our home just because the little people consider us a nuisance? Don't ask me, ask them, said Loki. What a bother, said Peridot. And Adonis came looking around and flexing his wing, and smiling, Loki said, "Do you want me to take care of this one? I would very much appreciate it, and do make haste in case they try to burn the fields again," said Perida. And a storm was sheared through Alida's fairy coat, and with the wind there was a familiar heavy scent of fire, and over the horizon she could see a tremulous mass of black smoke rising towards the heavens, blocking up the night sky. And Loki expanded his flame, and taking gulps of air, and filled with oxygen and nitrogen, and the water vapor within the mist descended from the mountains. And his body was taken in a Morpheus misshapen form, and as he mentally decided what creepy visage he wanted to take, and he felt a slight poke in his ribs, which made him deflate somewhat, and looking with his curving 8 eyes, he saw Ingrid standing behind him. In a serious tone, Ingrid said, "There's no need for you to head out into battle. You have done enough. My trolls can take it from here." "We were afraid you were going to say that," whispered one of the nearby trolls lurking in the shadows, and he signaled to the others who were camping nearby, a nearby broken bridge, and they headed towards the fire to engage the enemy forces, and they returned after 10 minutes a bit deflated. Ingrid asked, "What happened?" "Nothing. So highwaymen were camping, and they accidentally lighted up some of the flower fields, and we caught them in the middle of turning out the fire. And they apologized, and then they went back to their stakeout operation, or whatever the hell they were up to," explained the Troll Knight. "So they were not here to attack the Moo?" asked Loki. "No," said the Troll Knight. "Are you certain?" insisted Ingrid. "You are welcome to interrogate them if you like, my dear princess," said the Troll Knight. "And we should ask them to move just to be safe," thought Ingrid. "Or we could just kill them if it pleases you, my princess," suggested the Troll Knight. "It's that attitude that has earned us trolls a bad reputation," snapped Alida. "No, it is probably your day-to-day interaction with people not belonging to your species," suggested Loki. "It isn't our fault that people take jobs too seriously," said the Troll Knight. "And we should help out the giants in their plight against the little people," said Ingrid. "Since when do you care about anyone but yourself?" asked Alida. Nobody said, "We giants can take care of our own ourselves just dandy, though one does eventually grow tired of being on guard all the time." Locoris had only heard the gist of the conversation, and he added, "I know that trolls are nocturnal, but please, we have work to get done, so grant us a common courtesy of shutting the hell up and say you a good night." The sisters Loki and the 10 Troll Knights whispered in unison, "Sorry," and they then proceeded to be hush-hush with one another, and rolling his eyes, Locoris said, "You guys are a bunch of jerks, you know that?" And the night slowly drawn on, and eventually even the wind stood still, and the fire was already put out, and even Ingrid had managed to fall asleep, and Alida had nestled inside Senia's teacup, and something about its shape and smell made Alida feel warm and fuzzy. And close to morning, Locoris had awakened to let the sheep and goats out to graze, and he found a guard fast asleep, and meanwhile other animals were cowering in the corner of the pens, and this was unusual for them. And after doing a head count, he was ready to know that all were accounted for. And it was morning when he finally completed his count, and Perida, who was an early mariner, noted that the animals were not going out to graze, and frowning he asked Locoris, "Did you just wake up?" "Not really, the livestock doesn't want to head out," explained Locoris. "I better get Loki," said Perida, guessing that something supernatural or magical was afoot. And he found Loki asleep while hugging one of the guard dogs, and both had a very similar tired dog expression, and not keen on bending. Perida jabbed at Loki with the tip of his foot. And John and Loki arose, and the guard dog, a great Dane named Zeus, about 60 inches in height, awoke, and even with his great stature by dog standards, he still felt like a puppy for giants such as Perida, who towered over 4 meters and a half in height. And the tallest living giant up to date was Perida's great-great-grandmother, who went by the name of Sia, who was 9 meters tall. And riding a copper shepherd after, Perida went along with Loki to investigate the animal pen, and indeed something was frightening them some. And after looking about and digging a bit, time, bro?
6 minutes.
They found the ground gateway on the Loki, and he fell a couple of feet into something that resembled a cave. And finally Locoris asked, "How long has that been there?" "It looks relatively fresh," commented Loki. "I wonder who made the tunnel," said Locoris, kneeling down to look below. "I don't know, maybe my brother Ahi, who's part mole, or perhaps humans digging for mines that somehow ended up here of all places," suggested Loki. Daidan then said to Loki, "He only travels to temporary spaces and in already existing ruins. I suppose I should give a complete survey of the tunnel," said Loki. "Good luck," said Daidan. "You're coming too," said Loki. Daidan frowned, but in the end he followed behind Loki. serving as literal eyes behind his back, and Loki was a bit of an owl, staring and gaping in all directions by extending his hair, which trembled and blinked as it generated thousands of eyes which looked at everything, and the tunnel was indeed man-made, and there was a faint sound of hammering in the distance. And as he walked forward, he felt the tunnel gain a bit of an angle, and eventually the hammering and chirping sound stopped. And it was soon followed by the sound of rushing water, and fearing being swept away, Loki jumped towards the roof. However, the tunnel was narrow at its intersection, and the high roof he had seen at the start of the cave was due to another rock formation, and eventually he saw the shape being swept away by the current, and Loki grabbed hold of the ship, and he used his hair to protect him from the water. And when the level of the water dropped enough, he deposited the fellow on the ground, and standing before him was a humanoid of an unknown make and origin, and his skin was ashen color with round black eyes, human features, small mouth, and very sharp-looking teeth. And there were scales running down the surface of his hands, and his back and spines reminded Loki of an iguana. To avoid misunderstanding, Loki asked the fellow using his telepathy, "What are you doing here? What does it look like?" asked the iguana man. "You are digging a tunnel," said Diadem. "The question is why?" Time?
4 minutes.
"My tribe lives in the desert, and we are diggers. And we diggers have been building tunnels for generations to bring fresh water back into our city," said the iguana man. "I see," said Loki. "Now, if you excuse me, I must survey the area to get back to work," said the iguana man. Loki left the iguana man instead of making his way back, and he walked in the direction he guessed the iguana man had come from, and eventually he reached an area whose walls seemed like the basement of a castle, and the iguana man had dug through the place and had continued forward from there, following the scent of water. "Ah, I see what happened," said Diadem. "Well, we can't have a tunnel running beneath two spaces, and we have to send him home and patch his hole up," said Loki. And after making it to the start of the other tunnel, he noticed the difference in sediments, and after touching the walls and smelling them, he said, "This is a breakup point, and we have to tear down the tunnel from here." "I don't know," said Diadem, who was unfamiliar with tunnels. "Though we can't spare any, and besides, we do not know if there is any contaminant that might be dangerous for the iguana folks," said Loki, trying to convince them. And returning to the iguana man, Loki said, "Hey, digger, I need you to return to your main tunnel and take a different route." "Why?" "Just when I was finally struck water," said the iguana man. What does your sky look like? Do you get any stars, or is it just the sun?" asked Loki. "I do not quite follow," said the iguana man. "Must I spell it out for you?" said Loki. Oh. "So what you're saying is that I somehow managed to tunnel my way into another world. Is that what you are implying?" "This is madness," said the iguana man. "Please take my word for it, and if you don't believe me when I say that you are trespassing and stealing our water. And do you at least understand the concept of ownership? And do you understand that you are a thief, and that you have been caught red-handed?" said Loki, looking steadily at the iguana man. The iguana man smelled it out and felt a heavy presence in the back of his neck, and he remembered the words of warnings of his forefather whenever a digger got that heavy feeling on his back while awake. It was their cue to turn back and destroy the newly formed tunnel. And somewhat disappointed, the iguana man started to return home, and he was at least somehow satisfied by all of the water he had managed to siphon during the conversation. And meanwhile, back in camp, Alida had gone to explore the nearby forest and had discovered a lake. And she was much surprised to see it suddenly drain as if somebody had pulled a plug in a nearby bathtub. And Loki did not know this, but he made a mental note to check to see where the water had been lost. And when the man made it to the entrance of the place, which resembled a cellar, he stopped and he hid inside the tunnel. And there was a strange creature lurking about, and Loki saw the creature snarling and snapping his teeth. And Loki could not see the teeth, only its tentacle face and the eyes within the tentacles, and from time to time it exhaled noxious green gases from the holes in the side of its oval goopy face, and the creature eventually passed by, and Loki was able to give a sigh of relief. And the iguana man was frozen solid. He tapped the man once and twice, and the iguana man eventually blinked twice, and without saying a word, he ran through his tunnel, tearing down the temporary supports as he went by. And Loki did the same for his end, and eventually both tunnels were no more. And the problem was that the iguana man had more experience with tunnel destruction, and eventually Peridot saw Loki climbing out of the ground covered in dirt and mud. "What in the world happened to you?" asked Peridot. "Nothing much. The tunnel caved in on me. But other than that, everything is fine, and I'm going to the lake to get cleaned up. Be back soon." Alright, so let's leave it here. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 12, part 1. Eventually, Teresita saw Loki climbing out of the ground covered in dirt and mud. What in the world happened to you? asked Teresita. Nothing, the tunnel caved in on me. But other than that, everything is fine. I am going to the lake to get cleaned up. Be back soon. Teresita watched Loki go, and shaking his head sadly. And with a heavy step, he returned to his tent and he resumed his writing. And normally he would have gone out to hunt for food with Adonis, but he was not feeling particularly hungry. Oh yeah. You can like flip that over there.
I see.
No, not like that. Return it. No.
Oh, I see. Oh, there we go.
Teresita was Loki shaking his head. With a heavy step, he returned to his tent and resumed his writing. And normally he would have gone out to hunt with Adonis, but he was not feeling particularly hungry. As for Loki, he was much disappointed to know the absence of the lake. He said to Disdain, Well, now we know where the water went. Report this to the oculist and see about getting some of this water replaced. All right, see you in a bit. Loki saluted Disdain and then he coughed lightly. He was sniffing the air like the iguana man in a vain attempt to search for large quantity of water to wash off the fields. And since he could not find anywhere nearby, he went to Xenia. She always had plenty of water resources to irrigate her flowers. And as he walked back to the camp, Ingrid saw him and grimaced. For the moment, Xenia was entertaining Ingrid with her polite conversation regarding the different types of tourists, and both made them frown when they saw Loki enter. And it was Xenia who asked, What in Ortiza's flat world happened to you? I found a tunnel. I went exploring it, and I had the Ruscani over me, said Loki. You should be more careful jumping into rat holes and mazes, said Ingrid. That is how my late father died. Which father, the human or the troll king? asked Ingrid. The latter. He had quite the most anticlimactic death, having the roof fall on him and crushing him like a tiny bug. And that was the first and only time I ever saw my mother express something that resembled a real emotion, said Ingrid. What did she do? Did she cry? asked Xenia. I don't want to talk about it, said Ingrid, shivering. Then why did you bring up the subject, asked Xenia? I don't know, gosh, sheesh, said Ingrid. Changing the subject, Loki asked, Can you spare some water? For you, Loki, no, said Xenia, placing before Loki a human-sized water skin. Loki was the sort of fellow to enjoy his bath, but since he was suddenly in a bit of scarcity, he decided to just limit himself to getting clean. Noon came and weathered a terrible storm, and the giants, instead of assembling in their individual tents, they went to Teresita's home. He had the largest tent, with all 59 assembled, and it was pretty crowded, and there was just enough room to sit on the floor with shoulders outstretched. And Alida, who was just returning from the forest, went to look for her sister and was disappointed to find Xenia's tent empty. And getting a bit paranoid about it after examining the other empty tent, she eventually found everyone gathered with Teresita. And Alida asked, Why is everyone here? Time, bro?
20 minutes.
Oh yeah, just that I experimented with the camera a bit to see if I could make it run a little longer.
Alright, but yeah, you still got 20 minutes.
Why is everyone here? We are waiting for the storm to pass, explained Loki. That still doesn't answer why everyone's cramped in one tent, insisted Alida. You may not know this, but just about every giant has been struck by lightning at least once or twice. And this hasn't happened to Teresita as of yet, so my pig thinks that he has some sort of charm or whatever. So to avoid lightning, they sit by him, explained Loki. Then why are they eating? asked Alida. Because we're hungry, said Locoris bluntly. You are reading too much into this, commented Ingrid. Just find a place and sit down and wait for the storm to pass like the rest of us. Alida silently waited, and from time to time, a strong gust of wind would rock the wooden supports of the tent. And the tent was round with ribbed posts and a crown, and the walls themselves were made of lattice work. And there was but a single giant pole in the center to support the weight of the roof, and the walls and roof were covered in furs and cotton cloths. And the storm continued well into the afternoon, and guessing that it would continue till nightfall, Loki headed out of the tent to fetch the livestock. And he had the animals secured within the empty tents, and back inside the tent, Teresita was preparing fermented milk for brunch. And the weather did not allow for outdoor cooking, so the dinner would consist of bread and milk. And Alida asked Teresita, Why don't you cook something? Because it's raining, expected Teresita. You could just make something indoors, suggested Alida. That would rather be foolish, said Ingrid. With no chimneys and the curtains only partially open, we would die from smoke inhalation. Oh, said Alida, coiling into herself, feeling peevish. and she had no experience with cooked food. And Loki returned in time for dinner to be served, and while the others drank fermented milk, Loki only had the regular time. He had gotten straight from the ghost udder. And silence reigned supreme inside the tent, and everyone wore a death mask for reasons Alida could not understand. And the only sound came from Paradise scribbling away in his journal. And the silence was broken by Ingrid asking, "Why do you think there is evil in this world?" To some of the young shrugged their shoulders, while others jumped to illustrate their lack of interest in the topic. Eventually, Perilla looked up and he said, "I think it has something to do with our free will. It is because that we have free will that the gods allow evil to happen in this world. But is it that people are born evil, or there is a nice mixture of the two?" suggested Alida. "I think there are some evil people, but overall, people are nothing until they become something, depending on societal circumstances," said Xenia. No, you are all wrong," said Loki. "There is evil because we have yet to peel off our outer shells." "Oh, so you're suggesting we must kill ourselves to be good," said Alida, narrowing her eyes. "You misunderstand. I am only saying that, well, take this bread for example. The top is hard, and part of it represents evil, while the soft interior represents our good nature. It can only come out once we peel off the exterior, and circumstances outside of ourselves keep us from acting upon our good nature. And whether it is our blood or our position in society, I think that if we really so desire, we can all try to be good because deep down we are all good people," explained Loki. "I'm you, the idealist, but the same rotten to the core would not exist if there were not some very terrible people out there," protested Nokoris. "It is all a matter of opinion," said Loki dourly. Nokoris frowned and was about to protest, but his grandmother Xenia shook her head. And when the silence resumed, once again Loki drew his knees close to his chest, and he rested his head sideways on top of them while crossing his hands beneath his legs. And he gave a deep sigh before closing his eyes, and Anita made a couple of attempts to start conversation with Loki, but he was not at home. His mind was literally elsewhere. The following day, Alida attempted to interrogate all of the giants about Loki's life, and the first person she bothered was Perida, and she asked him while he was querying away, "Does your book have anything on Loki?" "Not yet. It is probably going to be a couple of volumes before I get to him," explained Perida. "Oh, and what are you going to write about him?" asked Alida. "Whatever comes to mind," said Perida flatly. "And what does come to mind?" asked Alida. "Nothing at the moment," said Perida, putting the quill down and turning to glare at Alida. "I can see that you are busy. I will come back later," said Alida departing. "I must make plans to make myself busy before that time arrives," said Perida to himself. The following person Alida pestered was Xenia, and the moment Xenia saw her, she said, "If this is all about Loki, I will not say anything. If you have a question about him, go out and talk to him directly, silly snake girl." "But he never tells me anything about himself," said Alida. "He's not the sort of fellow to dwell on the past, and whatever you need to know of him is standing before you, and what came before and what comes later is rarely a concern of his," explained Xenia. Like Loki's like a carpe diem, living the moment type of person. Sighing, Alida went to see Loki, and he was by the newly formed lake talking with Hears, and their conversation died down the moment Didden said, "Your stalker is coming this way." Loki frowned and said, "What a bother." "Just tell her you're not interested in girls at the moment," said Hears, laughing. "That usually never stops them from persisting," said Loki, biting his lower lip, and by now Alida was near enough to make out what they were saying. "You could say, 'Hey, let's just be friends,'" suggested Hears. "But I would be lying there, wouldn't I?" answered Loki. He doesn't even want her as a friend. They just be friends. I don't want her as a friend either. Guessing the nature of the conversation, Alida jumped to the trees and said, Why can't we be friends?" Loki gave a deep, long sigh as he deflated, and his body became skinny and assumed the form of a main yellow anaconda 2 meters in length, and with a lazy zigzag rhythm, he slithered away into the forest. Grinning a little, Here said to Alida, with the intention of annoying her, "You know, Loki does consider your sister Ingrid his friend." Before Alida could protest, Here sunk her head beneath the waters, and near a crossroad, Loki coiled there and waited. And eventually his sister Canida manifested, and she picked up Loki and she placed his snake head over her, and kissing the forehead, she asked, "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing. There's just this monkey on my back that I have to get rid of," protested Loki. "Ah, yes, the little snake girl," said Karina, pretending to guess who Loki was referring to. It's not that, it is just, do you wish we could go back to, said Loki, turning his cane. We can't anymore, you know that. But we can remember, said Karina. I thought dwelling on the past was forbidden, said Loki. That is just our dearest mommy being overrated, but if you wish to wallow in the past and despair, then by all means, nobody is going to stop you, said Karina. Time, bro?
30 minutes to go.
You make it sound as if I am going to hang from a tree or something, said Loki. Could have fooled me, said Karina. Do you remember our first army battle, asked Loki. Yes, it wasn't so much as a battle, but as a massacre, said Karina, chuckling. Both became silent, focusing on each other's eyes as the battle unfolded before them. And normally they would always explore the palace of creation with their mother's aspect following behind. However, one day both Sirians decided to make the effort to truly lose their mother, to wander about uninhibited, and the small exploration was composed of Monkey Kid, the Asura, Marduk, Loki, and Karina. It had been their 8 brothers' idea to wander off, and he wanted to show Marduk that he wasn't attached to his twin via the umbilical cord. And as for the other 3, the Asura was looking for some hidden goodies, while Loki and Karina had come along to make certain that the 2 fools would not die. As for Marduk, the reason why he wanted to tag along were not believable, and he remembered that day during their wandering that he had mediated as to when Marduk became dishonest, and the first time Loki noticed was when Marduk said to his mother, I'm not much of a dancer. And Loki always knew that Marduk took dancing very seriously, and just as seriously as he took everything else, with his usual quiet melancholy, and the same melancholy was also shared by his sister Karina, but in her it manifested in her reticence. And the 2 of them knew something, and even now Karina was refusing to reveal her secret to Loki. Though there was no need to tell Loki since he already knew, he was still pretending not to know, just to keep everything to himself bottled up. And then remember, it was quite sure by Karina who blinked once and placed Loki down, and she said in her usual evasive fashion, My people need me. Sorry for not continuing that memory lane. It is fine, I will just pester someone else, said Loki, pouting. So you're so, said Karina. He slithered back to camp stealthily to avoid Alida, and he eventually found Ingrid in Perila's tent, and she was busying herself reading through Perila's already completed notebooks, and she found it humorous having to turn the pages as tall as herself, and Loki altered his phone and assumed the mask of a maiden he wore from time to time, and without turning around, Ingrid said, Can I help you with something, Loki? Nothing in particular, said Ingrid, said Loki, and he then added, What are you reading? I'm in the part where Perilla murders a bunch of farmers and steals their gold, said Ingrid. Well, nobody's perfect, said Loki. Well, I had a car craving for gold sheets, and the bastards didn't want me to sell me any, and they had their chance to do things a nice way, said Perilla, grinning. I see, said Ingrid indifferently as she turned over a new leaf, and she added, chuckling, If it were Alida, she would have made a big fuss about it. I don't know where she gets such a sanctimonious attitude. It is a bit annoying, said Loki, folding his arm. It is probably because she has never killed anyone, said Perilla. Huh, I never thought about it, said Ingrid. Maybe you're right, and I have plenty of people who are like they're superior to everyone just because they do not kill, said Loki. In my experience, most problems only get resolved when the tolerable maker is 6 feet under. Ah, Loki, ever the warmonger. Have you killed anyone lately? Asked Perilla, chuckling. Not lately, and I'm taking a bit of a vacation from the killing business, so to speak. And one does eventually get bored of fighting weaklings, said Loki. You could pick a fight with the dragons. I hear that those fellows are rather strong indeed, suggested Perilla. I'm not the sort of person who enjoys picking a fight, and besides, I know better than to try to take on a dragon. After all, there is no such thing as a weak dragon, said Loki. Time?
10 minutes.
So true, said Ingrid, reading her giant book. She then added, Our little journey is almost over, and once we reach Little Sofia, we return home, and what are you going to do? I don't know, I will probably bum about, going from town to town, lending a helping hand to the fisherman or whatever damsel in distress I run into. It is time to go home, said Loki. I see, well, then journey to you then. Is your home far away? It is both near and far, and without taking any shortcuts or magic portal, it is 1.2 billion kilometers from here, depending on the time of year, explained Loki. And what's your home like, asked Ingrid? Well, right now, at this second, at this moment, it is like the sky bell, said Loki. Oh, sorry to hear that, said Ingrid, understanding. Don't be. I made war with it, said Loki. Don't you mean peace with it, asked Perilla. No, war is the right term for it, explained Loki. And let's drop the subject altogether. Like like the Skype is like what they call the rings of Saturn. It's like all dusty and powdery. So if his home is like the rings of Saturn, it means that there's nothing left of it. You know, the planet of poof.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
After saying this, Loki went outside to see about the ghost, and for some reason the ghost would not approach him, and it reminded him a bit of his brother's problematic relationship to animals, and the animals could smell it in Marduk, and now they found the same scent in Loki, and it was almost suffocating, nauseating, and Loki scratched at his throat in a vain effort to keep the bile from rising up, and in the end he ran and threw up in the rosy fields, liquid black bile. And Alida saw this display and asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," said Loki. "I don't remember you eating anything like so," said Alida, examining the black bile. "That is because it is not something I ingested, but something I must get out of my system," said Loki, wiping his mouth. Is it because your home is destroyed?" said Alida, concerned, and when she saw Loki narrow his eyes, she added, "I overheard you and Ingrid talking. Look, if it's gone, can your people reconstruct it? Lots of places get destroyed and later reconstructed. We're not talking about a house," Alida said, Loki sternly. "Maybe you can ask about your Alex house," suggested Alida. "Just drop it," Alida said coldly. You know, like, it's not that his home, it's not like his house is broken, the whole planet is gone. So it's like, we're not talking about a house here. Yeah, reconstruct the whole planet. Loki returned to the lake to be alone with his thoughts, and this time Alida had the courtesy to let him wallow in his own misery. Timer?
7 minutes.
The more time passed, the angrier Loki became, and there was a violence growing within him, and before it completely bloomed, Marduk appeared before him in his demonic form with his violet eyes and blood-red hair. Loki stared at his brother's sad melancholic face, and then he said, "Why didn't you tell us?" "You know why," said Marduk, and he added, "It wouldn't have changed the final outcome. You being there would just have added to the casualty counter." "Do the others know?" asked Loki. "Meh, more or less. Some I have to go tell them in person, while others they should figure it out on their own, should they bother to look up at the night sky," explained Marduk. "So what happens when this mission ends?" inquired Loki. "Nothing," said Marduk. "Nothing?" repeated Loki. "Sorry if that wasn't the answer you were seeking," said Marduk, "and outside of official business, I cannot tell you how to run your life, but I am your older brother, and can elucidate my concern for your well-being, and you must not let these negative emotions take hold of you." Loki was silent, staring blankly at the water, and his mother Marduk could feel his brother's tension dissipating, and he come just in the nick of time before Loki did something foolish, and Marduk clapped twice, and a liquid demon manifested from the water, and kneeling before Marduk, he handed him a frilly pink umbrella before dissipating, and holding the umbrella, Marduk jabbed Loki with his sharp tip in his ribs, and turning around, annoyed Loki frowned.
Wait, why is Marduk a demon in this? He wasn't a demon in the previous one.
Well, don't forget time pass, and he's not a demon, but his nature is similar to it.
Gotcha.
And he does control them.
Oh yeah, because of the staff thing.
Yeah, because of the hangy-dandy magical item that gives him the power, the same way Necromancer staff gives you special summons and all that. And he has demons as a special summon. Turning around, annoyed Loki frowned as his brother handed him the umbrella. Loki then removed the flower he had been keeping alive in his hair, and he gave it to Marduk, and after this exchange, Marduk left with the flower. When Loki saw himself alone, he lovingly caressed the delicate fabric of the umbrella made out of cotton with elaborate flower and circular patterns. He then placed his hands under his hair, and he pulled out his gimme staff. Talking to the staff, he said, "When will you ever be useful to me?" Putting it away once more, he added, "I suppose as my mother would say, there are such things as good enough." With a certain step, he returned to Cal to see about Alida and Ingrid, and both were in Peridas then. And Alida was busy pestering the Pika Padones, while Ingrid was reading through Peridas' notes. Now looking up, Peridas said to Loki, "Welcome back." Time, bro?
4 minutes.
"Any news?" inquired Ingrid, seeing a green painted on Loki's face. "Nothing much. Only I just now remember that my brother has sealed the entrance to Little Sophia, so we can't go there. So this just about concludes our little journey," said Loki. Closing the notebook, Ingrid said, "I guess this is goodbye." "It doesn't have to be if you have a mind to keep up with me," said Loki condescending. "I guess this is what we always have been to you, a burden," said Alida sadly. Did I ever say you were a bird? I'm not one to imply, Loki added. However, one can only drag along through the mud enough strokes before feeling a bit guilty. And your mom never trusted me with your care, but she knew that you would not return without getting to know your sister. I don't want to live in a hole, complained Alida. It is a cave, and if you don't like it, we have a nice little apartment under the bridge near Aragon, said Ingrid, chuckling. But what am I going to do there? Inquired Alida. Oh, you could learn to play the violin. Or sing. Yeah, singing. That's something you can practice there. And Mother ever so much enjoys singing. And you could also try out a bit of magic or magic tricks. And there's also wonderful books on the world. And Mother has quite a large collection at library. And I have barely scraped the surface of all the tomes she owns, and she collects them indiscriminately, so you're bound to run into something you like, said Ingrid. I suppose, but it's not the same as to result than as to experiences, said Alida sadly. You don't need to be doing great or exciting things to be amused. People always look down on those who live a quiet, peaceful life filled with mild amusement. And if you ask me, those are the lucky ones. And at least back home you have security. Out here, not so much, said Loki. I have been managing well on my own till now, said Alida firmly. Look here, Alida. Whatever you want to do is your decision, and I have already made peace with your loathing, and it's fine, lied Ingrid. And do what you must, and it was fun. And what are you going to do, Loki? asked Alida. I'm going to feed the goats, said Loki, exiting the room. That was anticlimactic, said Alida, somewhat deflated. What? The man likes his animals, said Perida. Time?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Alright, let's just leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 12, part 2. The following day, Ingrid started her journey back home with her knights, and they saddled their princes and took the most erect route home. And they were offered to escort Alida, but she declined. And a couple of the Drow knights followed her a bit of a ways, but she could sense them. And after giving them the runabout for a couple of hours, they allowed her to go alone as she willed. And Alida was making her way towards Aragon, and there was certain wells to be made entertaining Leo, the drunken lord of Aragon. And after a 5-hour journey, she stopped and weighed her options. And her thoughts were cut short when something prickled the side of her neck, and she was soon out like a lamb. Parallel to this, Loki was walking towards the crossroad, and he figured out that the best way to kill time before returning home was to help Karina with her work. And from the forest emerged a bizarre creature that seemed familiar, and he handed Loki a copper ring. Frowning, Loki said, Do you have anyone else to bother? The being said nothing. I am not that slave girl's keeper, and do you expect me to shame myself to the rest of the life to looking after her, said Loki, scratching his hair with both his hands. The being said nothing once again. Its bizarre, accusing eyes made Loki change form, and while he had the body of a flamingo, Loki took flight in search of Alida. And the creature dissipated into the darkness. Eventually Loki found what he was looking for, and it was the goddess Hebe in the form of a vulture, and perching beside her, Loki asked, Do you know where the other cultists are located? I was under the impression that you were not interested in eradicating the heretical worship, inquired Hebe. Matters of religion is a dicey subject, and it is one of those that can warm and I prefer not to touch. However, if the ritual resembles in any way white magic, then it is a matter that must be taken precedence, said Loki. You are a very strange man indeed, said Hebe, confused by Loki's apparent hatred for white magic. Normally, this was the only type of magic that was ever tolerated. Only when I have the mind to be misunderstood, retorted Loki, and he added, So where is Alida? Follow me, said the vulture. And Loki flew behind the goddess Hebe for a couple of miles, and he changed his trajectory when he saw to the shadows of the winding forest the beckoning creature, and he stopped the moment she noticed Loki was not running after her, and she lowered her head and she narrowed her eyes, turning around to follow Loki instead. And when she got up to him, she asked, I was under the impression that I was leading the way. I am still following you. It's just that I wanted to take a different route, to try a little stealth, and I fear you have grossly overestimated the extent of my powers, said Loki, perching in a nearby branch to trim his feathers a little. Staring at Loki from beak to toes, he could not help but wonder why Loki had chosen such a colorful bird. Like he's a form of a flamingo. Flamingos be pink. She could also not see the amorphous creature that Loki was trailing, but she could tell based on the movements of his eyes that the erratic flight pattern he was taking. And by thus, Loki and Hebe arrived at the hidden temple of the cultists, and they were the same fellows which had massacred the elven tribe. And the father was bringing along to the altar in cages strange assortment of creatures, and in one of those cages Loki saw Alida, and she had completely shed her human visage and had the appearance of a large ebony-colored snake with a white underbelly. And through much work and effort, the cultists had gathered a couple of unicorns, 2 griffins, a sire antelope, and 10 purple frogs, in addition to other creatures that were not common in the region. And his original plan was just to enter all guns a-blazing. However, the presence of a sleeper created its own set of complications, and the creature was being kept in the inner sanctum, which was where it was originally discovered, and the temple was located in one of the many blind spots of his people's information network. And to get more information, Dida made a slight run through the temple collecting memory fragments, and after a couple of minutes he compiled his report for Loki. The fellow inside the sanctum boring people is Evalance, and he originally discovered the temple while prospecting for gold. And the temple was built like an inverted step pyramid, carved into the valley floor, and a forest has grown around it, and the rainwater had done wonders to dry in the mud and dirt to cover it up. And there's no available information regarding who built the temple and how long it has remained buried. It wasn't too uncommon to find out of places and objects, even in places where folks are believed to have fully explored it. And it was a pleasant surprise for Loki, ambient and unwelcome one due to the presence of the sleeper. And the sleeper was in the bottom floor inside a structure in the shape of a carved dodecahedron.
What even is that?
I don't know, it's like a bigger hexagon.
Oh, dodecahedron.
The carvings were runes and letters written in many different languages, all saying the same thing. And the one carving that Loki was able to understand read, "I want to be alone." And there were more to be read in that section. However, the humans had broken through the only part of the wall that Loki could read. And called inside was the silhouette of a creature of enormous stature, and lacking a humanoid frame, it reminded Loki of the shriveled up body of a very skinny humpback whale. And the fins and edges resembled the suckers of octopuses, and the head was rather small in comparison to the rest of the body, and it was lightly resting on one of its flippers, and surrounding the head was a lion-like mane, and the closed eyes were like 2 round orbs. However, it had other eyes running through the back, and even a couple on its long, thin, pointed tail with 2 horns at the tip. And the back was rather colorful, with a scaly line pattern of red and blue. And Loki stared at the creature for a long while, till Didin finally said to him, "Shouldn't we get a leader anytime soon?" "I'm sorry, I got to focus in formulating a plan," said Loki, blinking twice. "Time, bro?"
17 minutes.
After generally thinking things through, Loki realized that if the sleeper hadn't been awakened by all the ruckus around him, then it was relatively safe to engage the enemy. The night soon fell, and the temple was lighted by torches, and there was a recently made stone stairs that led up and down the inverted pyramid. And much care was being made towards the drawings of the pentagrams and decorations of blood sacrifices, and while Evelyn's drawn on of a heap and out of her breath, and the worshippers murmured in dancing reverie of the awakening of the sleeper. And this was the first time the actual goddess Iris stepped foot in such a profane ground, and due to the nature of the forest she had no powers there, and she only had a dancing hold on the location due to Loki's faith in her. And she saw the visage of the creature lurking inside the dodecahedron, and she grimaced. And since Loki was not feeling in a fighting type of mood, he stretched his hair and took the form of a bizarre blue flower resembling sundews, and the scent of the flowers attracted hundreds of little poodle moths, and the spores of which caused the people to fall asleep. And silently Loki went and freed the animals from their cages. He took the form of plants this time. And when he came to see Alida, she opened her snake mouth wide into a happy smile, and she said, "You came for me." He allowed her to call around his way, holding her with one hand, and he said, "You wouldn't think that I would have abandoned you in your time of need, did you not? So must I always be in distress to warrant your attention?" asked Alida coyly. "Seems like I," said Loki, chuckling. So my gallant knight, should we skedaddle?" asked Alida. "Yes, let's get out of here," said Loki. And while he walked up the stairs, Loki wondered what to do about the cultists, and they could not simply be left to their own devices. And while he wrestled with the moral dilemma of killing people in their sleep, even as awoke and he threw a fit, and by the time the little mouse had left, And through his frenzy, he rallied through the troops and awake, and not before shooting Loki with a bolt from his crossbow. And Loki did not move out of the way, rather it had caught him by a bit of a surprise, and it missed him, striking Alida in her thigh. And she gave a piercing scream and then fainted from the shock, and what occurred next was something that Loki feared and half expected. Historically speaking, his people always had the worst luck when it came to sleepers, and they always seemed to awake by some manner of extraordinary circumstances near them. And the creature flopped around and a bit like a fish out of water, and his skin then secreted a strange yellowish ooze which filled the first bottom of the two levels of the pyramid.
Was this the sleeper they were looking for in that other one, the one in Karina?
No, that's a different sleeper. This one's way away from it.
Alright.
But they just had the worst luck of always running into them, you know, like
Yeah.
you know how the JoJo people are always like running into like the vampire sponsors deal.
Yeah.
They just
Like,
gravity.
they run into another one of those.
Yeah, just bad luck or so. Time.
14 minutes.
The people ran away in a panic, screaming and bellowing, and Loki was not paying attention to the creatures, and he moved the bolt and surgically using the instrument he had in store in the back of his head, and using a piece of his own flesh, he sealed the wound as his antibodies dug deep into Alida's skin, treating and healing the internal damage that the arrow had caused. And once she was better, he started to pay attention to the sleeper situation, and the ooze secreted by the sleeper was causing a strange allergic reaction. And the first one to drop dead with strange sores and skin irritations akin to acid burns was Evelance, and those that were in the higher tiers tried to escape, and the sleeper flapped around a bit like a mud skipper, and when he stopped, it opened all its eyes, glaring about with the fury one finds in a fellow being awakened by a bucket of cold water. And after making some strange clicking sounds, it emitted a high-pitched supersonic attack that humans were not able to hear, but they fell nonetheless, and this created a dizzying effect, and some stumbled and fell down the stairs, and some fell a couple of floors down. The sleeper blinked a couple of times, looking around, and eventually his eyes rested upon what remained of Evelance, and after looking about once more, it returned inside its decadehedron, and the hole sealed itself up, and the strange golden haspil started to glow golden vines with strange spiky red flowers, and the vines drew the dirt around him, and soon the entire structure that had been unearthed was buried on the ground once again. And aside from the animals that Loki had rescued, only a dozen of the cultists had managed to survive the episode in one piece. And once the leaper had returned to his peaceful slumber, Loki was able to breathe in a sigh of relief.
What is a sleeper's name? I don't remember.
It doesn't have a name. Don't forget that people name them, but they don't give their own name. All they have is like they put in their little sleeping chambers, a sign that they signs written in all of the known languages.
Saying, leave me alone.
Just leave me alone. Sleepy time. And they're called sleeper because they're always in a dormant state.
Until they're not, and then
they're not, and then all hell breaks loose. They're the ones that inspire the expression, let sleeping dogs lie.
This one was a fish, right?
Mud skipper.
A mud skipper.
Bizarre mud skipper with many eyes. The first one to speak was he who said, well, that was certainly different. The human survivors around Loki were sobbing and screaming like a bunch of lunatics, and others were angrily conversing with one another. Eventually one said to Loki, You did this. No, all I did was put your people to sleep while I rescued the animals. What happened later is your fault, explained Loki. Others insisted on blaming Loki, and annoyed Loki said, How human of you folks to blame others for your own mistakes, and I will take my leave for now, and you are on your own. Wait, said a maiden. What are we supposed to do now? All our supplies were stored within the temple walls, and now it is sunk, and we have no place to go. How is that my problem? Said Loki, starting to walk, and master is annoying the humans started following behind him. And Alida was still sleeping on her wounds, and whenever she was injured, she tended to sleep for a couple of days. And after being trailed for a couple of more minutes, Loki stopped and he said, Haven't you folks anything better to do than to follow me around? The humans hesitated a bit, but then one of the few remaining soldiers said, You seem to be powerful, and it will be safer for us to follow you for the time being, at least until we reach a nearby city. You are assuming that I must protect you, said Loki. The soldier gave Loki a quaint smile. The soldier indeed was counting on Loki's protection, and the fact that Loki had come to save Alita and the magical creatures he had gathered was proof enough that Loki had a kind heart, a kindness the old soldier wished to exploit, and Loki knew these intentions and it annoyed him to the core. And resigned to being trailed by 52 human survivors, Loki made his way towards little Sophia. And he guessed that they would stupidly try to get asylum in that hold, even though his brother Chikar was not letting anyone inside, and he would then slip away as soon as they set up camps outside the town's fortifications. And while walking, Loki asked his traveling companion, just out of curiosity, did anyone here really truly believe that the creature inside the temple was a god? A couple of people assented, while the others were too embarrassed to admit their own stupidity, considering how everything ended. And Loki continued, just because a being is strong doesn't make it a god, and even if it was, you think a couple of sacrifices would have swayed the fellow in your favor. Traditionally, yes, said the soldier. Gods have always favored sacrifices, and I am surprised you did not know that. As for the creature, I know from experience that the gods were normally do not make themselves visible, and they do not spend every waking moment asleep. A maiden nodded. If you know that creature was dangerous, why didn't you warn us? Would you have listened? Asked Loki. The group was silent once again, and close to dusk, Loki's party made the effort to set up camp, and the 5 soldiers remained the creator of the fires, and once they were done, they headed out to hunt to feed the rest. And aside from the soldiers, the group was mostly made of old folk, women and a couple of small children, and were resting near the campfire. Loki commented, "Don't you look so glum, and you are not the first coal to go up in smokes, and you certainly won't be the last." One of the hunters returning with a deer chastised Loki by saying, "We wanted to believe, and even us took advantage of it, and now start rubbing salt in our wounds. Boo-hoo!" In mimicry of Loki, some of the children also repeated, "Boo-hoo, boo-hoo." And to put an end to their games, the soldier smacked the head of one of the kids, and Loki then placed Alita down, and he picked up his skimming staff, and he whacked the soldier with good measure till the head was a bloody mess. And other people in camp silently watched, too afraid to do anything, while some of the children started crying, except for the one that had been struck by the soldier. And when the first soldier who had addressed Loki returned, and he saw his fellow beaten to a pulp, and he saw the blood dripping from Loki's gimmick staff, and after thinking for a moment, he decided not to comment on the incident. Eventually, someone did ask the question in everyone's mind. It was the wife of the soldier who said peevishly, "Why do you do this to him?" "He knows what he did," said Loki. And Loki watched the life of the injured soldier slip away, and eventually he got up and said, "Well, your folks seem to be doing fine." And reaching into his hair, he brought out a couple of crossbows and a box of bolts, and he added, "This should hold you up till you reach little Sophia, which is down yonder road. And are you just going to live like this?" insisted the wife of the injured man, and she made a tourniquet using the pieces of her dress. "If he generally feels sorry for his sins, then maybe I would be inclined to help him," said Loki, picking up Alita. "Please, I'm begging you, forgive him his sins. If he died, I will have no one to protect me," said the maiden, pleading. "It is not for me to forgive, rather his victim must forgive," said Loki. And realizing what Loki meant, the wife started coaxing the boy who had been struck by the soldier who was his father, and the lad eventually generally forgot the man already used to such abuses, and Loki was still unsatisfied. But he eventually healed the man, and since his hands were carrying Alita, he stretched his hair, which covered the injured man, and touching and healing his wounds. Though still sore, the man was able to awaken from unconsciousness, and frowning Loki asked, "How are you feeling today? Does anything hurt?" And the man thought a moment, and then he said dryly, "I feel fine, thank you." "Good for you," said Loki, echoing the man's disdain. And the man's wife then started saying, "Thank you for curing my foolish heart, Ben. Thank you, thank you." And so Loki was silent while the wife humbled herself, and the man he had just cured seemed like he had plenty to say, but was keeping his cool to avoid another savage beating.
At least he didn't heal me like he heals people, and he should consider himself lucky.
Yeah.
Like, we'll get to that eventually, but like...
Yeah. Time go?
6 minutes. Like, I was thinking about his healing horse.
He had a vague recollection of chastising his son before an unwarranted flurry of strife befell him, and Loki could both heal and injure, and in this respect he was rather similar to Evelance. With the man healed, Loki and his unwanted escort continued along their path to little Sophia, and the walls of the town were already visible over the horizon, and it was not too often that a merchant could employ such sophisticated barrier. And most had partial walls and only a couple of fortifications, and what this town resembled now was unknown, and hidden behind such stoic brick walls on three sides, and the fourth barrier was created by the river. And surrounding this town was the making of an outer city with little chantries and camps, and gesturing towards the city, Loki said, "Well, you folks can take it from here, and I'm going to go on my way, and let us hope if we do meet again, it will be under less unsavory circumstances." With this, Loki left the human groups to their own devices, and he made his way towards the nearby river, and he made camp there. One of the ferrymen passing by commented, "Great, more newcomers." Loki saluted the ferryman who made the rude comment, and the ferryman saluted back, and close to noon, Alida awoke earlier than Loki had expected, and she had been resting inside the tent Loki had made for her, and the evening was rather dry and crisp, with the searing sun boiling every any touch, and at first Loki had found the sun charming, but when Alida awoke, she saw him hiding beneath a pink parasol. Alright, time, bro?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Alright, let's leave it here. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 13, part 1. When Alida awoke, she saw him hiding beneath a pink parasol. Stretching a little, she said, smiling, "Good morning. It is good afternoon for now," said Loki. "What was the word umbrella?" asked Alida. She had seen them before in the circus. "The sun is bothersome, so this keeps me cool," said Loki. "Thank you for saving me," said Alida, coming to sit behind Loki beneath the parasol. And she was quiet for a while until she rested her head on his shoulder and then gave a deep sigh. She eventually asked, "What happened after I got shot?" "I don't know," said Loki, shrugging his shoulder. "You just don't want to tell me that you killed them all over little me," said Alida, smiling. "Would it please your highness if I blooded the streets for your sake?" asked Loki sarcastically. "It is not as if I would desire for you to pile up corpses before me, it is just," started saying Alida. Interrupting her, Loki said, "Don't get any funny ideas in your head again." He was about to state his reasons but chose not to elaborate, and Alida too was silent, and indeed she was getting all sorts of funny ideas in her head. Again she repeated, "So what did happen?" "I don't know," said Loki. "And the temple and the creature inside of it," asked Alida. "It is still there. As for the temple, it is buried underground," said Loki. "And Ivalance?" asked Alida. "Who?" asked Loki. "The leader of the heat priest, the one leading the ceremony," insisted Alida. "Oh, he's also underground with the temple," said Loki. "I see. So what you're saying is that the dirt was caved in or something, and the entire place is buried underground," said Alida. "That is one way to put it," said Loki. "It is really annoying to try to have a straight conversation with you," said Alida, frustrated. "I see no benefit in it, and never mind," said Loki, once again stopping himself. Close to those, the man Loki had met and Heo came to him, and since Loki was starting to recognize his newly acquired burden, he started as thus. "My name is Loki the Gimmick Mage, and to humans I am known as the Blue Knight, though the fishermen call me the Giving Fish. Forgive me for not offering proper introductions. My name is Sir..." started saying Sir Tilda. "Sir Tilda, I know," said Loki, interrupting the light. "And here you are very lucky to be alive." "I know," said Tilda, remembering the incident with the sleeper. "I'm not referring to the creature. Rather, if it was up to anyone else in my family, you would be 6 feet under," explained Loki. "I am not proud of who or what I am, and I thought that I would find redemption working for Evelyn, and he promised that my sins will be washed away by the blood of the pure," said Tilda, struggling, and he added, "It all sounds like nonsense now that I think about it. If you sin it as mankind, those sins can only be forgiven by mankind, and like and to each their own, and you cannot have someone else forgive you for something you did to another, and the person that has the duty to forgive you is your victim and no one else," said Loki sternly. "Ever the philosopher," scoffed Alida. "Whatever, dude," said Loki, frowning, "and the point of the matter is that you are humbling yourself because you think I can solve your little problem. So stop wasting our both our time and get on with it. What is it that you want? And I she did according to herself, and she moved back the base, and it was the first time she had ever heard Loki be direct. And he was enjoying giving people the roundabout as he pretended to know or not understand what they were asking. And there was a tense silence, only disturbed by the sound of falling rain, and the storm picked up a bit more strength till it felt like waterfall was falling on Loki's vicinity. Time, bro?
19 minutes.
Keenly aware of the rain, Theodas shivered inside his travel coat, and in the end he said, "The guards in the borders only allow the children to enter, and their parents in a party are rather best because they will not be allowed to enter, little Sophia."
But yeah, the battle is in red, so...
Ah! And your point is that Loki not changing his tone. Doesn't it seem rather bizarre? Surely there is mischief afoot, and this is not a common practice in certain hosts, explained Theodas. I am sure they must be eating them by now, joked Loki. That isn't funny, hissed Alida. Loki gave a lead as I done his mouth to elucidate his amusement, and the frown changed into a grimace, and when he was forced again to engage Theodas, he said, "There's no need to concern yourself with the brats. From what I hear, the worst thing they will get is a bath, warm clothing and food, and basic education. All interesting. If they are such humanitarians, why such emphasis on closing the gates?" asked Theodas. His voice rose a little and said, "Wait, you know this will happen, didn't you?" "Well, at this stage I was to lead you to a safe haven before mutiny parting us the way. I never said that you would be allowed to enter the promised land," said Loki coolly. Alida chose not to comment, and she was vaguely wondering what had occurred during her convalescence, and she was almost about to protest in favor of Theodas when she recognized him as her kidnapper. And soon all her goodwill had vanished, and she got into herself some more as her face and body acquired a more reptilian appearance, and then she entered within the river to swim about for a bit, and while she waited for Loki to dispatch Theodas in whichever way he saw fitting, and Theodas observed Alida's devotion with vague amusement, and when he turned to speak with Loki once again, he had lost the train of his argument and was forced to recapitulate once again. And to get him back on track, Loki said, "If you're looking for a hole to take you full, there are plenty, but they will just be what you expect with the greedy overlords, the serfs fighting over scraps, and all the chaotic mess. And as of now, all of the good hosts and territories are probably closed off to the outside world, or are in the process of security in their borders." "But this makes no sense. Why must things be so?" said Theodas more to himself. "It is because of Mardus. He has closed his heart to the outside world, and now he sees corruption everywhere he looks. And he has built walls around himself, and those he cares about, because he doesn't want them to be tainted by outsiders, negative thoughts and emotions. And whenever a king starts a new trend, it is common for other folks to emulate. And Bersamet's team was unity and control, while Marduk prefers isolation and freedom. So in a sense, you are free to do whatever you want as long as you do not interfere with his or his people's business." Theodas was quiet for some time, and the late middle-aged man was reevaluating all of his life's choices. And when he was younger, he had desired change, and he had left the course because he was tired of all of the rules. And in the end, he had been left one prison and found himself in another. And it seemed to him that he would always be a puppet of sorts. And overcome by feeling of shame, he finally left Loki alone. And as soon as he departed, Alida left the riverside. And she slid by, and she rested her snake head on Loki's shoulder. And Loki patted her head and said, "You know, I like you better as a snake than as a human woman." Blushing, Alida said, "Whatever do you mean?" Doesn't it matter now, does it?" said Loki, staring at the river. And he added, "I never asked you whether you get your copper ring." "It was shortly after the troll queen tracked me down, and I was minding my own business in a cage, and one of the rats started poking at me, ignoring the obvious, 'Do not poke the snake' sign. And it was then that a strange fellow, clad in black, scared the lad away, and the stranger offered me a copper ring, and I reached for it using my human-like arm, which came out of my side, and it was the first time I was able to make a part of me look more human," said Alida. "And I was more successful in the circus with the snake lady persona, so I kept at it, and I never made it as a creature, and I was certainly not going to bother to turn into a full human woman for the obvious reasons." "Well, you can put on whatever form you find amusing. It matters not to me," said Loki. What I never quite understood why a copper ring, said Alida. It is not as if you would expect an animal to have a religion of sort, let alone be a worshipper of heap. Loki had his own ideas about it. Time, bro?
15 minutos.
But now he started promising enough to voice out, and both became silent as the hours passed, and eventually night came, and Alida settled down to sleep, and the rain had stopped by them, and the coast had the fresh scent of wet grass, and Loki reached into his pocket and took out a watch, and the watch had many hairs, thin cloths, stacked on top of one another around the flat surface, and pressing the buttons on the side, he eventually summoned one that had the picture of a stylized crescent moon with a gem-encrusted music note. And the clock, instead of having a normal dial, it had a tiny scarab ornament, and the spiral towards the center, and it almost reached. Putting it away, Loki arose and made his way towards the outskirts of Little Sofia. And even in the late night, there was still a small crowd of people pestering the guards, and Loki said to one of the fellows, "Look here, they are not going to let you inside." And the crowd spoke in a turmoil, and Loki then said, "I want to help you guys. I will take you to a new safe haven, one that actually opens its doors." And one of the maidens said, "This is the fifth hole we visit, and we find closed doors, and we are tired of wandering around. Either you let us in, or we stay out here and die." "Oh, brother," said Loki, and folding his arms, he said, "Look here. Under the new administrator, the hosts have a lot more autonomy, and your guild license travel permits have lost all of their validity. And with the current state of the world, wherever you go, you will find closed doors for the moment. What I am suggesting is that you find a new settlement. Maybe move into one of the many abandoned towns you find along the roadside. I can take you to one just a few nearby that is still more or less in one piece, and it is just a month from Little Sofia, so I suggest you stock up, and when those who want to come are ready, and I will take you there." One of the fellows asked, "How much is this going to set us back?" "Nothing," said Loki, looking for an excuse to head out in the road again. And his time with the giants had made him a bit of a nomad, and his feet would always itch if he spent too much time in a certain location. And then he added, "Once you're ready, we can head out. And if you do not feel safe with me, you are welcome to stay here and rot. And it matters not to me in the long scheme of things." And after saying this, Loki returned to the riverside, and he found His waiting for him there, in her moss-covered head peering from beneath the waves. And Loki walked a bit of a ways from the tent, and he followed behind. And bubbling coolly, she looked in the direction of the tent. And Loki looked back, and he said, "Yep, I am still stuck with the snake girl. And I heard that there was a sleeper sighting in the forest. I am glad you made it out alive," said he. "I am as well as anyone can be after such an encounter with a creature such as that," explained Loki. "I don't get humans obsessed with digging, and they have more in common with dwarves than they realize," commented he, and she then handed Loki a letter. "I suppose," said Loki coolly. "When are you going to help your sister in her little home business?" asked Hears. "I got a little sidetracked," answered Loki. "This is more than a little, and why are you bothering with these terrible people?" asked Hears. "I don't know, I just don't know," sighed Loki. "You don't have to help them if you don't want to. When helping others becomes an obligation, it inspires negative emotions, which are not good for you," said Hears. "I really don't want to bother with them, or the city snake lady," said Loki. "Just walk away and do whatever you want," insisted Hears. "We are strong enough to be the masters of our own fate. Do not let weakness scare you into becoming their own personal slave." "You certainly do make a convincing argument, my friend," said Loki, smiling. "I know," said Hears, sinking beneath the shadows, as she saw Alida approaching. Alida had a somber look on her face, and there was a heavy silence brewing between the pair, and Loki was pretending not to notice her while Alida waited for Loki to speak first. And eventually she gave a hissing sigh, and as she started as thus, "I heard everything." "I would imagine so, being my shadow and such," said Loki, not turning around. And Alida came to sit before him to speak with him, and looking at him with the same serious tone, she said, "Why don't you ever look at me when I speak to you?" "Because I don't feel like it," said Loki, turning his gaze. Though what he meant to say was, "Because I know it annoys you. I know that you will never love me, and I hate myself for obsessing over you, and I believe it would be best if I never see you again, and thank you for all you have done for me, and goodbye, and fare thee well," said Alida. So that's it then. Don't keep
Sorry,
that.
it was an accident.
It's fine, don't worry about it. Time, bro?
10 minutes battering bread.
So that's it then, you're just going to give up, just like that. How disappointed, said Loki, caring not to stare at the river. And a nearby fisherman started loading his net to gape at Alida. And Alida sighed once again and said nothing. And Loki then turned around to stare at her, and for the first time he saw the intensity of his blue eyes, and even though he was looking at her, he was not seeing her. And then in a serious thought which was so unusual for him, there is something I desire, a future I see clearly, yet I cannot grasp. It is like looking at a figure over the horizon. You see it clearly, yet despite how much you walk, the thing you are staring at doesn't draw nearer. Until I grasp that future, until I become the me that I see myself, then I cannot concern myself with anything else. But you are fine the way you are, said Alida. You never did understand me, did you, Alida, said Loki, turning away. Forget about me, and go on with your life. I don't know if I can bring myself to forget you, said Alida sadly. Forgetting is easy. Just keep yourself busy and find something else to obsess about. Obsess so much about it that you won't have time to bother about the blue carriage driver who drove you all over the continent, said Loki, departing. Alida saw him walk towards the main room, and she followed him with her eyes until he was no longer in sight. And while Loki walked, his form changed, and he eventually even discarded the armor he was fond of. With his gaming staff in hand, he was a steady stride. He made his way towards the nearest crossroad, and just as he was reaching the end of the road, he became aware of a strange creature lurking behind, and turning around, he saw it clearly from the corner of his eye, and he said to him, "Oh, one who seen you had nothing better to do." And the creature said nothing. The noise he made was low, guttural sounds. No, this is making noise.
Oh.
Time?
8 minutes.
Again he said, "If you are so concerned, then continue as you are now, and do not ask me to do the impossible, or should I say what I like the will to do, and you cannot force something to something they do not desire, and I prefer death over being coerced into becoming someone's slave." And the creature extended his hand like an appendage between his 7 multi-knuckled fingers. There was a clear sphere with a strange aqueous color. And turning around, Loki stood to face the earth with his eyes transfixed, and the creature placed it in Loki's hand. And with his other hand, it closed Loki's hand into a fist, and it shook Loki's hands twice, and it opened what appeared to be its mouth, and in mimicry of a smile, as humans would do in such situations, and then it waved his hand before sinking into the ground. And Loki turned the finely crafted earth with hundreds of tiny runes written in many languages, and eventually he found one that he could read. "Thank you, my friend." And a quaint smile was painted on Loki's lips, and he had finally realized what the creature was and what this parting gift meant. And taking a deep breath, he left little Sophia with a strong, easy step. Time, bro?
7 minutes, red battery.
Alright, let's leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Alright, is it running?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and we're reading Saturnastra, Loki. This is chapter 14. The sunset came, and with it the night soon followed, and for the last 2 days Loki had been patiently waiting at the crossroads for his sister Karina to manifest. And ever since her fall of birthday, she had been receiving plenty of business, and she was working overtime, and since she will have to close up shop by the end of the year. And Karina finally arrived one rainy afternoon, and the sky was mostly blazing as the lightning storm was gracing the crossroads with its presence. And obvious to the weather, Loki sat still like a rock beneath his parasol as he waited for his sister to come see him. Keeping him company was the ever-watchful Disdain, and Disdain was a peculiar failure of an irrelevant age, though he still bore the semblance of a 7-year-old child with the maturity level of a toddler. And from Disdain, Loki had access to more than 700 years worth of memories. So his true age is 700, but his maturity level is that of a toddler. He's just a jerk. While Loki amused himself by ruminating about ruminations, Karina finally manifested, and the weather around him grew still, and even the sky quieted down, and as the clouds rose up on the spot, and by the standing at the crossroads, Loki had been summoned into her aura. And Karina always took care to mimic the surroundings to make certain that the transition from the real world to her world appeared seamless. And while inside she was technically a god, and she created all the rules governing her world, and only as far as her own powers would allow, And to supplement her ability, she would draw upon the tricks, as she liked to call them, that she collected from her clients. And it was for her little collecting habit that she was often compared to a demon. And as soon as she arrived, Loki thought she greeted him with a faint smile, and her face was not one to show strong displays of emotion. And Karina was expressive in a subtle way, and her hair was wild and curly, with large, almond-shaped black eyes and naturally rosy lips. And every human male who saw that particular face and hair combination found it beautiful. And the range of her age was estimated between 16 and 24. And at the proper height of 5'5", she could easily pass for a grown woman with her full figure, delicate extremities, and well-toned legs, which were only noticeable when she sat down cross-legged. Both brother and sister studied one another briefly, and Loki was trying to decide whether his sister was happy or indifferent to see him. Time, bro?
21.
Meanwhile, Karina was staring at the new trinket Loki was sporting in his mage outfit, and the ore was clearly an item typically owned by a sleeper. And they were rather fastidious of their home and whatever property they owned, and it was rare for them to part with any two items willingly. Not one to waste word, Karina suppressed her curiosity and asked, "What is it that you need, Loki?" "I need to occupy myself with something that doesn't require a lot of thinking and that it has something that resembles a reward at the end," explained Loki. Like a job. "You could try farming. I hear that the Greys are having a hard time growing flowers up in the mountains, and you can find some hardy specimens for them," suggested Karina. "What reward are they offering?" asked Loki. "Oh, nothing. Perhaps you are interested instead in my little hobby of mine," said Karina. Reaching into her pocket, she handed Loki a pouch filled with stuff. "And this is in advance for the first 3 missions, and you will get more once you complete another 3. "What happens if I mess things up?" asked Loki, threw the stuff inside the pouch before putting it away. "Nothing," said Karina, and she added, twirling one of her curls, "since we are family." Not knowing what to make of her response, he said, "What's the timeline for each of my tasks?" "Considering that we had less than a year, I would say a week at the most for each, but I would prefer things be done sooner," explained Karina. "So soon," said Loki, worried about his sudden busy schedule. "Well, it is not as if I am collecting souls or talents for that matter, so there's no need to develop either of them in order to extract them," explained Karina. "Wait, I don't get it. So what are you getting from your clients again?" asked Loki, confused.
She getting dollars?
"No, not even. I am getting their tricks. Look, you do not need to understand my word. Just get this dog and this pony show on the road and get me my tricks, and then move on to the next fellow," said Karina lightly, rubbing her temple. All right, said Loki, sighing. "You don't have to do it if you don't want to," said Karina. "Well, I already accepted the stuff," said Loki. "You can just give it back," said Karina. "All right, she said Loki, changing his form into the first flying thing that came into his mind. That first thing happened to be a peacock, and he was thinking of Adonis. The silly bird was always...
Peacocks don't fly.
They fly in Florida.
Okay.
They do fly. I've seen photos of them and videos, and I've even seen them in the wild fly gracefully like the chicken.
Okay, got it.
And even in Kung Fu Panda they fly. Time.
Okay, 18 minutes.
They just fly very hard.
Okay.
The silly bird was always looking at himself in the mirror, and as he flew he felt himself quite free and happy. And it was only when his magic is a rather solid cloud that he realized that he was still within Karina's area. And he saw his sister's light snickering, and then he was sent back to the real world. And only that he was no longer near the vicinity of little Sophia, and Loki circled around a bit until he found his bearings, and based on the mental information he received from Karina, his target lived in a little cottage near the rivers. And it was in one of the small fishing settlements that the populated the coast. And instead of fishing, the fellow he was looking for was found inside the tent in deep contemplation. And the man he was helping was named Finian Meal, and it was common for orphans to be given the name of their patron goddesses. And currently in the continent there was about 6 orphanages, though before the fall there will be 10 in total, and each named after a fellow goddess. And Loki landed in the hut, assuming that the fellow was already used to such strange visitors. And the moment Finian saw Loki, he chased him out of the cottage with his fishing rod. Loki made a high-pitched whine, and he flew with his tail outstretched in mimicry of a peacock. And he was in a safe distance. He assumed the form that Karina was using to deal with the fellow. Entering the water, he took in the form of a mermaid with an aqueous rippling body, and he stepped out of the water, and the ground would drip ever so softly. And his progress reminded him of a soaking wet towel being moved around the floor. And the man, when he saw Loki, smiled, and he exited the hut. And Loki was about to get to the point, but he chose to remain silent. And he kept by Finian, watching the fellow go through his routine, pretending to look interested. And by the second day, Loki was bored beyond tears, and breaking the character, he said to Finian, "Look, you got the companionship you wanted. Just show me your tricks so I can go home already." "You're not the water spirit from before," said Finian, frowning. "How perceptive of you. Look, I don't know what your deal was with my sister, but the clock is ticking, and we need you to pay your tab if you catch my drift," said Loki. "I am not so much of a fool as you in magic, and it is not my first time I bargain with your kind," said Finian coolly. "Is that so? Well, then I suppose there is just one thing to do," said Loki, sinking beneath the water. Finian watched the surface ripple and throw bubbles while Loki mused about what he wanted to do. And he was not too much of an expert at manipulating people like Karina or Marduk, and he always ended up feeling guilty for fooling them. Though something about Finian's cocky smile made Loki rather angry, and it also did not help that one of the nearby water demons started filling his head with negative emotions. In the end, he stretched his watery lips and he started drowning the fisherman, who was yelling, "Pay what you owe, you fool!" So now he just went on the fisherman like, "Pay what you owe!" The fisherman was far too focused in escaping and drowning to have a semblance of an intelligent thought, and while the water demon was laughing at Loki, eventually Karina separated the two. And raising her voice, she said, "You are not helping Loki. Why don't you go bother someone else?" "I'm sorry," said Loki pitifully. Karina shook her head sadly while twirling her hair vigorously with her index finger, and she savaged Finian, who was floating upside down, and she placed him on his side, and she kicked him until he finished coughing up the water. And raising an eyebrow, Loki was about to ask his sister why she did not give him CPR, but he chose to remain silent. And he pitifully placed inside Karina's sash the bow she had given him, and then he walked away. Time, bro?
14 minutes.
The water demon followed behind, and Loki assumed his old form while he made his way towards the main road, and he eventually stopped and sat down on a moss-covered stone. And he sighed while he repressed every intelligent thought, and the little water demon eventually creeped out the nearby river, and it was one of the local demons, endemic to that world. Though its nature was demonic, it was not considered a true demon. And what it was before it became like that, there was not a trace of it, and what it kept from its former life was a strange golden medallion featuring a pregnant woman. "What is the world outside here?" asked the water demon. "It depends on what you're asking," said Loki, not turning to look at the creature. "In spite of all my years, I had never bothered to leave this world and seek my luck elsewhere," said the demon. "Why bother? There is plenty of gain to be had here if you ask me. You wouldn't be able to leave even if you wanted to, not without permission," explained Loki. "Ah, yes. Who would I see about that?" asked the demon. "I don't know," said Loki, shrugging his shoulder. "A pity," said the water demon, departing. And once the demon departed, Loki removed him from his thought, and he did not have anything to do, nor anywhere else but to go, and he sank through the waters, and eventually he found himself at the bottom, and after feeling the water with his fingertips, he eventually found what he was looking for. And turning into a tiny catfish, he followed the river upstream. And he swam for 2 hours till the river diverged into a small stream, and the stream fed into a murky bog surrounded by purple pitcher plants and other carnivorous flowers. And Loki circled the bogs, looking through its murky waters, and he rose out of the water and took a bulk of air. And here was not home, and the still dead surface of the water rippled a little, and like the morning dew, the water demon from before was condensing against the pitcher plants. And to humans, it would appear like a regular water behavior, like a rolling fog and nothing more. And the surrounding area was too dry and cold to allow for the formation of fog, and there was also not a motion for miles, and such out-of-place localized weather was always hinted at the presence of something sinister. Loki stoically ignored the demon, while the demon imagined that Loki was not aware of his presence, and since Loki was not native to the world, the demon could not perceive his thoughts or emotions. And Loki circled about for 2 minutes before getting paranoid, and he decided to come back later when he was not being trailed by such a pesky creature. And he made his way back up the river, though the tiny stream, and back up the main banks of the twin rivers. And once Loki reached the river end, he made his way back down another stream and another. And after a week in his fashion, the demon finally lost interest in Loki, but Loki was still very interested in the demon indeed. And it was a bit troubling to hear the fellow talking about other worlds. And it was not the sort of conversation that would just turn up. And when the demon was not paying attention, Loki changed force and he made himself almost imperceptible. And the water demon made his way towards Aragon, and there the demon found a fellow talking in a bar. And the man said, "Do you ever wonder, what is it all about?" "No," said another drunken fellow. "I mean, what is it really up there? Is it like life? Is it like here, but, different?" insisted a different fellow. Time?
10 minutes.
Loki drew nearer to the apparent raving drunkard, and the man was indeed drunk, and he wondered why he was speaking about the cosmos and other matters, and there was never revealed to be locals, and like the water demon, Loki started to think about both subjects. And the first was dreaming about visiting other worlds completely different than his own. And meanwhile, Loki ruminated about how a person could imagine something akin to space travel, and the answer was given by Didem, and he pointed out to the cult of the god Auno. And he was always paired up with the polar opposite of Rhydom, and Rhydom provided the wind that moved objects on the planet, while Anu and his celestial winds moved all the stars and the moons outside the world. His chain of thought was broken when Didem informed him that the demon was on the move again. And from a different occasion, the demon tried to fly up as high as possible, but since he was a water demon, he had the same limitations as water, and he could never fly higher than the clouds. And a bit curious, Loki did indeed fly higher and higher than the demon, taking the form of a flying fish, and as Loki flew, the sky started darkening around him, and even though the sun was still out, and that high up, the sky was cloudless and free of vapor, and the higher he went, the less progress he made, and it was only when he started staring all about did he notice that around the altitude of 6,000 kilometers he was not allowed to fly any further. And there was not a wall per se, but if he flew by looking towards the side of the clouds or the ground, he noticed that the distance did not increase. Time?
8 minutes.
Falling down, the friction with the clouds created a bit of a flare, and the more he picked up speed, the more his fish body glowed, and eventually his form changed into that of a flying fiery fish. And the water demon saw that Loki fall from the sky, and his curiosity grew immensely. And the demon trod after Loki to try to catch up with him, and Loki eventually crash-landed in a nearby lake. And the little boy, throwing stones in the water, screamed, and he fled due to the splash that Loki made. And when the demon finally caught up with Loki, his face was turned from excitement to disappointed when he recognized the fellow. Its rippling face acquired many human features, and as to enunciate a question, "Where do you come from?" "Not from up, but from below," said Loki. "What sort of fool do you take me for?" said the demon. "A big of a fool as any other fellow as I met, and I can't help but judge by his own condition, and since disease seems to be endemic to your kind, then I suppose you take all people you meet as liars and hypocrites," said Loki, folding his arms. "Everyone I ever met is a little bit of both, and you are no different," retorted the demon. "Believe me or not, it is your choice, and I have nothing to gain from convincing you of anything," he added, walking away, "and I grow bored of you, so good day, and happy hunting, my friend." Time?
7 minutes.
The water demon started bumbling as his temperature started rising in a fury, and he was not used to people being so nonchalant with him. And not want to let such a thing stand, the demon pounced on Loki, surrounding him in an attempt to drown him or possess his body. And Loki changed his form into that of a fish, but then the demon made the water surrounding Loki stagnant, and Loki once again changed his form into an overgrown tardigrade. And the the demon in vain tried to inflict violence upon Loki, and being a bit of a water demon, his options were rather limited. And if he rose the temperature, Loki turned into a tube worm. And if he started to freeze, Loki turned into a barnacle shrimp, and so forth and so forth. And as for his soul, the demon was not having any luck claiming it, and there was a certain stickiness, stubbornness about it, and it reminded the demon of the souls that tended to animate the revenants or the undead during the summer months. And when winter came, they would usually become dormant, and the demon desisted his assault after an hour. And Loki was silent, marveling at his own magnificence. Of all of his siblings, he had the best ease when it came to shape-shifting. However, he had his own flavor in this department, and he was always partial to fishes and chimeric abominations when on the prowl. And feeling a bit sorry for the demon, he said, "Look, I will show you what lies beneath." And reaching into his hair, he brought out a shovel and he started digging, and the demon watched Loki with an air of disbelief. And once Loki felt that the hole was deep enough, he started to play the waiting game, and usually by 12 meters one was bound to run into something or another. And since nothing was turning up, Loki filled the hole, and he dug once again in the same place. And he repeated the same action over and over, and by the 7th time the demon said, "You know, they say that repeating the same action, expecting different results, is the definition of insanity." "And pray, where did you get that little definition?" said Loki as his soul started reaching 10 meters. "You already know," said the demon. And much to his surprise, by the 7th time Loki had found something, and from the ground there was a strange protrusion, and after dusting it off a bit, it seemed like the tip of a weather vane. And Loki pulled at it with both hands so it dislodged the vein, and taking an even more humane face, the demon made his lack of interest clear, and by raising an eyebrow, he said, "So you did find something. Aside from junks and minerals, there really isn't anything on the ground." "You still don't get it, do you?" said Loki, putting the bane back in its location. He started to throw dirt to seal the hole once again, and his hostile companion kept watching him with bored amusement. And the demon eventually said, "Let's say that I do believe you that there is an entire world down there, but it's nothing but ruins, and from time to time I do see humans and dwarfs dig up scattered remains of a lost civilization, and rarely do they find nothing else but bones. The up that you are so obsessed with is just the same as, and frankly I prefer the low, and it is predictable, always filled with living beings, and the up is too empty, filled with nothing but starlight," responded Loki. "I am not some fool as to be obsessed with places that are sparkly, if that is what you are implying. But if you are here, then there must be something else," insisted the water demon. "I tell you once and I tell you again, I came from the down, not from the up," insisted Loki. This conversation continued till nightfall. Time, bro?
4 minutes.
And the demon was still pestering Loki with his questions, and Loki continued to dance around the subject, and even though he was not lying, his answers were vague. And it was neither the first nor the last time that one of the locals had become obsessed about the up, and from time to time people like Bersamin obtained some knowledge of worlds beyond Saturn. And how this information was acquired varied, though mostly it was due to the constant contact with strange creatures that only now existed in their memories, and memories that like an exhaustion that never really happened in the first place, and those creatures too had come from the down and not the up. And in the end, Loki sighed and said, "Look, you can't just harass people for answers, alright? There's no point in getting obsessed about the stars or whatever, and if you're bored, travel west till you find another continent. And even in the deep ocean, you are bound to find something interesting. Some interesting, moody fish people. This world is like big, really, really big. Go explore it the same way as my brother's doing. I don't care about this world. I just want to meet new souls," said the demon, bubbling lightly. "Like I said before, there isn't anything up there, just starlight," insisted Loki. The demon eventually departed, and once he was gone, Loki breathed a sigh of relief, and it was a persistent fellow of the type that Loki could only endure but not defeat. And all in all, Loki tended to detest dealing with the kind. All their actions with demons were always unsavory, and if it did not matter that they were primordial, self-originating, or metamorphed, they were all equally annoying and single-minded in their pursuit of souls. And once again Loki found himself alone, and he sat down on the floor as he looked up the dirt, and he had just dug up and closed again, and he sighed, and then he rested his chin on his knees. And closing his eyes, he felt himself sinking into the ground with dirt and vines, and everything around him was still and silent, and soon he had lost all sensation of surrounding, and in time he eventually fell asleep. And he dreamed many things. He dreamed for longer than he could remember, and one day he felt a strange sensation in his arm, and he felt like drops of acid, only that they were extremely hidden fingertips, and he felt two strong aqua's hands pulling him out from beneath the earth. And while he was out, he looked around, disoriented, uncertain about what had happened to him or how long he had slept. Something about the aqua's being standing before him was familiar, and the only thing he recognized was the medallion featuring a pregnant woman. And recognizing the pendant, Loki said, "You are the demon from before." "I had no idea what you're talking about. I have always been." "Which reminds me, who are you?" said the aqua's maiden. "I'm a bit confused." "Wait, what?" said Loki. Loki ran in the direction of the crossroad with the aqua's maiden trailing behind him, and indeed she was no longer a demon. And when he arrived at the crossroad, he started yelling, "Karina, come unto me!" A faint voice from the distance said, "What? I'm busy!" "You are always busy. Now come here now. Time?"
1 minute.
insisted Loki. Karina eventually manifested, and her hands were folded, and she seemed a bit exasperated, but only a tiny bit, and she said, "Could you not wait another week? And pray do tell me what time it is," said Loki. "It is but a week." "Before we return," said Karina. "I slept for 2 months," said Loki, alarmed. "It's fine, there's no need to worry about it." "I do set the alarm to wake us up should we fall asleep." "Alright, well, let's just leave it here like this. Bye-bye and God bless." Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Loki. This is chapter 15, part 1. "Good thinking. Now more to the point. Do you remember when I tried to help you?" asked Loki. "Yes, I remember you botching such a simple request," said Karina, pouting her lips slightly. "Do you remember seeing a water demon near me?" asked Loki. Not really." "Look, do not worry about it. Such faint memories will become less common the more time passes," said Karina, scoffing. "It doesn't seem right to forget," said Loki sadly. "Right or wrong has nothing to do with remembering. Just learn from your past and then move on with your life," said Karina, pulling at Loki's cheek till he slapped her hand away. When Karina left, Loki was left alone with his strange water companion. Looking at her, he asked, "Pray do tell me, what are you exactly?" "I do not know. I just know that I exist and nothing else, and I am known unto the magic users as an elemental. And I have lived among my kind for most of my life, and yet from time to time I am possessed by strange thoughts and memories that are not my own. And when I dug you up today, I was acting upon those memories, and I wanted to see if there was that little, what you call it, the thing that humans have on the roof of their houses, you know. They come in the shape of chickens and turn in the direction of the wind," explained the elemental. "Much to my surprise, I found a fellow buried on the ground." "Where did you get that medallion?" asked Loki. "I stole it," said the elemental. "You should be more careful lest you turn into a demon," said Loki, narrowing his eyes. "That will never happen," said the elemental, laughing. "I'm glad to see you're in such high spirits," said Loki, grinning, and he added, "and after giving it a very little thought, would you like to be the source of my magic? I am told that it's a service you elementals offer humans from time to time." The elemental looked at Loki from head to toe, and he was still covered in grime and dirt, and like a fleshly unearthed corpse, and she could discern the dingy made outfit and the armor hidden beneath. In the end, she said, "What's in it for me?" "Well, if you make a contract with me, you can go wherever I go and see what I see," explained Loki. "I do not need to bind to a fellow to see and go to places," said the elemental. "But there are places that only I can go, and things that only I can see, and they cannot be revealed to just anyone. Be the source of my power, and only then will I give," insisted Loki. In the end, the elemental extended her hand, and Loki taking it kissed it, and he felt his mouth burn all the way down his throat, and the symbol of the contract was marked in the back of his throat, and hers was painted in her palm. And she then said, "My name is Anahid, and it will be a pleasure to accompany you in your travels." "Loki, a pleasure as well," said Loki, bowing, and taking out his staff, he added, "You may bind to this, if you find it fitting." "It pleases me so," said Anahid, binding itself to the gimmick staff, which was renamed the Crozier of Anahid. Gripping the star, Loki spoke the words of magic, and he traced a crescent moon in the sky before slamming the bottom tip of the staff twice on the floor. It then started raining. Since he was still acclimating to the new staff, it was a bit of a localized rain. So localized that it was a slight drizzle falling only on Loki's head. He then said, "You certainly do know your business. It runs in the family," said Loki, smiling. "Everything but the magic," so it seems, said Anahid coldly.
That is a weird reference.
You are no fun, said Loki, raising an eyebrow. "So what will you do now with your newly acquired powers?" asked Anahid. "I don't know. There really isn't a lot of time to do much, and I will return home in less than a week," explained Loki. "Oh dear, is your home safe?" asked Anahid. "Why is that your first thought is to use your powers to harm others?" asked Loki. You would not have me waste away by watering plants, would you?" inquired Anahid. "And here I was hoping for a bit of fun. If you're itching for a battle, I will happily do oblige. There is not a shortage of conflict in this line. But if you're looking for something a bit extraordinary, there's a little task my family has been putting off," explained Loki. "Out with it already," said Anahid, interrupting Loki. "There's a little hole filled with strange artifacts taken from my home, and we will retrieve those items and bury them in addition to the mining vein they found," said Loki. Anahid was silent for a moment, and eventually sighing, she said, "Let us make post haste." And Loki started running a bit, and then he felt as the rest of his body turned into a mist through the powers of Anahid. And Loki had never been pure water, and he felt it was an interesting sensation. And the wind felt like hundreds of silky feathers, and instead of heading for their new hold, Loki started playing around with his new powers. And while he tried to decipher just how much range he had with Anahid, and the water elemental studied her new companion, and through their bond, she had a keen sense of Loki's physicality, and there was a degree of amorphousness about him, and at times she felt like he was two different beings, with the second entity being Loki's long black hair, and spiritually speaking, there was but one stubborn soul. And Anahid noticed that his flavor of soul was akin to the ones that produce revenants, and as soon as their heads touched the ground, the revenants were up and about, being a pain to their family members, and the only magic that she sensed was limited to Loki's hair. And it was a strange place for a magic to reside, but she figured that Loki came from a strange place indeed, since she had found him literally buried on the ground.
Wait, is Loki an Umbra witch?
I don't know, seems like it.
Okay.
Well, now that he finally acquired magic, but it only localized on the hair.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Loki by now had changed back to normal, and the first thing he did was try to see how much water he could generate. Water summoning, as it was called, was necessary in circumstances where a natural source of water was nowhere to be found, and water magic always needed its element in nature to do much of anything. And coming near the river, Loki focused on summoning the water to his hand, and indeed a handful disappeared and appeared in the palm of his hand. And he closed his eyes to attempt it once again with the help of another fellow, and he had even fly towards the ocean, and once Loki had the beach within his sight, he called for seawater, and seawater and freshwater produce two different types of water spells. And he then tried to change its temperature and its shape, and Anahid observed this with mild amusement. And Loki certainly had a great control for a non-magical fellow. And to answer the thought in the back of her mind, Loki said, "I am channeling the abilities of someone who actually knows how to work with water magic." "I could just guide you as well along if you so desire," said Anahid. "You may be a water elemental, but most beings do not know everything about their own selves," said Loki, "and a little calibration before heading into battle doesn't hurt." "Fine, suit yourself," said Anahid flatly. And once Loki was done experimenting, she said, "You know, I can summon the water found within other living creatures." "Is that so?" said Loki, understanding the implications. "So, I take the blood out of people."
Blood bending?
Well, hey, other creatures are 90% water, so just get the water out of, if you get the water out of a creature, what do you do to them? Yeah. Think about it. Loki made a mental note of this fact, and turning into an aqueous dragon, he started flying in earnest to his destination. And during their flight, Disdain asked Loki, "Why did it take you so long to make a contract with a demon or whatever if you wanted magic? You can't just walk up to a fellow and say, 'Give me all of your powers.' You have to offer in return something that you are willing to part with," said Loki. "What a Scrooge," said Disdain more to himself. Loki stoically ignored Didem, and meanwhile he was musing herself about her new traveling companion, and the fact that he seemed to talk to himself did not seem too promising to her. And after flying for quite a bit, Loki arrived to the reclusive mining town of Silver Knight. Silver Knight had been a thorn on Loki's and his siblings' side since their arrival, and they did not know at the time, but for more than 5 decades the city had been stealing from their family. And suspicion started to arise when he heard of his little brother Ahi's klepto problems, and Ahi always traditionally took items that belonged to familiar grounds without asking. However, he never went as blatantly as stealing from other folks, let alone who were too weak to fight for him for it, and at least this was what Loki chose to believe. Regardless, during his wedding, while looking through his dragon hoard, Loki recognized one of his mother's sacred brushes. And despite not being able to use magic, his mother always had a knack for collecting magical artifacts, and how that item and that other had been nagging the back of Loki's head for quite some time, and it was only now that he was finally able to put 2 and 2 together. And based on a previous observation, the brush originated from Silver Knight, and Silver Knight was unimpressive, uneventful mining town, and a couple of miles south of the road leading out to the plateau. And a relatively new town, it had been founded after silver had been discovered, and it had been mined dry in less than 3 years, and in spite of this, the miners still continued to work there. The ownership of the mines passed by many hands, and as of now they were being operated by one of the senior members of the merchant guild known as the Earl of Rosie. And about 70, Rosie was a mixed breed, as the locals would call him, and his mother was half elf and half human, while his father was part nymph, part dwarf, and despite being a mixed breed, he had the appearance of being very much human. Though at the time Rosie wondered how long he would last, and carried by his fears and concern about his own mortality, Rosie always embarked in many foolish ventures in his search for immortality. And now he was the owner of Silver Knight, and the first stop Loki made before entering the town was at the crossroad. And he wasn't surprised to see Karina waiting for him, and she waved at him to call his attention. And while he was near enough, Karina said, "I just got wind of your train of thoughts, and yes, this man does seem awfully suspicious to me." Well, mining is not the sort of thing that raises a lot of red flags, though we should have a mental note to monitor all excavations in the future, said Loki. "It isn't my prerogative, and I suggest we pass it on to management," suggested Karina. "I already did, and they cannot spare anyone for the moment," said Didem. "You can spare 100 people to follow my brother around, but you can't spare 5 years to keep track of mining operations," asked Loki. Didem gave Loki a quaint smile, shrugging his shoulder, and eventually he said, "I think she got is creating a team to handle this problem. It shouldn't take long for things to return to normal." "Well, as long as somebody's taking care of it. Still, for now we should plug this mine and see what sort of out-of-place objects slip into the continent," said Loki. "All right then," said Karina, nodding with approval. "Time, bro?"
12 minutes.
After pondering a bit, Loki decided that the quickest way was to storm the place and light some water monster to scare the answer out of the locals. And he fought upon the flames like a flood, half drowned in the guards, and just before he made his demand, Karina appeared in the middle of the town, and using one of her wind demons, she created a strong gale which swept Loki out of town and out of sight. And in the eyes of the people, Karina had saved the day, and somewhat deflated, Loki re-entered the town in the form of a little shepherd boy with a single llama for a companion, the llama being Didem, who found the entire situation quite amusing. And Karina was brought before the Earl of Rosie, and he lived in a manor near the silver smithies. And his men were hard at work, weighing and measuring the worth of items that they had recently excavated. And the others were innocent but silver, and the merchants were weighing pots and plates and plant samples, and regardless of the miners brought, they were always paid with 2 gold coins for each of them, and the 2 coins were a local currency which could be exchanged for supplies in the market. And as of today, the town of Silver Knight had reverted to barter economy, and the newly acquired stock was given a wider range when trading with outsiders. And within Rosie's manor there was even more activity, and changing form again, Loki mimicked the clothing of one of the foreign merchants, and then he regrouped with Karina, who was being presented to Rosie. And he heard Rosie say, "There was a commotion in the southern gates." "Aye, sir," said one of the knights. "This here wind dispatched the water demon that attacked us. At other times I would be likely to believe that you had summoned the beast for attention, as so many of your kind often do, but alas, it does seem plausible," said Rosie, sighing. "Pray do tell, what seems to be the problem?" asked Karina. "For the last month or so, a disaster has befallen the miners, and at first it seemed like freak accidents, the usual kind one finds in their trade. However, when the mutilated bodies started turning up, I feel that there's some maliciousness at play, and now the soldiers are telling me that the water monster has torn the gates open," explained Rosie. One of the knights, noticing Loki, asked, "Who are you?" "A curious, sir, in search of curiosity. Pay me no mind," said Loki. "I remember having your face at enters his tongue, and you did not pass through our gates," whispered the same knight, pulling Loki to the side. Again Loki said in a commanding tone, "Pay me no mind." "Carry on," said the knight, leaving Loki be. "Take me into the mine," said Karina, "and I will investigate the source of the problem, for a fee, of course." "Ah, yes, yes, go on," said Rosie, and he added, pointing to the nearest knight, "You there, take the witch." "Karina," said Karina. "Ah, yes, well, a pleasure. Take her to the mine then," said Rosie. Karina did a small courtesy, and then she started walking ahead, with the knight and Loki following behind. And the knight commented to Karina, "You certainly know your way around Silver Night, madam. I came here many years ago. Back then, it was a true silver mine." "Not well, whatever this is," said Karina, gesturing towards the merchant. The knight sighed, and then he said, "It is how it is, and normally when the mine dries out, the town gets abandoned, and it isn't normal for a town such as this to persist when there is no silver to harvest. And I feel we broke the natural rule, and those are being punished for it." "It isn't your fault," said Karina sternly. Then I noticed, and Loki said, "Oh, the curious sir, why don't you go bother someone else? The mines are dangerous, and I will not guarantee your safety, and I cannot even guarantee my own." Karina and Loki followed the knight through town, and most of the country was made around or into the walls of the mountain, and the mouth of the mine was found in the far western portion of the town. And the houses there were more like shacks, and there were the dwellings of miners whose living conditions were akin or maybe worse than slaves. And this was a common sight, since only the owner of the mine typically benefited from the operation. And the knight walked a little way to the mines, always turning towards the right, and eventually stone and the dirt walls acquired a smoother feel to it. And there were inside a natural cave system formed by ancient lava tubes, and in a certain section there were 12 meter large gypsum and selenite crystals. And one of those crystals had finally broken one of the cave walls, and on top of the crystal pillar there was a makeshift wooden stair with rails for railing. And at the end of the path, the broken wall led to a completely different sort of location. And once inside the place, there was that familiar pressure in the back of the head, and Karina and Loki already knew what they were. And the broken wall led to a similar place to the curiosity room, and there were stands, cabinets filled with items, and the walls and the roof were aligned with books. And at the end of the room was a person preserved in a clear blue glass container the shape of a glass dome. And written at the foot of the jar was the same phrase repeated in many languages, most of them unintelligible. And after circling the jar a bit, Loki eventually found a warning in human language. In classic Latin it read, "Alice lesi tiri non lice." And Karina read those words aloud, and she said to the knight, "It basically means, some may do it, you cannot." Time, bro?
7 minutes.
The pickleman had that phrase written on him. "Some may do it, you cannot." Karina found meditating on the matter, and Loki then made his way through the walls, feeling them with the tips of his finger. Eventually he noticed that the walls did not have any doors or windows, and combined with the warning on the jar and the amount of junk surrounding the fellow, Loki concluded, "I think you guys were great robbing the dead guy." "You think so too? I told Rosie, but he wouldn't listen," said the knight, folding his arms. "All of these items are probably cursed. Grave robbing is fine, as long as you allow enough time for the soul to give up his attachment to his worldly possession. Once he is gone for good, then you can take as much as you like," said Karina. "Lovely," said the knight, rolling his eyes. The knight did not enter the room, rather he lingered on the bridge, and should anything occur, he planned on being the first person to escape. And Karina asked, "Why do you say you saw the body?" "I saw nothing, rather the miners brought it in out of the cave, claiming that they had been attacked by something," explained the knight. "How interesting," said Loki. He then asked the knight, "How long ago did the fellow get killed?" "About 6 days ago," said the knight. "Ah," said Loki sadly, and he then placed his hands beneath his ear to summon Anahid. And the elemental had been hearing the entire conversation, and through his power she summoned whatever blood was not found inside living tissue. And much to her surprise, the entire walls lost plenty of the coloration, and the seemingly bleached black walls apparently had a beautiful flowery paintings and other swirling nature decoration. And the knight, taking more of a step back, he asked, You were the water demon." "Yes, and now I'm helping you track down your murderers or whatever. And I did not have a travel permit, and this seemed like the easiest, fastest way to town," explained Loki. You could have just knocked or jumped over the gate, anything but damage our fortifications, protested the knight. None of that matters, and the fellow in the yard was not the one responsible for the killings, and this blood found on the wall is ancient. And the one from your fellow apparently originated deeper within the cave, and you might want to check it out, said Loki, somewhat disappointed. Time, bro?
5 minutes, 40 seconds.
A pretty dear, Loki, said Karina, patting Loki's back. And I was hoping for an epic confrontation of sorts, but instead it turned out to be a run-of-the-mill murder investigation, said Loki sadly. I am sorry that our mundane problems trouble your soul, you lazy demon, said the knight coldly. Loki was at a loss, and together with his sister they examined all of the items in the storeroom, and aside from the fellow in the yard, everything else seemed mundane enough to let it slide. And Loki scratched the walls, opening a small hole, and he traveled a couple of ways within the walls and found nothing but dirt. And the strange familiar heaviness in the back of the head was still there, and yet there was nothing for miles on end, as far as Hanahid was concerned. And in the end, Loki said, either empty this room as far as possible or take everything back and put the wall back up. And there's a strange nauseous gas that could be toxic after long exposure. And this is not the sort of place one should ever linger. We can always hide in your hands should the eventualities occur, said the knight unconcerned. Karina narrowed her eyes, and her shadow extended, taking the form of a frightful demon, and it crept behind the knight, and she was about to bite his head off when she saw Loki shaking his head sadly, and saying, Karina said, I suppose there are some things that cannot be helped, and let us continue our cave exploration. I don't think there's anything else besides this place, said the knight, and we should still look just to be safe, insisted Karina. And the three moved past the cave, and they continued down the winding path, and eventually they reached a natural portion of the cave. And then I was forced to remove his armor to squeeze through the final portion of the cave. And it was there where they found the signs of the recent mining activities, and the walls were pitch black due to the presence of the galena, a natural source of silver, and the ground was composed of alluvial sediments. And once Loki saw the dirt, he said, well, now you know what all the fuss was about. The miners discovered a new bane, and one of them blabbed and got killed. Mission complete, let's go. So like the murder was just like the miners murdering one of their guys that broke our pact of secrecy. Because they found silver, but they didn't want to tell the miner owner about it. But then one of them hinted it, so then he just got murdered. Nothing supernatural, just murder. Regular murder, people killing people. Karina followed along and Loki behind, and the knight too started to walk, but he bumped into a rock. And the night curse echoed through the cave, and he picked up a sword and he threw it. And it was then when he saw a clear, misshapen octahedron, and realizing what it was, he made a mental note to return later. And he placed the stone that he had found within his coin purse before departing. And Loki and Karina were not in a mood to linger in Silverland, and they had already had the location of the storehouse he relocated. And to Karina's concern, she started buying all of the items that had already been sold and that could be considered dangerous. And 2 days before the departure, didn't brought Loki some disturbing news. All of the miners of Silverland had been executed, as well as whatever family member was living with them in their shacks. And the knight had apparently bought the mine from Rosie as well as the manor. And Rosie was not the sort of fellow to linger whenever he had met failure, and with his departure, the knight ordered his men to kill all of the workers and ranks on the horse in search of the diamonds that they were sneaking. And I want to let things go. Loki pondered on the easiest way to punish the murderous knight and his fellow companions. And a day passed, and Loki felt like was strapped for time, and in the end he decided to just take the easy route. And he went to a bar and he pretended to get drunk, and then he started babbling about the newly discovered diamond mine in Silverland. It was a long shot, but Loki planted the seeds of greed, and hopefully one of the fellows would be mindful enough to go raiding the place, like Loki hoped. And since he had a couple of hours to kill, Loki made a quick visit to Ingrid's castle. And when he came to see her, she was combing her black hair while facing the waterfall. And not turning around, she said, you just come and go as you please, don't you, Loki? How do you know it was me? Asked Loki. It is your hair. You wore the pesky flower for so long that now your hair smells of gardenia, said Ingrid. So it was seen, said Loki. Time?
1 minute 30 seconds. Also, if you don't know who he is, you gotta read Saturnastra. It's like a completely different book.
And in the sand, the flower of the king of Canania symbolizes secret desire, explained Ingrid. I know what the flower means and what Alida meant when she gave it to me. And here you are, moments before the father, bothering me, when you should be pestering her, said Ingrid. It was easier by then, but now a type of pollution has tainted my soul, and I feel like I don't recognize myself when I look in the mirror, explained Loki. Ingrid turned around to look at Loki, and raising an eyebrow, she said, well, I don't blame you. You keep changing forms so much. You are bound to lose track of who you truly are. should give transformations a rest a little. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking things. Time?
That's in a minute.
Alright, so this is a good place. Alright, so that's the ending of Loki. He just decided to give a rest to his transformation, but then he started missing his old friends before going home. Bye bye and God bless.
So that was the end of the book?
Yeah, that's the end of the book. Bye bye.